There you go. Those are her wedding photos. Getting married, y'all. Check it out. Check it out.
Maybe she got a piercing.
This hole is now closed for business. One last look, fellas. What the fuck is racial chess? Her mom made an account and didn't tell her on Twitch and would be in her streams, watching her daughter's streams and trying to defend her every time guys came in there and started screaming things like, show your boobies. She looks like a crazy white woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it? We watched Idiot Influencers iDubbbz and got basically the breakdown, the timeline of iDubbbz from peak of his career to how he ended up where he is. We got the full history on some of these creators we talk about, and I figured today it only seems fair that we focus on his wife, Anisa Johma, the one who wears the pants in the relationship, because iDubbbz will forever be known to me as Anisa's husband. He is no longer a man. But this Rob's Media, who makes great videos, you guys should sub to his channel. He also made an idiot influencer on Anisa Johma, but this one is twice as long as iDubbbz one, so this is probably going to be the bulk of the content tonight, so lock in. This one's going to last probably the rest of the stream. We'll casually get our asses kicked at Star Wars while we learn the history of Anisa. Now, is this going to be a situation where she was always like this, and then she ruined iDubbbz? Or did she, like iDubbbz, start out pretty based and seem like a normal person who found success on the internet, and then iDubbbz learned empathy and taught it to her and ruined her? Or maybe it's a Bonnie and Clyde situation where on their own each one of them was fine, but when they came together, a relationship, the bond they had was so toxic that it changed the both of them forever. They're two things that should never mix, like water and oil. But they stick to each other like magnets, and the rest of us suffer. Maybe that's it. If you're too young to get the Bonnie and Clyde reference, you can just Google it. I'm not going to do it for you. I don't feel like explaining that right now. I'm not your dad. Figure it out. I have a feeling it's just going to be her being a shit feminist for most of her career. So we'll see how bad it was to how bad it got. See if it was always this bad or if it got worse over time. That's a 30-minute one. No, I guess not. Was it on Twitter? Did I have it on Twitter? Well, let me see what I got on Twitter. Yeah, it's on Twitter. So we'll do our quick Hassan update before we jump into the main content. Which looks like Hassan is playing victim again, saying that no one has suffered more career penalties than him, which I thought was rich, being as how he seems to have gotten away with the most shit during his career than any creator I've known ever. Promoting terrorist propaganda, like he gets away with the most shit, but it should be fun to hear him cope about how he's the victim because he got a one-day ban.
You see people that are also now taking advantage of this new permission structure. Don't immediately fucking behave like a gatekeeper or a hipster, okay? I say this as someone who has suffered unimaginable career penalties for this, okay?
I can imagine a lot of penalties for this you haven't suffered.
It is no accident that
that you're given special treatment? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I have not been invited to a single fucking award show or anything like that. And this is nothing. This is ultimately inconsequential, okay?
I don't believe you. I believe you were invited to those. I don't know if you actually went. I think I remember you saying why you wouldn't go to one before. But maybe that was all just cope. But if you weren't invited, maybe the problem's you, Chief. You're right, it's not a coincidence. Outside your bubble, people don't like you.
Tremendous amount of revenue cast aside losing a third of my audience initially after October 7. But none of that is meaningful.
Why did you lose a third of your audience after October 7th? Are you gonna put two and two together on this one, Chief? Can you knock a few stones together to form a coherent thought here? Maybe it's something you did. It's probably something you did.
Okay? That is all utterly meaningless, as opposed to using the existing platform that I had to speak the truth every single day unconditionally.
How many times has he been proven wrong? This man spews more lies. How many times has he been debunked? But sure, speak your truth. I'm waiting for him to correct and say that. Anytime someone tells you their truth, then that means it's a lie that they believe.
Okay? This is why I don't make a big deal, a big show out of all of these things. It is utterly inconsequential. Okay? It is utterly inconsequential. So if I'm not complaining about all these people that are coming in after, once they have more allowance to say the truth, you shouldn't make a big fuss about it either.
All right, well, that's his cope. It's as terrible as I thought it would be. Jesus Christ. The never-ending victimhood mentality of this crowd, dude. Oh, my God. But we're going to jump into the meat and potatoes of today's stream. Last night, and let's go.
Just the amount of hate and harassment my wife Anisa has received over the years.
Idubs used to be the exposer, but now he bound to be exposed. Once a master of his domain.
I was gonna say, was this AI? But I think this is just someone making a bass song. This intro is fire.
But Anisa came along, turned his life upside down, controlling every move. She's being toxic. She's got him on a tight rein. No more content cop episodes. What? No more Kickstarter crap. Well, fuck. No slurs dare escape his brain.
I'm sorry to everyone.
Anisa got an OnlyFans. She showed his scheme for cash, but she'd rather have her patrons.
This song's a fucking banger. Is this shit on Spotify? Holy fuck. This intro is going hard.
So he started a podcast to humiliate poor Ian.
Yes! I'm fucking feeling this, man.
Ian keeps me on a leash. I need to be on a leash because I am unhinged.
Intro song by Lipstick Larry. I'm looking this dude up. This fucking song is a banger, man. Like, lyrics aside, just the music, like this fucking video's hit the ground running, man.
Welcome back to Idiot Influencers. Today we'll be exploring the past and present of Anisa Johma, a wife of Idubs who keeps getting herself into controversy after controversy. For the past few years, she's been devolving into a lol cow, with only a few fans lingering around. I think it's time I do a massive video on her, detailing her tumultuous online career, going from a simp wrangling streamer, to an edgy debater, an adult content creator, and finally becoming the laughingstock of the wider commentary community. This is Anisa and her history of hypocrisies and scandals. Anisa's online career began around 2014 to 2015, with her being inspired to do live streams by Casey Tron.
Like, I got lucky as shit. I was like working 2 jobs. Like I was poor.
Wait, so Casey Tron's to blame for this entire thing? She's the one that spawned this? Just when I thought I couldn't hate Casey Tron anymore, she's the one that gave us Anisa. Fuck me, dude.
poor. Like, I was eating oatmeal for every meal, and then my one friend, literally, I'm not even kidding, like, this is not a joke, Casey. You're the reason why I started streaming, because I had a friend that was like,
You've told
Yep,
me
it's her
this.
fault.
yeah, she made $200. I was like, $200? I was like, I could buy, like, more groceries. And so I went into debt. I, like, got a computer, which, like, not smart at all to do. Got a computer, and I started streaming, and I got really lucky.
Casey Tron herself has been doing live streaming since 2012, doing what many would describe as booby streaming, where she would pretend to be a ditzy gamer girl in order to pull a young male audience. They tended to wear low-cut shirts and other slightly revealing outfits, hence the name. Anisa was definitely one of these streamers, going by the...
I hate to say pay attention to her boobs. I mean, he is bringing attention to them, but I hate to say it like that, pay attention to her boobs, but pay attention to her boobs, because they will change in size. The only reason she has boobs worthy of starting an OnlyFans over is because she cucked iDubbbz into buying them for her.
the name Rainbow Kids.
And you'll see them change multiple times. So she'll start out with like normal, small-ish boobs, and then she'll have this massive rack, and then she'll go back to normal, small-ish boobs because she got a boob job. iDubbbz bought it for her. Then they had those boobs removed so she could do Creator Clash, and then she just never put them back. So that investment that iDubbbz had to at least make all the shit he has to put up with her worth it, he now doesn't get to benefit from anymore, and he's stuck with this, which is sad, but that's where we're at.
She'd stream herself playing League of...
I don't feel bad for him at all, by the way, just to be clear. That wasn't me showing sympathy for iDubbbz. He made his bed. He is 100% responsible for his actions. You could say that she ruined him, but he is a grown man who made his decisions. He had the ability to say no at any time and didn't. This is still on him. I have no sympathy for him.
League of Legends, eventually reaching 200,000 followers on Twitch by mid-2016. Her type of content did attract loads of trolls though, so she enlisted the help of various moderators. One of these moderators happened to be Anisa's own mother, which has been confirmed by Maureen.
Oh my god, I forgot about her mom. Yes, her mom. The one who, like... her mom crashes out in comment sections on her behalf. Like, I think the lolcow gene runs in the family. Oh, man. There's some good content from her mom, too. I had totally forgot about her fucking mom.
Herself. Kotaku would post an article about this in July of 2016 called The Mom Who Moderates Her Daughter's Rowdy Twitch Chat, where Anisa's mom is mentioned by name as being her daughter's...
I would never have one of my parents as a moderator in my chat. Wouldn't fucking happen. Holy shit, that's a terrible idea.
biggest moderator. The article mentions these fans quite heavily, saying, many of whom originally subscribed for something other than her gameplay. No boobo showing, no me watching. Cam whore, where are your nipples?
Yeah, because then your parents got to sit there and read all of that shit. And in her case, like, what's her mom going to say to defend her when she basically proved all of her chat right by then starting an OnlyFans?
In fact, a counter on Rainbow Kid's channel estimates that her breasts have been mentioned in Twitch chat nearly 30,000 times. Until recently, Rainbow Kids wore a double push-up bra, highlighting her cleavage for her audience. Viewers would pay real money to have their commentary of her read out loud, much of which was deliberately offensive. Anisa's mom is quoted as saying, she was what you'd call a booby streamer, where you'd attract viewers to your stream, trolls, who come to harass or hit on female streamers. This article also describes the pair's past conflict, as Anisa had a habit of skipping school and sneaking out. What's most shocking is that Anisa didn't know this person was her mom at first, but liked her presence in chat and promoted her. It's just so bizarre.
Oh my god, and even worse, your mom didn't tell you she was the one in your chat? How fucking weird is that your mom is, one of your parents is in your fucking chat, and they don't tell you that they're watching your content and just fucking keeping internet tabs on you? Oh, how do you not get mad at that? How do you promote them and make them a mod and then find out and just roll with it? Oh, okay, I'm kind of seeing how she ended up the way she ended up, and yeah. I had always guessed it was probably the parenting, but I didn't realize her mom was this bad. Like, I thought that she asked her mom to do it for her. I didn't realize that she, like invited her. That she, just got stealthed by her mom in chat.
Oh man. I mean, imagine having your mom having to defend you from internet trolls while being a titty streamer. And the thing is,
Jesus.
Maureen is still defending Anisa online. She just does it under random names. I'll be showing this throughout the video, but she's been seen replying to Anisa and arguing with many of her critics. Here she defends Anisa by stating, Anisa has never shamed booby streamers. She started out as one, by the way. Here's some more tweets that she made in 2020 following the OF drama. What's really disgusting is how terribly researched this video is. All based on strawman arguments, clips taken out of context, 3 to 4 year old content cherry-picked from female Ian Stan hate websites, and an obsessed female streamer. The creator of this video responded by highlighting various Anisa hypocrisies, to which Maureen claps back with, again, not true. You need to find another witch to burn. You might get sued for defamation and slander. This here is Anisa's
Not
response
suing
to
anybody.
Leafy being banned, which her mom backed her up on. Remember this Pied Piper account. Again, it'll be important later. Kiwi Farm users were able to piece together that these accounts do belong to Maureen, as they replied to Anisa and her haters a ridiculous amount of times. And I mean, it's 100% factual that her mom would do stuff like this, based on that Kotaku article.
Damn it.
Now a comment thread about this video is about how secretly insecure Anisa is about the content she makes. At the slightest bit of criticism, not even targeted at her specifically, she can't handle it. In late 2017, YouTuber Pyrocynical released a video titled, Worst Twitch Girls, where he makes fun of bland content made by booby streamers. Anisa was never mentioned in that video, but the fact that she
Yeah, notice how small they are there? They're gonna get huge, and then they're gonna get back to this size.
herself was considered one made her self-conscious. This is her reaction to it.
Did you see Pyrocynical's video about Twitch girls lol?
No, I don't give a shit about Pyro's fucking ass, dude. Like, Pyro can suck on my fucking nut. Why do you want me to see that so bad? I don't watch any of his stuff.
Demonstrating how to respect women.
And then she watch, and then I don't care about any of his stuff. Proceeds to pull it up and watch it.
I mean, you can just see with this clip, look how small the screen is for the game. Jesus. And I know that mentality that's been presented before, don't like it, don't watch it. The problem is,
Yeah,
you're
but,
bringing
like,
a lot of kids
okay,
onto the side.
Why do people always make that argument? Like, there's no way when she's playing the actual game that it's that size. Like, what the hell is that? What is that?
I don't like the argument. I don't like it. Don't watch it because it's an oxymoron. Like, how do you know if you're gonna like it until you watch it? And then once you've watched it, well, you can not watch any further content from them. But that one you saw is in your brain now. What is seen cannot be unseen. Yeah. So like, it's like saying if you don't like the way something tastes, then don't eat it. Well, how do I know what it tastes like until I eat it? Yeah. Yeah. Like you have to experience the thing to know if you like it or not. It's such a dumb argument.
Everybody always makes that point. Like it's fact that like if the screen is small in the section that they show in the video, that like that's how the game screen is the whole time.
Just her yapping about one small point Pyro made, since she doesn't have any valid arguments against his other points. Something I've noticed about Anisa is her propensity to rewrite the past whenever it's convenient for her.
You'll see that tactic pop up. I haven't even seen this video, and I already know that that's going to happen because that's just how these people operate. You're going to see that tactic pop up over and over again where they'll latch on to one point. If you got one little thing wrong, even if it's a technicality or semantics, then they'll argue it. Like the classic one right now is with the CP thing with the, well, we don't know who called CPS. The individual that called is irrelevant, but they're going to latch on to that because they'll be like, even Ethan admits he doesn't know who called. It doesn't matter who called. It doesn't matter who the individual was. We don't need to know who John Smith Trollfeather was that called. We don't need to know the individual. What we need to know is where they got the information that gave them the, that they called about. So why did they call? They called because they got bad information. Okay, cool. Where did they get that bad information? Now that we do know. Yeah. So you'll see a lot of semantics type arguments and stuff like that. And so this is going to be their go-to. This is the tactic of someone who has no arguments and has no way of winning the debate. They're just trying to discredit you and get dumb people to their side. Sadly, it often works.
During her edgelord phase, she tried spinning the notion that her doing booby streaming was one elaborate troll effort. She once tweeted,
And then she'll change that. That's a common tactic too. Is to say it's a troll. I was just joking. And then when that doesn't work, then it's actually I was making a stand for something. Then she's gonna make it a feminist thing. Yeah. So the goalposts will always get moved.
to do cleavage streams to troll bait and create an interesting dichotomy between viewer and streamer. Now I can't compete. I remember a simpler time when a bit of boob was enough to troll bait. Now you have to be naked. Darwinism of the female streamer in action. Well, she was right about one thing. Just love how she's taken the moral high ground here about never stooping that low. And then only a few years later, she began taking lewd photos on OF. There was also a tweet made around early 2017, during the Tana drama, where she said Tana's outfit was more revealing than the stuff she wore during her booby streaming days. This is hilarious because even back then, she was posing—
Jesus Christ. Yeah, the cope, dude.
in photos
Bras
of her
aren't that
underwear out.
revealing, guys.
She's not fooling anyone here. This wasn't her trolling people like what Casey Tron was doing. She was an unironic titty streamer who rebranded after the genre became—
The only thing Casey Tron ever did that was of value was the trolling and pretend to be a dumb gamer girl and play up the trope because it was funny and it was funny to make fun of the stereotype. She played that part well. If I got to give one piece of credit to Casey Tron, it's that one. She played that part well.
too oversaturated, and she couldn't compete.
Questionable relationships.
Many don't know this, but before Anisa began dating iDubbbz, she was with someone known as Acadian. Now I bring this guy up because their relationship seemed to have ended poorly, and Anisa seemingly cheated on him. Acadian was a fellow League of Legends streamer who's been involved in many tournaments, which I found a few archives of.
I know everything I need to know about him now. And that also explains a lot about her. Didn't realize she was a League streamer.
He's pretty much inactive at this point, but was at his prime around 2016.
And if you play League, just know that there's a fine line between... There's a difference between League of Legends player and League of Legends streamer. If you play League, that's fine. If you stream League, God help you.
I'm not sure when the two started dating, but it was probably around September 2015. I keep hearing rumors that he was 17 years old at the time, but I haven't found proof of this. Liquipedia says he was 18 at the time, but either way, Anisa was 24 years old. Anyways, Anisa began talking to a YouTuber named iDubbbz around mid-2016, which Acadian apparently knew about. He probably thought the relationship was sound and nothing would go wrong. I mean, Anisa even drew art of them as a couple, which she traced over. Classy. They went to TwitchCon that year, where Anisa booked their hotel for an extra day by accident. She herself said this in a Q&A video she uploaded to her YouTube channel in January 2017.
How did you and Ian meet? I was in San Diego for TwitchCon, and I, being an idiot, accidentally booked a extra night and an extra day in San Diego. So TwitchCon was over, everybody was gone, and I was stuck in the hotel alone with nothing to do.
She describes meeting up with Ian, who lived in San Diego, and going out to lunch with him. She describes an awkward interaction with him in their car, insinuating she had a crush on him.
As soon as I left the Jeep, I was thinking to myself, this human is never interacting with me again. I fucked it. Like, this is over. And and I guess he was thinking the same thing. He thought that I didn't like him and he fucked it up. So when he got home, I guess he was fighting with himself whether to text me or not because he thought that it was like completely done. But he decided to message me anyways, and he said, hey, I made it home safe. And the amount of relief that I was like, holy shit, this human is still talking to me, it was unbelievable. We didn't stop talking. That whole night we talked until we fell asleep, and then ever since then we've just been pretty much inseparable.
She was still publicly dating
To be a fly on the wall for that conversation. No, I think I'd rather kill myself.
Acadian, by the way. They wouldn't break up until a few weeks later, where Acadian slightly alluded to it on Twitter with this tweet. Rolling on the floor laughing, what the fuck, I actually hate girls. Probably won't be streaming / active for a while
Gay! Not that there's anything wrong with that.
until I get back to a good place mentally. Sorry guys. On November 4th, he'd vague post about it on stream.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I mean, I would say like right now, in terms of like mentally, I'm not like in the best state. I can't really explain, but I'm just like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know if any of you guys can like resonate with me or like feel me on this, but I'm just fucking pissed off all the time. Like, I'm just angry, like every day. As soon as I wake up, like I'm just fucking angry, and I don't know how to stop being like. The only thing I can do is just distract myself with like League of Legends or doing shit like.
See a fucking therapist. What do you mean you don't know what to do? Goddamn, dude. Anger management. Get some.
I don't know, man. I'm just fucking mad.
Apparently in the same stream, which is lost, he flat out said that he blocked Anisa. A fan mentioned this to her on Twitter a few days later. And if you still don't believe me that she cheated on him, Anisa's anniversary of Ian always falls around late September to early October, the exact time TwitchCon happened in 2016. Now, I myself became aware of Anisa.
Why would you not make your anniversary the day you officially start dating, not the first time you hooked up? That's just like, Jesus Christ, that's just an admission. That's just like you just rubbing it in. No wonder dude's pissed.
Around 2018. Ian never
made it obvious.
Mentioned her much online, though the relationship was still known. Ian had a habit of pranking her while streaming, which, to be honest, are probably the only times they were entertaining.
Play Nickelback non-stop for hours on end. I will want to die, I guarantee you.
You talking shit about Nickelback, bitch!
Stop.
You talking shit about Nickelback?
Oh my god, you're making my hands tingle.
Anisa was also instrumental in the creation of the Tana Mojo content cop, where she came up with the idea and filmed this infamous moment.
Say Nick.
Before the content cop episode was released, she talked on Discord for.
Ooh, you're playing a dangerous game, Rob. Dangerous game. Nice edit, though.
Closest fans about it. Here, she admits that it was her idea, and that Ian doesn't even hate Tana. This seems true, as Anisa seems to be the one who hates Tana. In fact, she even tries slut-shaming her by saying she was only wearing a bra, which is rich coming from Anisa. Anisa had quite a bit of these Discord messages leaked, which shows her very parasocial relationships of her fans. She has a horrible habit of admitting really shameless stuff about herself, or embarrassing things about Ian. For instance, here's her admitting she wants to mooch off Ian's money. Here's more, where she talks about how disapproving her mother is about the guy she dates. She alludes to a past boyfriend her mom liked that was jacked and rich, but Anisa wasn't that into him because he was cheap. Here she tells her fans that Ian peed on her while they were in the shower together. In another set of messages, she tells her fans about how gross.
They're into fucking water sports? If you don't know what that is, I'm not talking about the Olympics, kids. Google it. Again, Google it.
Ian is, and wishes he would clean more often. The reason why he didn't is because he would do gross shit on purpose for his videos. And worst of all, the messages where she threatens to break up with.
I prefer to believe that he's just a gross person. I'd believe that too. Not like Asmongold levels gross, but just gross. Remember, he was an incel before her for a reason.
Ian. Why would she consider this? Well, because he was too focused on his YouTube career. Yeah, as soon as the content cop thing was coming close, he just switched gears, and it wasn't even like I existed. I think I'm breaking up with Ian. After our first relationship scare on our last trip, I was a lot better and Ian seemed happier. But after I left, it seemed like Ian's opinion on things didn't change much. He hadn't called me in 4 days and we had barely talked. She then talks about how Ian's afraid of commitment and how hard this long-distance relationship has been. He's at PewDiePie's house. He said, "I will call you with my answer when I get back," so about 2-3 hours. But I think I'm right to finally putting my foot down. What she's referring to is when Ian flew to the UK to work on the RiceGum diss track with Felix and Boyna Band. Anisa is seemingly just freaking out over nothing, as I'm sure Ian was just busy and there was a time zone difference. She speculates the issue is Ian's YouTube ego, yet also admits that he's desperate and won't find someone else like her. Her chatters are giving her relationship advice throughout. Anisa mentions
Jesus, so she was even like humiliating him to people back then. Like just dumping all the personal stuff. That would have been enough for me. Like if I'm dating a girl and like every one of our conversations becomes something she dumps into a fucking Discord. And this isn't like with one person. This is the public Discord room. It's not like she's talking to her bestie here. Yeah, if that's what you're doing with like the talks that we have, nah, I'm not putting up with that. That is not girlfriend material. We can have fun for a weekend, but you are not girlfriend material. That is a red flag to me. Jesus Christ, talking about how desperate he is and like tell her anything personal and the whole world will know it. And that proves to be true. She's still doing that to this day.
Talking of Ian's sister. I just find it so bizarre that she has to admit all this private shit to shrinks on Discord. Could she not just do this with her mom or a close friend? I also find it so strange that instead of having an honest conversation...
Yeah, that would be normal. Talking to your mom, talking to a close friend, fine. If you start fucking dumping our private conversations onto Twitter and Discord and public spaces, nah, I'm out. That's it. That's a red flag to me.
Conversation of Ian, she immediately shit-talks him to strangers. I think now is a good time to bring up another important character in her story. Chris Raygun. Chris was mainly popular around 2016 during the anti-SJW era, making edgy content in a similar vein to Ian. Him and Anisa have long been friends, with Chris appearing on her streams to chat. I'm not sure when this started, but many of the clips I found seem to be around 2017.
Is this going to end with her fucking Chris Ray gun? I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I think that's part of the control and the humiliation is, you know, seeing if you can get away with cheating. Just, it's like a power trip for her. Let's see if that's where this goes. Place your bets now, folks. I'm betting she fucked Chris Ray gun.
Many of these interactions are awkward, as Anisa would ask Chris bizarre and sexual questions.
Yup, called it.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever done in the bed?
Unless he proved to be a smarter man than I'm giving him credit for. Maybe she tried and he turned her down. It's very possible.
I had sex in an elevator before.
Loving an elevator. Old school Aerosmith, guys. Add it to your playlist.
Have you had sex in an elevator before?
Not in an elevator.
Living it up when we're going down. Yeah, she's going down. Okay, I'll stop.
No. I don't. Well, that's not in bed then, is it?
I believe that was an invitation, and by in bed it means sexual. Yeah, maybe he's an incel too. Maybe he just didn't pick up on her advances and it didn't happen. Maybe I did miscall this. Damn, I shot him in the ass.
I mean, it's technically. I mean, that's still like.
I don't know.
Asking like, you know.
Fuck.
From.
I mean, yeah. I don't really know. I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could really.
Do you not have anything? Chris is lame.
No,
wow, that didn't go as far as I thought it would.
Wait, you've had sex in a dressing room before, haven't you?
Yeah, but that's not weird, is it?
I've never done that.
Nah, it's pretty normal. Celebrities do it all the fucking time. It's a pretty common thing.
It's weird though. It's like.
I shoved a dildo in my ex-boyfriend's ass once.
Oh my god.
And she's trying to do, and she admits on stream that she's tried to, and on their podcast, she's tried to do that with Ian. She has a thing for pegging. I'm telling you, it's all part of her. It's all part of her kink. This whole power trip thing. It's all a kink for her.
Interactions are always awkward. It's like two fifth graders trying to flirt. It's even weirder whenever Chris's girlfriend.
I don't normally kink shame. I am fine with kinks. However, they have to be consensual, and I'm not 100% sure that Ian's consenting as much as he is just, you know, kind of going along with whatever. In his defense, according to her, she said no to the pegging. But the question is, but she's still trying. So how long will he continue to say no? That's the question. Oh my God, I'm going to be a Wookiee. No, wait. This is a... What is this? Fuck! I'm not a... These are the little teddy bear things. Why is this a specialist? Alright, I forgot their names. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. I was always a Star Trek guy. Shut up, leave me alone. I can already see the comments happening now.
Friend at the time, Lacey Green, is mentioned. Anisa just gets in, usually spiteful, but hides it with jokes.
Are you still going to New York? Are you still going to New York to that concert?
I can't see shit.
Yes.
Are you sure you haven't canceled it? Are you sure you haven't canceled it? Because you found the love of your life? You found the Pocahontas to your John Smith? You want to understand her land and her ways.
What are you fucking saying?
You want to understand her land and her ways. Like, she's your Pocahontas. So you come from two different worlds. What if Lacey this whole time has teeth in her vagina and she's waiting for the right time to, like...
God motherfucking damn! Well, I mean, I feel like I would know if there were teeth. You know?
But what if they're like cat's claws where they come out?
They were...
My God, could she hit on him any harder?
Tracked?
Yeah, they were tracked. Oh yeah. Do you eat Lacey's ass?
What the fuck? We're not having this fucking conversation.
I asked my chat yesterday, I said,
This thing sucks.
Chris eats Lacey's ass, and everybody was like, yes. There was like no hesitation. It was like 100% yes.
Jesus Christ.
Do you eat Lacey's ass?
No.
Are you sure?
Am I sure?
Because you seem pretty okay shoveling those fries in your face while I asked that question. She would make a good porn star. Lacey would make a good porn star.
Thanks.
Weirdest of all is when Anisa calls Lacey a cunt.
And I was like,
this bitch a gooner. I mean, I guess when you're a chick being a gooner, you're just a whore. But yeah, like, sex seems to be like the only thing that she talks about comfortably.
Like, you cunt, you know who I am, piece of shit.
2 podcasts in a row, that's terrible.
Well, I mean, it's been a fucking month.
No, but it'd still be in a row.
Fine, we'll get your fucking cunted girlfriend on here.
Now, I love flinging the old C word around, but you probably shouldn't be saying that about your friend's significant other. Chris doesn't seem to like it, but he's probably too nice to say anything about it. Now, there's a theory that's been going around for years now that Anisa wants to get with Chris and would cheat on Ian to do so, pretty much doing what she did to Acadian. In those
So she did cheat on him with him. Okay, I called it. Not that it was a hard read.
Discord messages, she says she doesn't think Ian would publicly defend her, but Chris would. She also visited Chris in New York without Ian, and they made a big vlog out of it. Many of the more recent comments made cheating jokes, while others pointed out how uncomfortable Chris seems during parts of the video.
That's why she goes after guys like iDubbbz. I mean, some people suspected it was for the money, and I'm sure that was a part of it when his career took off. But no, the real reason is because she can control them. It's because she can have her cake and eat it too. She can cheat on them, and they won't leave her. Because she clearly did, and it's very obvious. I mean, she goes to visit the guy and stay with him without her boyfriend, and then make vlogs about it for YouTube for their career. And like everyone knows you cheated at that point. Like it's pretty obvious. You're having sexual conversations with them. Like it's not a hard equation to put together. So iDubbbz has to know. I'm sure everyone told him, but stays with her anyway. So there you go. That's what she's doing.
Yeah. You look good.
I've met girls like this. I know the type.
You look great.
So now we're heading back to John's, showering, and then going to Chris's, and then we're going to stream tonight.
Yeah.
That was the gayest high five I ever fucking seen. I was like Tarzan. What are you doing?
That was a little bit of...
Yeah, this is a date. This isn't a vlog. This is a date. She's just filming their date and putting it on the internet for her boyfriend to see. Yeah, this is her kink. 100%.
I didn't want to clap because I didn't want to miss it, like hit the food.
In another stream of Chris, Anisa mentions that her mom wants the two of them to get together.
Yeah, my mom tried to get me to my mom was like, Chris, you should talk to Chris. Like a year and a half.
Oh, and her mom encourages it. Well, that makes sense.
You know, when you started talking to me, or like
You should talk to Chris.
She was like, you should talk to Chris. I was like, Mom, you know nothing of Chris other than he likes to play racial chess. But
What the fuck is racial chess? The fuck is racial chess? Is that like a version of chess where the pieces are... Nope, you know what? I don't want to figure this out.
Oh my god.
Speaking of Anisa's mom, here's 2 old tweets from her, where she seemed bothered by Chris's relationship with Lacey. Anisa herself has made a few tweets being a bit flirty of Chris. Mind you, she was publicly dating Ian by this point. I don't think they were fucking or anything, but she definitely has a thing for him. And I say that in present tense for a reason I'll get to later. What seems to be happening here is that Anisa is really into nerds, something she said publicly, but thought Ian was too focused on YouTube. She probably had a better connection with Chris, but didn't like the fact that he was with Lacey. Another theory I have relates to her changing her personality and hobbies to match who she was dating. She got into sports due
She's a chameleon.
to an older relationship.
Or snake. Considering that she's using those actions to not keep the relationship, but to abuse it. Yeah, snake. Snake's a better fit.
Got into streaming and playing League thanks to Acadian, and got into making edgy content due to Ian, though unlike Ian, she was never successful at it.
Oh, we're gonna get to hear some of that edgy content now.
By 2018, Anisa was still regularly streaming, though she'd focused more on reacting to other people's content and discussing it. Because she was expressing her opinions more, she was opening herself up to loads of new scrutiny, which led to a few small controversies which are mostly forgotten. She tried coming across as edgy and provocative, which didn't work as she seemed to contradict herself a lot. Here's a clip from a video she made in early 2017.
I'm surprised that car can hold up on that. The crash test rating on that car must be amazing. It's nice to know that the car can handle that kind of weight without denting. To our knowledge, it might have dented actually, who knows.
You're right. She is not good at this.
I mean, I guess this is good because she's getting her fitness in, so.
And then here's a stream clip from that same year.
Sarah Silverman's got to be the most unlikable. I'm surprised that she gets less hate than that whale, the leather
Amy
wearing.
Schumer?
Yeah, Amy Schumer. Because at least Amy Schumer doesn't open her mouth very often, at least to my knowledge.
She does. Well, she did after that. Have you guys seen Amy Schumer lately? Holy fuck.
Now, most people wouldn't have a problem with these jokes, I myself love making jokes about Ethan is Online's weight. My issue here is that only months later, Anisa would release a video titled,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with fat jokes. Nothing wrong with making a fat joke. The problem is the jokes aren't funny. She's not good at it.
What's Wrong with Fat People at the Gym?, where she tries to take the moral high ground. She tells a story about overhearing two women making fun of an overweight gym goer, and says this halfway through.
Any bit of disgusting that they thought this woman was, if they would just look in the mirror or hear what they were saying, like, that is a million times more disgusting than any fucking abomination I can even dream up. And I'm just sitting there flabbergasted at the idea that there's these two women actually ridiculing somebody who has the balls to get up and go to the gym and deal with the shitty people like them and still come back and better themselves.
It's a decent message, but the person delivering that message has no place to talk. And this isn't the only bit of hypocrisy. There's also her statements regarding YouTuber Venus Angelic.
I couldn't drink or eat anything, so I still tried to eat or drink, but I puked out anything I ate. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't keep it in my stomach. I puked about 10 to 15 times a day for
Jesus.
about an entire month. So what the fuck?
That's super bad for, like, your throat and shit. A lot of, stomach acid comes up when you throw up. If you're throwing up 15 times a day, see a fucking doctor, lady.
Be dead! You would be dead!
Yeah, you would be dead. I mean, it would do damage over time, but you would be dead.
If you puke 10 times a day for a month, you would be dead! You wouldn't be alive, that's a lie. There's no way you can put them in. That's for a month. That's not real. There's no way. You'd literally be dead.
For a bit of
I see why her and Denham's are friends now. With Denham's, you don't form memories. 3, and her over here. If you puked 10 times a day, you die. Oh, Jesus.
Context. Venus was a YouTuber who faced abuse from her mother and suffered from an eating disorder. Anisa struggles to understand what she's been going through and makes other bizarre statements.
Where is her mother?
I don't know. She said she ran away from home. She's married, but she's young, so she calls herself boyfriend. What? Let me listen to this again.
Call it your boyfriend, husband.
Boyfriend and husband? Are you a boy?
Anisa herself briefly alludes to having an eating disorder, which she made a video about less than a year prior. She claims she's been struggling with anorexia and body dysmorphia disorder for much of her life.
Attention. She struggles from wanting too much attention. None of this is real.
Discussing how she could barely function at times. This is weird, because apparently much of her stories take place in college where she would have been heavily involved in sports and considering police training. A week later, she posts another video about her OCD diagnosis, which some were suspicious of. She implies she was fully diagnosed by a school therapist, which isn't usually allowed unless they were highly trained. When asked about this in a now deleted comment thread, she struggles coming up with a good explanation. Kinda weird for her to laugh at and question someone else's eating disorder, yet lash out to those doing the same to her. If she wants to make jokes about other people like that, go ahead. But don't act like you're some...
Yeah, it's part of that chameleon thing. She adopts the trauma of the people that she would, roast or make fun of. Then she feels... Yeah, there's an example of that empathy. She feels bad for the person she made fun of. So in order to make amends or make herself feel better, then she adopts whatever problem she made fun of for them and claim it for her own. And then lash out at anyone who makes fun of her the same way that they made fun of that girl so that she can feel better about herself.
Inspirational person spreading positivity to your fans. Also, I don't think someone of BDD would be posting so many revealing photos of themselves online. In a stream in late 2018, Anisa started talking about controversial cosplayer Momo-kun. Basically, this individual was accused of sexually harassing other cosplayers at conventions, and then blamed it on ADHD. Anisa tries not to defend Momo, but it comes across as her doing so since she downplays it.
With it happening, she just received so much fucking hate. And, yeah, I just think that as a content creator, a couple of commentary YouTubers decide to hate you and you're pretty much fucked.
Weird take, but okay. I'm willing to hear her out. However, her next example of a flawed person being unnecessarily hated by the commentary community is Lion Maker of all people.
No matter how serious it is.
Turkey Tom did a good video on him. I'm not going into Lion Maker, but he is it's pretty fucked up to he's a piece of shit, and it's pretty fucked up to defend him. Dude's disgusting.
Right? Even when Lion Maker, whatever his name was accused of pedophilia, it gave me a lot of anxiety because...
Accused and then proven of it. I think he actually like might have seen charges for it. I don't know. It's been a long time since I saw that video about Turkey Tom. It's a good video. Go watch it. Not right now. I mean, watch me first and then go watch it.
I feel like a lot of it is based on a lot of fiction and not a lot of fact. And like, if the person really isn't as bad as what people think it is, which most of the time they're not, then you're just watching people rip apart somebody that maybe doesn't deserve it as much as, like, I don't know. It's just sad seeing
Oh, this aged like milk.
somebody get ripped apart.
Probably the worst example you could bring up.
Projection. She's scared it's going to happen to her.
Now, if you don't remember who Lion Maker is, he's a former YouTuber known for making...
Oh, good. He's going to explain it here. Yeah. I mean, it's not projection in that she messes with children. It's projection that she's scared that someone's going to rip her apart, which ironically is what ended up happening to her here years later.
Minecraft Let's Plays. Around 2015, he got accused of grooming multiple different minors, which there was a decent bit of evidence for. However, the real kicker was that in December 2015, Lion Maker would basically admit to trading inappropriate material with a minor, and posted an image of her naked to his Twitter. In his interview of Colossal's Crazy a year later, he confirmed that this did happen, but says he doesn't know how it happened, which is bullshit.
It's not do you deny that a picture of this girl, Paige the Pandas, what should we call it? What do we call this? A rectum was posted on your Twitter account. Let's just state it out how it is. That is a fact.
No, I do not deny that. I do not deny that.
Who posted this picture?
That is something that I cannot say. I do not know. It's impossible for me to start pointing fingers at someone and saying...
Speculate.
No, I can't.
Now back to Anisa.
Theorize.
Well, Lion Maker went to jail for
Yeah.
pedophilia.
Oh yeah, so he did see charges for it. Yeah, like he went to jail for this. It was not just allegations or speculation. There wasn't just a decent bit of evidence for it. There was enough evidence to convict for.
I urge everyone to check out Colossal's Crazy's interview with Lion Maker. It's surreal.
Yeah, I mean, and he went to jail, and he deserved to go to jail, like, which is whatever. But
She's moonwalking this back.
I mean, I'm just trying to use the example of like when it was before he got prosecuted and whatever. People ripping him apart, like we didn't know.
Yeah, but even if it was before he was prosecuted, there was enough evidence to justify it. Like, once he's prosecuted, like, you can't defend the fact that you can't go back and, well, I defended him, like I'm talking about before he was prosecuted, people jumped the gun. No, the fact that he was prosecuted meant that they read it properly. Like, there's no going back and defending him before it happened. They were right. They were correct in doing so. Do I agree with her that there's plenty of times that people jump the gun on allegations and there's a lot of nothing burgers? Sure. But don't use Lion Maker as your example of that, because he was the time it wasn't.
No. Like, actually, no. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. And until we did know, and he did go to jail, it's a bit scary to rip somebody apart, you know, without really knowing.
Their ripping him apart contributed to why he went to jail. So that's why it happened. People uncovering all of that evidence. If there's actual evidence there, then you can't say, oh, you're ripping him apart. No, they're just investigating. If they're ripping someone apart is going after them and labeling them a thing and trying to punish them with no evidence. That's different.
Again, Lion Maker is a bad example of this, and
Yeah,
she should
it's
know
a
that she
really
actually knew
bad
the full
example.
situation. She's probably just pretending to sound intelligent or some shit. I don't know. She also uses Leafy as here as an example, which is funny since her boyfriend is one of his biggest critics.
Yeah, Leafy was one of them. That was
Yes, she tried to fuck Leafy is here.
hard to watch getting ripped apart.
Next, let's briefly discuss the Sky Williams drama, which occurred around the same time as the Tana Content Cop. Sky and Anisa were very publicly friends, and Sky would even defend Anisa on Twitter. However, Anisa would eventually start shit-talking him on stream for no reason at all. Sky would then DM iDubbbz about this to figure things out, but got ignored. Anisa then said this on stream 2 hours later.
But I give a shit that Sky is such a fucking manipulative piece of shit that he just blows wherever the wind blows. So that's cool. It's really hypocritical.
She is not a very well-spoken individual.
I hate hypocrites, man.
So, he released a now unlisted video about the situation.
I'm not sure if his girlfriend had anything to do with it. Hey, look, hands are clean of it. Used to be friends with her. I found out someone showed me like hella stream highlights of her talking the meanest shit to me. And I didn't know because I'm on Twitter defending her, right? Saw that shit. Then I cried to her in DMs. And no, I don't mean, I was drunk and I literally cried. I'm sobbing to her.
Pussy.
And she's like, oh, well, I just thought she was a tool, but now.
What happened to modern day men? Like, none of them have a backbone anymore. None.
And then she talking shit. 2 weeks later, nigga. Then I said, nah, I ain't gonna cry in your dick.
You're a black man too. You don't start talking gangster now after you talked about how you just cried over an e-whore. Over a white OnlyFans model.
DMs again.
Fake ass gangster.
Bitch.
Now this guy Williams guy seems overly sensitive, but Anisa allegedly
Yeah, he definitely is. And overly compensating with the wannabe gangster talk immediately after.
Described him as a valuable piece of shit in a now deleted stream, so. And for the icing on top, here's another clip from that Lion Maker stream.
This is really bad. Yikes takes. Why is it bad? It's bad that I'm trying to be a reasonable human being and I think we like hate people way too aggressively online that don't really
It's bad because your take is bad. They are correct.
deserve it. I just think
But he did deserve it.
like people want to hate on people and demonize them for things that aren't even real.
But that was real. He went to jail. Are we still talking about Lion Maker?
By this point in her career, Anisa seemed to disregard others around her and would say whatever the fuck she wanted to get attention. My theory is that she didn't care about saying stupid shit because she had the reputation of her boyfriend backing her up. I mean, who dare would make an exposed video on the girlfriend of Mr. Content?
Yeah, she's dating her biggest simp. She's fine.
Cop.
She's got that safety net, so now she can say whatever dumb shit she wants online, and it's not like she's going to go homeless or bankrupt even if she loses her career because she's latched onto him.
Here's some of the craziest things she's ever said during this era. The Holocaust statements.
Is experimenting on 10 children.
Oh, is this where she justified the Holocaust? Jesus fuck.
To obtain a cure for thousands of kids'
This isn't her being edgy. This is her being uneducated.
lives justified. That's a really hard question, and I think if people are being 100% honest, they'd give you a different answer than what you're expecting. As terrible as the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was.
This has been thoroughly debunked, but sure, just don't research any of it. Just spew it out your mouth.
That did the experiments on people, gay people, handicaps, twins. I think that's and
Jews. The answer you're looking for is Jews. Doesn't matter if they were twins or handicapped or gay. They all had one thing in common. It's that they were Jews.
Obviously, they were obviously Jewish.
There you go.
Or they did it on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
No, they did not.
Just factually untrue. The experiments conducted by Nazi scientists were not done for scientific discoveries. They were a way to torture people. I mean, the notes taken were literally just gibberish. Nothing of importance was discovered. This clip in general is such a bad look for her, and will get mentioned quite a bit over the next several years. So much so that Anisa had to address it in a recent podcast episode.
People would come in and try to bait me into like having these fucking stupid answers. I really regret this one, but like somebody asked like like something about the Holocaust and like whether or not there was like good that came out of it or whatever. And I prefaced it very heavily. I was like, the things that happened during the Holocaust were horrific. The experiments that happened were horrific. And then this was like the big mistake was like, but there were things that came out of it that like, which I found out now is complete propaganda. Nothing good came out of those experiments. They didn't actually find anything. And I was trying to like have this like ethical, and I was like, some people would say that. I said some
That's
people
true, you did. I
would
do
say
remember that.
because I don't.
You're implying that you agree with those people when you say it. You can't pull the Trump people are saying and act like, well, I didn't say it. No, but you repeated it without saying you don't agree with it. It's not what you said, it's what you didn't say. You didn't say you don't agree with it. You were basically co-signing it by repeating it. Jesus. Context, people.
Agree with it.
Right.
I was just trying to play the ethical.
You're playing that game.
Yeah, of like.
It's just like the people are like, I didn't tweet that, I just retweeted it. Yeah, you co-signed it when you retweeted. You saw a tweet you liked, so you wanted more people to see it, so you retweeted it, which means you agree with it. That's what people take that to mean. dumbass.
Yeah,
This is a conversation that some people have had, and I've heard this exact conversation in my university setting. So I was like, oh, I'll just present this because I've heard it said before, and it sounds smart.
I'll just repeat this without checking it. I mean, Google's super easy to use, but they said it at a university, guys, so that must make it true, right?
And that clip, like, it has been shared so... I've been told that I'm, like, a Nazi sympathizer, that I, like, deny...
That's what you were doing. Yes. Correct.
the Holocaust. I've had people, like... And that is, like, by far the most painful... Like, that, I heavily regret that.
Yeah.
I feel like what she's saying is a half-truth, which makes me doubt her, honestly. Unless
it's one of those, well, technically she's right, but you're devoiding it of context. It's a lie by omission kind of thing.
The clip was taken out of context, which I don't think it is. Why can't she just take full responsibility for it? She just made excuses like, oh, I learned this in a university setting, and my chat baited me into saying it. You're a grown adult. You can ignore questions and just move on. And if you're going to go on a high horse and call out people who overuse the word Nazi, why don't you tell your friend Denims to not do so on your behalf? Here, she's referencing Froggy Fresh.
And he's just started posting, like, let me see if I can find it. He was just posting Nazi shit. Okay? I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how else to explain it other than he was posting Nazi shit.
What's happening here is that Anisa is trying super hard to be like her boyfriend, but is failing miserably. iDubbbz at the time was actually able to put together cohesive arguments relating to edgy topics, and also didn't try to come across as some sort of intellectual. He didn't take himself seriously and was, you know, actually funny. Anisa is legitimately trying to sound smart, and comes off as a dumbass because she has never been self-aware. This is especially evident in her debate with Vegan Gains in November 2018. If you don't know who Vegan Gains is, he's a crazed vegan activist known for saying some pretty
I mean, he is kind of unhinged, but he's not a dummy. He is a smart guy. It's just he is unhinged. I would debate him. It would quickly go off the rails between the two of us. I think it would be fun. Much as I don't like the guy, I think he'd be fun to debate.
outlandish stuff.
And when I see babies in a stroller, especially when they're crying, I just want to...
I would not debate him on veganism. That's ridiculous. But any other topic, like, he seems like he'd be fun to debate, though.
Put my foot through the fucking thing and step on it until it's nothing but blood and pulp on the fucking pavement!
Yes. He views animal lives as far superior to human lives. He has no problem with killing babies, but don't you dare kill a chicken. Yeah, like, his veganism arguments are ridiculous. He is insane. But when he's arguing about other stuff, he could be quite reasonable. And that's why I think it'd be fun, because he's not an idiot. Like, when you hear him argue about, you know, like drama stuff or politics or something, then he actually makes a lot of sense. And he seems like an intelligent guy.
Honestly, debating this guy could have been
just the obsession with veganism has driven him insane.
A slam dunk for Anisa, but I'm sure you can already predict how well she did here. She basically spends the entire debate prefixing her arguments with, I feel like, not actually going off legit facts she can use against Richard.
Remind you of another debate I had? The I feel statements. If you haven't seen my debate in an H3 Snarker, you should go check it out. It's a fun ride. He actually came back for round 2 where he cried, so it has a very satisfying ending.
I feel like Now,
even though I don't agree with a lot of veganism, I still have to admit that Richard does an incredible job here. He actually brought up sources and could properly debate Anisa, while she fumbles around and says loads of nonsense. At one point, she says she doesn't think society caters to vegan diets, which is hilarious as this bitch frequents California, one of the most vegan states in America.
and that simple fact, which is a fact, and if you want to find studies for that fact, go ahead, but like, our society does not...
You're like begging him to debunk you. Yeah, that's he takes debates seriously, even if they're not about veganism. Like, the guy has, he must have been in debate club or done some debate prep or something, because he will come prepared. He takes the time to do the research. He comes with sources. That's why I'm like, it would actually be fun to debate him, because it would be actual, like, arguments and not just a bunch of I feel statements.
not cater towards a vegan diet, therefore
A true battle of the minds.
it's less convenient than a non-vegan diet.
You're arguing against yourself here. So first you claimed that, well, a lot of the reason why vegan populations are healthier than meat eaters is because they're not eating processed garbage, they're not drinking, not smoking, and then you're actually advocating for a lifestyle where you go out and eat junk food and fast food.
She clearly didn't prepare for this and takes all of her anger out on Richard, saying he's the aggressive one here.
Okay, well, look, when you're...
I mean, He does debate aggressively, but that doesn't matter. Is he right? I can be aggressive or I can be calm. I prefer aggressive, so that's why I'd want to debate him, because I can just be unhinged and I'd still look like the sane one. But the information he brings to the table is what matters. Oh my God, I couldn't see shit.
Complaining that I'm pointing out logical fallacies that you're making, that sounds to me like you're uncomfortable with me actually making arguments.
We're good. I'm so at that point. If this is
She is in way over her head.
your view of winning, which is talking very aggressively for a period of time, very confident, you've won, man. Like,
I've made arguments. Well, no, I've made arguments and presented evidence.
And this is actually him pretty calm. This is probably the least aggressive I've seen him in a debate, if I'm being honest.
You haven't. So yes, I have won on that basis alone.
Well, then there you go.
Okay, so you agree that you don't have any evidence for your claims, and your arguments are completely logically inconsistent? Look, if you don't agree on that, I want to continue this conversation. I don't want to misrepresent your views. I actually am interested in having an honest conversation about this.
Yeah, I'm done.
Remember, this is the same chick who tried arguing about the semantics of certain slurs, and thought ISIS isn't real because her Muslim father is too nice a person. By this time, many began noticing Anisa's antics, with a group known as Parafax archiving her worst moments. This would lead to YouTuber Brittany Venti releasing an exposed video on her, which currently
That chick's also crazy.
has almost 700,000 views. In that video, she shows a clip that pretty much sums up Anisa's thought process.
I've been scrolling through my own Twitter feed, and I'll read something, and I'll be like, fuck, I need to unfollow this guy. And then I'll go to his page, and then it says 400k followers, and then it says, Sky follows you. And my inner piece of shit goes, this is an important human being. I shouldn't unfollow him. I should just put up with it, or at least mute him.
Your inner clout chaser.
Now, most people began hearing about Anisa in early 2020 due to an infamous tweet. I'm very excited to announce my Loot OnlyFans launch. Check me out in the link below. I'm very excited to provide cute cosplay photosets and more. Many in iDubbbz's fanbase began making jokes and memes. Many began referring to iDubbbz as a simp, since most guys wouldn't be fond of their girlfriend showing their assholes to the entire internet. He actually handled the situation pretty well at first, tweeting, "I'm done, fuckers, I'm done. No more Mr. Nice Simp." Most people would have moved on.
Yeah, what happened to that energy, bud? What happened, man? You were so ready to be done. No more Mr. Nice Simp, and now you've learned empathy, I guess.
From this. But then Ian shot himself in the foot and released the video, Sex Workers, iDubbbz Complains. It starts out with Ian saying he's fine with the memes, but has a problem with the more critical fans of his. One of these fans is a 15-year-old
I'm fine with the jokes, but not the people who have actual valid points. Cool.
who made a parody tweet, which Ian seems to take as real. He then criticizes the YouTuber Atozi for thinking OnlyFans will greatly affect someone's career, which is true.
And then future jobs, they might be a little bit harder to come by.
I think this is one of the most important opinions to highlight because it really demonstrates a severe lack of real-world experience when you're saying that future jobs are going to be harder to come by because of an OnlyFans.
Yeah, but he's not wrong. Like, you haven't had to have a real job in a very long time, and it just shows here. He's not wrong. I mean, you can do OnlyFans and probably still get real jobs. The more public you make that OnlyFans, the harder it's going to be. OnlyFans and those sites do give you the tools to geo-block locations. You can not advertise it publicly, make an alt account to advertise it on. Like, you can do things to hide it. But if you're just putting it out there in the public for people that you're applying for jobs for to easily just do a quick Google search and find, yeah, well, they might not want their, yeah, like, it may affect your ability to get hired. That's just fucking true, man.
Account. Like, if you think this affects your standing or your social credibility in getting jobs, you are so sadly mistaken.
This is just dumb. If you morally disagree with that, then okay. But he's pretending as if that stigma doesn't exist in the first place. Though, to be fair to Ian, he does have some decent points in this video. His main one is the dismantlement of the hypocrisy allegations.
It's because he's a hypocrite. He makes content cop and targets people, but he himself have girlfriend whoring herself. and he does nothing about it. You think these fucking retards would actually do a smidgen of research? Because, like, I did it, and I found the potential hypocrisies in what I say in the past, and it's pretty fucking consistent. The funding for the slut shirt is actually very, very low. Skanktown, USA, softcore porn all over the walls. Pretty nice, huh? You know, like, I'm not saying that women should be sexualized or shouldn't be. I'm just saying that there is the market for it, so it makes sense that they would do it. I would say skank and
That's probably the only part of him that was consistent right there.
slut. But never was that part of my argument. It's just flavor. It's just flavor. Like, in the future, I'll probably say slut and skank again.
The only other hypocrisy people could name at the time was the iDubbbz green screen video, which is also
Again, intentionality matters.
Pretty weak. None of these videos signify any sort of past hatred or criticism of sex work. However, there is an instance of this.
I'm not racist, I just use the N-word a lot to add flavor. Like, put it in any other context and it doesn't work. Oh man, this is glitched out hard. Holy fucking shit.
That Ian has never addressed. Enter Zoe Berger. Zoe was a prominent Twitch streamer back around 2016.
Okay, maybe it's just that room. Holy fuck, that's terrible. No, it's bright everywhere. What the fuck?
Big for basically being one of the first popular e-girls. She's basically the mid-2010s equivalent of Amaranth or Strawberry Tabby. She orchestrated fake beef with Keemstar, leading to an appearance on the Baited podcast.
Just like what works for me is shaking my ass and making
Yeah, but the
self-deprecating
problem-
jokes and dealing
Yeah,
with
but the
people who call
problem-
me a pedo. So how are you going to come at me like that?
Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing, though. Clown, listen.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay, do you want to spank me?
I miss the Baited podcast. Locale is just like, it's so obviously scripted at this point, I can't enjoy it anymore. I mean, it was fun when they were crashing out and it looked believable, but then when he got, like, clearly they ran out of stuff to crash out about and they started scripting it. So, I get it. The same people who enjoy Locale Live now are like the same people who enjoy professional wrestling. Like, they know it's fake, but it's still funny to watch the ridiculousness. I don't know. I just, like, once I know it's fake, then the ridiculousness, no matter how ridiculous it is, just isn't funny to me anymore. That's why I can't watch wrestling, too.
For it, Daddy.
Now you're trying to
Basically, around 2016, Anisa and Zoe were friends, and the latter invited Anisa to take part in a scarce video. In this video, Zoe and her friends would be twerking on him in lingerie, which Anisa was apparently down for. However, she decided to not do it, and then referred to Zoe and her friends as the Ho Squad.
I never wanted to join Zoe's Ho Squad.
In response, Zoe made the following video.
Well, I thought I was done, but apparently 2 tweets wasn't enough for this girl. You were supposed to come and hang out with me in Celestia after you begged Celestia. I have the Skype screenshots. You begged her to come hang out with me. I didn't know her or you, but she pulled you a favor so that you could come hang out with us. I said yes because why not? The more the merrier. You back out because iDubbbz tells you it's a bad idea to associate with me. Then you proceed to go on for the next couple of weeks and tweet about me every now and then, talking crap. I don't know if you're trying to provoke me or if you just honestly believe all the things you're saying, because if you tried to provoke me, you did it. Congratulations, it worked.
Bring the smoke, bitch! Catfight!
I'm fucking making a video Keemstar style at your ass. However, you
She didn't want to say content cop style. She should have, would have been funnier.
listen to iDubbbz advice over the bond of friendship that you had with Celestia and eventually regretted that because just a week later you posted a parody video of the scarce video you were supposed to be in if you had not been a flake. Now, you know, there's no problems there, but then you start coming at me about how I don't change my bras or something, like that's even relevant. Why don't we talk about something that's completely irrelevant to you?
Oh my
Why
God.
don't we talk about why your boyfriend won't promote anything about you? Is he trying to keep your ass a secret? Why? Is he one of the biggest fucking YouTubers and he can't help your ass out? I think you picked the wrong side. You should have come and hung out and facilitated making friends, but instead you decided to be a snake, hop on his fucking dick for more whatever you think perceived celebrity, and failed.
These are the Skype messages Zoe was talking
God damn, just unloading. Oh, forgot how good this drama was. It's been years since I've seen this.
about, and Anisa definitely seemed down for it. Now, I couldn't find the parody video Anisa made, but she did end up releasing a video on her YouTube channel about Zoe. This was released 2 weeks after the drama, where she criticizes her for wanting to create a female esports team. Now, some of the criticism is pretty valid, but she definitely only made this as a fuck you to Zoe.
She can say whatever the hell she wants about creating equal opportunity or getting back at the male population for suppressing and oppressing women. That's bullshit and we all know it. The reason why she doesn't want a girl who's 200 pounds...
Watching two dumbass feminist bitches fight is like gotta be most entertaining and cringe shit in the world.
...on her team is because she wants to market the shit out of these girls.
Watching them eat their own. Oh, it's great.
She wants to beat these horses until they're dead. She could care less what the ramifications are in the esports community for women. And that's a problem. We do not want this being the face of esports for women. We don't. It is disgust. It is nasty. You are nasty. This whole thing is nasty.
The top comment reads, "The fame that she is creating isn't about girl power or promoting legitimately strong girl gamers. It's about using sexuality to draw attention. In and of itself, that isn't a problem. But when that's the only asset to fame, then it hurts the industry, and it hurts women."
True. There has to be more to them than that. You can be hot and still be a good gamer if you're going to be the, esports girl. But you also have to be, good at the game. The being hot should just be a coincidental thing, not the reason you're on the team. Because that's what it starts to look like if you're not good at the game. If that's the only thing you bring to the table. Yeah, it does more harm than good. He's not wrong.
Who work very hard to compete in a world that already stigmatizes them as boobs of a controller. Soak in that irony, boys. It's palpable tonight. Anisa has always given Zoe loads of shit for showing her body, which is funny because Anisa showed just as much of her body at the time and shows way more of it now.
Yep.
Remember earlier when I said that Anisa was secretly insecure while being a booby streamer? Well, that insecurity has increased tenfold.
Yeah, it wasn't so secret, Chief. It was pretty obvious to anyone who was paying attention.
Ever since she started her OF, and she's basically
and by paying attention, I mean to her words, not her fucking chest.
Transferred some of that to Ian. In that sex workers video, Ian blatantly said that he's fine of people making edgy jokes about him being a simp, and Anisa taking lewd photos.
A good amount of people are just doing the reasonable thing and just making jokes and laughing about it.
But Ian and Anisa clearly don't think that anymore, as they now see these sorts of jokes as downright misogynistic. In Ian's Froggy Fresh video, he
rules for thee, but not for me. Yeah.
He criticized Tyler for making such jokes, where he compares OF girls to being escorts.
And he was gonna win. Like, I don't know if they're giving. I think they give away like OnlyFans girls there at these events. I don't know what kind of sponsorships going on. Like, if you win certain fights, I think you get to own some of these girls for some of the nights.
Awesome.
I don't know how it works, but I think Chris was like he had plans to go beat up a nerd and however they get to like lease one of these girls, and so like. He got there,
lease like she's a fucking car.
Ian was probably thinking like, because I think, man, I need to just stop all this probably.
No, Froggy, keep going. I think you should keep going. I think the women of the world need to hear your opinions on
God,
these
I'm still alive.
Talk more about how sex workers are property. That's a funny joke. It was super funny the third time that you referred to women as property. That was the...
Yes, it was.
That was the funniest one. Because when you said lease, I was like, yeah, I know what a lease is. Even if you didn't do any of the Sam Hyde stuff, why would we want you at our event? Like, if you're just gonna blatantly disrespect sex workers and women and other fighters, saying that they're here to touch e-thoughts, like...
Isn't that the... Like how you promote boxing events, though, is you create the beef and the drama around it? Isn't the shit talking supposed to be part of it?
It is so disrespectful and shitty. I don't want to share the space with you. I don't want other people to be uncomfortable because you're there. Like, you don't get the vibe, all right? The vibe is sex workers and fighting, I guess.
I like how he has to lump sex workers and women in the same sentence to make him appear as some sort of sexist freak, when in reality, he was joking about how many OF creators are at Creator Clash. And Froggy only made this joke after he...
Yeah. That was like the whole joke behind bringing Amaranth and her and that crew there. It's just that your wife got called one, so now it's bad. It's so fucking transparent, dude. Don't dish it if you can't take it, which is like his entire brand at this point.
he got kicked, with the joke he made before being kicked being pretty lighthearted.
On April 15th, if I don't hurt you beyond what anybody could have imagined, I will be so disappointed in myself that I will subscribe to Anisa's OnlyFans.
What's funny? I'm sorry, it was funny. Jesus, like, this was the best promotion that event got, and he fucking shot it down. You should play it off like it's all scripted jokes and part of the beef, and that's what leads to good boxing promotion. That's why when they're promoting like big name boxing events, like you get the two boxers up there in an interview and then they stand face to face and they're fucking arguing and shit and they're talking shit to each other. Yeah, people want to see that. That's what gets them hyped for the fight. They want to believe that these two want to beat the shit out of each other, that they're not just doing it for funsies.
If you want to criticize Froggy for being unfunny, then do it. But don't label him a misogynist just because you're a...
What's up? Huh? Oh, yeah, go ahead. You can join. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I got it. It's fine. You can go ahead and join. Quick break right here because the wife's joining. Wondering what we're watching here. Last night we watched basically these little mini documentaries on the characters that we've been covering in all these dramas, so people who aren't super familiar with them or know where we're coming from, you can see why they are the way they are and who they are as people. So this is the history of IW's wife, who started basically chasing trends and trying her best to become famous and fame at every avenue, and then her only claim to fame is basically dating him. And she cheated on him and a bunch of other stuff, and he sticks around because she took his virginity, and that's the only girl he's been with. Yeah. He was an incel until her. She is not just the first girl he's ever been with sexually, but the only girl he's ever dated and the only girlfriend he has ever had. So he is deeply insecure and doesn't know what to do with if she leaves. I guess he figures out a relationship. So he just puts up with whatever she has complete control over and got the guy by the balls. So we're about at the part where she has been dating him for about a year and up to Creator Clash 1, where she has announced that, because before he met her, he had all these like videos making fun of OnlyFans girls and e-girls, like most incels do, calling them skanks and whores and blah, blah, blah. Basically like, oh, it's not that I can't get you, it's that I wouldn't date someone like you. Yeah, and now he's dating one, and he's basically trying to defend it now. So another rules. Yeah, another, because that's just his style, man. So another rules for thee and not for me kind of thing from him. So there you go. You're all caught up now. Let's go. Let's roll.
Offended by it. I mean, who in their right mind would think that Froggy, a married guy with kids, hates women?
So that was one of the guys from there, just to get you completely caught up, what he's talking about now.
I don't hear anything.
No.
I hear noises. I hear the game.
Okay, good. You hear noises now.
I unplugged it and plugged it back up.
Okay, whoa, oh, that's the wrong one. Why? That's the one I want. There we go. Okay, so Froggy Fresh, as I was trying to explain, was a fighter, a rather popular YouTuber and fighter for Creator Clash 2. This is the Creator Clash that failed. The first one made $1 million for charity, and this is the one that lost $250,000 for charity. So Froggy Fresh was one of their main fighters. He was a pretty big YouTuber, and he got kicked from the event because he made a joke. And the joke was that if he loses, he would subscribe to Anisa's OnlyFans. And that's the joke. I was like, yeah, isn't that the kind of shit talking you want for your boxing event?
Yeah.
It's a pretty mild joke, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, you publicly announced that you had an OnlyFans. If you rolled with the punches and you were like, cool, then I'll raise my subscription price to $1 million. You know, do something like that. And just hit back. But instead, they whined and cried, which is what he's doing in his video now, and kicked him from the boxing event. One of the many things that they did that ended up tanking that thing. Because they can't take jokes. They can dish it and they can't take it.
That's the only insult these e-girls know. They call their opponents insults.
Yeah, that was an accident, man.
Not
Sorry,
realizing that those are usually their main demographic. On our podcast of Casey Tron and Denims, Anisa began talking about what she thinks is the worst type of audience to have.
I think, like, honestly, like, young male audiences are the...
Young male audiences is the worst kind of audience to have.
Isn't that your audience?
Says the girl who started in OnlyFans. Yes.
Fucking worst audiences on the planet, by far. And I think that it's an easy way to get a bag really quickly, but I think
Saying the quiet part out loud. Yes, we all know why you started in OnlyFans, but unfortunately, having that audience means that you have to deal with all the shit that comes with it. You want that quick bag? This is the price of admission. This is what you have to put up with to get that quick paycheck. This is literally the job.
everybody grows to regret it that, like, specs into that audience.
I don't know if she's just purposely being retarded, but she just...
Oh, it's all natural, Vince. Okay, this is... I mean, I do go to the gym. I try to stay toned, but you know, this is all natural. Ain't no Ozempics or nothing here. This is just a guy who takes care of himself. See, this is
the
the
way I
important.
met him.
This is the important. Look at this body, ladies and gentlemen. This is the importance of going out, touching grass, staying active, and eating right, and taking care of yourself. You ain't even got to go to the gym. Just stay active. Do some sit-ups. Do some push-ups. Go outside, touch grass. Walk around the block a few times. Just move your fat fucking body. You terminally online tards.
Just described her own audience. Young men are the only ones paying $10 a month to look at her holes. I mean, let's be real. The only person outside of that demographic who masturbates to her OF is Denims.
Oh, this picture is really good. It is not easy to pull off like white hair, and I think she does a really good job. I think she pulls it off really well.
So,
it was alright. In case you missed the white hair.
No, I saw it.
You saw it?
I don't understand. This is a different girl?
That's still.
I mean, no, I'm saying the girl.
The girl
talking.
commenting. That's Denims. That's the one who said you don't form memories at 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
that piece of shit.
Yeah. This
Okay.
was
Why-
the introduction.
why is she commenting?
She became friends with this. This was their like foot in the door into that whole group. Was they did it through Denims because they became friends with her first.
Okay.
Yeah, basically.
All right.
So
Well,
it was, they clout chased off her and then and like
I mean,
piggybacked off her.
I don't really understand.
Yep.
why
Welcome to the wonderful world of internet clout chasing, baby.
Yeah, like.
It's like it's basically high school shit. It's a lot of high school shit,
yeah,
like
that's what
when
it sounds
girls
like.
pretend to be friends with certain girls because they're popular. Yeah. It's basically that, but online.
And I think she does a really good job. I think she pulls it off really well.
This is all just online mean girl shit.
Yeah.
I don't believe these two actually like each other.
No.
Similar to Casey Tron, Anisa also has a habit of blandly referring to her haters as incels, even trying to lure them out. All this does is lures out the guys with actual self-respect.
Again, that's your core demographic that you make your money from.
Yeah.
And you got your clout from, and your house from, and your boobs from. Yeah, basically you married an incel, yeah.
Yeah.
And keeps in the loser sims with infatuations for her. She uses this as a quick and easy way to dismiss her critics, instead of actually engaging.
That's her go-to insult, and it was funny as fuck to watch her use, just like fall back to her go-to insult against Ethan when he's a grown man married with children, and you just it was like a reflex. She was just, oh, you incel, and he's like, the fuck are you talking about? I have children, I have a wife, like they're like you've seen them, you've met them.
Yeah.
What do you? Okay.
Yeah, I found that
weird.
Like,
it was almost like a reflex, like she just couldn't help herself. She has no other insults.
With their arguments. You'll rarely ever see her do that, as she sucks at debates worse than Noah Sampson. So what does her family think about this? Well, her mother is obviously fine with it.
Oh yeah, you missed the part with her mom.
Her mom?
So when she was starting out streaming,
Uh-huh.
she was a booby video game streamer at first. That didn't work out. Then she
Yeah.
tried the wonderful world of debates. She sucked at that. And
Why
then
would you try debates if you're not good at debates?
and then she tried being edgy, and that's how she met iDubbbz. And then she just basically latched onto him, and the rest is history. But during her phase where she was trying her best to find her popularity, her mom made an account and didn't tell her on Twitch, and would be in her streams, watching her daughter's streams and trying to defend her every time guys came in there and started screaming things like show your boobies and doing the stuff that online guys do. And she would basically be crashing out in the streams for her. And the ironic part is that she didn't know it was her mother, but she really liked this girl who was defending her all the time. So she made that girl a mod in her chat without realizing it was her mom.
Her mom.
Later, it was exposed that it was her mom, and she just said, yeah, my mom is a moderator in my chat, and they just like, and then her mom went totally public and totally unhinged and started like defending her on Twitter, and like anytime someone talked shit about, she was the easiest person in the world to antagonize and get a reaction out of, which people did constantly. I think her mom finally quit because I haven't heard anything about her mom in a long time, but yeah, that was
That's
this
so weird.
So we know where she got it all from, because a lot of the arguments that she uses and a lot of the ways that she acts, she clearly got from her mother.
From her mom, yeah.
She got it from her mom.
Yeah, that's where my brain went.
She got it from her mom.
Like,
it's an old school song. You guys should Google it. I know there's a lot of young people that watch my stream. Gotcha, Anakin.
In those tweets I showed earlier. Her
Oh.
father, meanwhile, has been dealing with Alzheimer's for the past few years.
Yeah,
So
George
he's out of
Pearson
the
went
picture.
to a university with my dad.
So there is no male figure in her life to talk some sense into her.
No.
No, her and her mother just go unhinged,
Yeah.
and they feed off each other.
They're
Did
both
he?
psychology majors at the U of A at the same time.
What does your dad think about him?
I mean, I don't know. My dad's got Alzheimer's out the ass, so I could ask him, but he'd probably just...
It'd be a
not
funny answer.
It'd be a funny answer, probably.
He's Muslim, and probably wouldn't be too fond of his daughter doing adult content, though that's just speculation.
Definitely wouldn't be.
Nope.
He wouldn't be a good Muslim if he did.
Yeah.
Like, just by definition. It's literally in their doctrine. It's haram. No, I mean, yeah, like you can't be Muslim and be okay with that, or you're a grifter. He definitely wouldn't be okay with it.
Speculation. Anisa likes using his faith and ethnicity whenever relevant, bringing it up during her live stream
Don't
with
they
Ian and
always?
Hassan Piker.
Yeah, she loves to lean on it as when it wins her a debate or when it gets her some clout.
Yeah.
But when it comes into question, well, he's got Alzheimer's, so no one can actually question him to see if he agree with it or not. Basically, you just have to take her at her word.
Yeah.
But if we're to believe that he's as devout a Muslim as you say he is, and he lives by the doctrine, then we don't need to ask him. The doctrine tells us what his answer should be.
There you go.
I feel like also like there was just a lot of things that Ian had never experienced or understood. Like he had never met a Muslim before, and then he ended up marrying one. But like that was something that really changed.
She's not a Muslim. She's a Muslim when it gets her into a certain group.
Yeah,
she has an
she's-
entire video where she denounced the Muslim faith after her dad got Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Like, she has denounced this faith publicly, and now years later, now that she needs it to get in with Hassan, suddenly she's Muslim again.
Yeah.
There's nothing real about this person, including her boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't real either.
I mean.
Yeah, he paid for
obviously. Who's this girl with all the tattoos?
Oh, that's her.
Oh, is that her?
That's her.
She kind of
That's her, and
looks
that's
like
Ian. Yeah,
this
that's her.
chick who killed this dude. Anyway, I'm sorry.
She looks like a crazy white woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, who'd have thunk it?
Yeah.
I feel like, alhamdulillah. That's but
And that beautiful trans girl on the left is Hassan.
Yeah, mashallah, mashallah.
I taught him the Fatiha. But there's a video of him chopping a Quran in half. And when my dad was still mentally sane, I was terrified that he was going to find that video.
No,
of
you
Ian.
weren't.
He's like
God,
in
I did
a-
not know that.
Yeah, he chops a Quran in half with a cleaver, and I was like, oh my god, if my dad ever fucking sees that.
It was less intentional. It was more just random unboxing, and I'm just, you know.
Wasn't intentional. I didn't mean to chop a Quran in half with a cleaver. There was no thought process at all. The cleaver actually came with the Quran. It was almost as if they wanted me to do. Jesus Christ, dude.
Oh my god.
Yeah, clearly it was intentional.
Yeah,
You wanted to do
that
it.
Sounds
Oh my
pretty
God.
intentional.
Sorry.
Oopsie.
That would get you like.
I tripped, fell. I was holding the cleaver, and I landed on the Quran. Oh my God, dude.
Literally, my dad.
I didn't mean to cheat on you, baby. I tripped, fell, and landed on his big black cock.
Literally murder you. Probably.
Yeah, I think I'm right to assume he wouldn't be happy. Anisa only seems to refer to herself as Muslim when it's convenient for her, as she once made a now deleted video called Why I Left Islam.
At 16 years old,
Yeah, there's the video. Okay. Yeah, Rob usually does his research, so if I reference something, I'll be shocked if it's not in here. But it's a good knowledge check for me to see if I know more than Rob's media.
sat my dad down and I had a talk with him, basically telling him that I no longer wanted to be a part of Islam. I didn't want
I
to be
don't think
Muslim
that
anymore. And
What?
I said, I don't think that happened.
Yeah, but that's the thing is once he got the Alzheimer's, like
I
she
was
can
gonna
say
say,
whatever
if he
she
got
wants,
the
and there's no way to
Alzheimer's,
no way to
yeah.
verify it.
Like,
But
I don't think you
she sat him
and
down
had a
and told him
talk.
that she didn't want to be a Muslim
No.
anymore, and he was cool with it.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I don't
I mean,
think that happened.
we can do nothing but take her at her word.
Yeah.
Exactly. Which one would argue that's her weaponizing her dad's Alzheimer's in the way that she accuses Ethan of weaponizing its Tourette's or whatever
Yeah.
thing that he claims.
Yeah.
But again, rules for thee and not for me.
Hit dog hollers, right?
Look at how normal she looked back then compared to the fucking
compared to
yeah
all
the tattoo riddled
tattoos
thing
and-
that she is now.
and
Yeah,
I
it's
look
not
like
even
a
that she
woman
got tattoos.
was
Yeah,
on,
it's not even that she
Dateline.
got tattoos. It's that they don't match and they're all terrible. it's tacky. You just look like a wall that's been graffitied by 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to be agnostic or spiritual. I don't really know what the word is. And he did not take it fantastic. Now, I understand why he wouldn't take it fantastic, because to him, this means that I'm going to hell. This is one of the worst things that could ever happen to him as a parent, and I think in a lot of ways he blamed himself because he married my mother, who was a Catholic who converted to Islam, and his father always warned him that that would mean that we would come out atheist. My dad didn't believe.
That's a weird soup, right?
I mean, I'm trying to follow the logic there. So if you're Muslim,
I was trying to follow the ingredients that lead to this.
So if you're Muslim, you marry a Christian, and then y'all have a baby. The baby's gonna come out atheist. The Muslim and the Christianity cancel each other out. I mean, obviously, if I'm white,
what
and I marry a
happens
black
if you marry
woman,
a Jew?
Obviously, if I'm white, and I marry a black woman, well, the white and the black cancel each other out, so my kids are gonna come out Mexican.
Well, according to my best friend, they came out Indian. So
They came out Indian.
There you go.
Jesus Christ, what is this logic?
Him, and I guess being faced with the reality of things was really hard on him, and it was a very difficult time for our family.
She still refers to herself as Muslim, though, which heavily contradicts this. And for those thinking the term Muslim refers to race, not religion, Muslim literally refers to a follower of the religion of Islam. In her own words, Anisa is not that. I mean, she engages in some downright degenerate behavior, even posting nudes on the same day as her wedding. Why the fuck would you—
There you go. Those are her wedding photos. Getting married, y'all. Check it out. Check it out.
Maybe she got a piercing.
This hole is now closed for business. One last look, fellas. Well, until next week when I need money again.
Wedding piercing? Was she showing that off?
Actually, I wear my wedding ring down here.
Down here. Everybody look.
Oh my god, dude.
Did we miss those pictures? We didn't.
They're not even like
we
classy.
didn't
At least do it in the wedding dress or make it like.
I was gonna say, how does this make it wedding?
Yeah, they're not even classy. Like even your OnlyFans content is lazy, and that's easy content to make. Just fucking.
You're lazy OnlyFans.
Yeah,
model.
Cosplay and show a little boob. And there you go. You've got the nerds. Like, it's easy to do. It doesn't even have to be good cosplay. Oh, it's your wedding date? Do a wedding theme.
There you go.
There you go. Do it in your wedding dress.
You could be the Bride of Chucky or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, the
Prince.
Yeah, you do the whole naughty bride thing.
Yeah.
It's a nice day for a whore wedding.
So we missed the OnlyFans wedding photography shoot, I guess.
No, she just set her phone up on the counter.
No, I'm saying us. We didn't do one.
Yeah. We could do an OnlyFans wedding shoot better than hers for sure.
Yeah, we probably could, but
at least there'd be a theme and it would have some personality and it would all definitely be done as a joke.
Yes.
Maybe I'll sell my wedding bathwater.
A wedding bathwater.
My last bathwater as a free man.
There you go.
to even do that? Shit like this is why people refer to Ian as a cuck. What guy
No
would be
shit.
perfectly fine if his significant other posting that stuff on the same day they're getting married? This happened in June 2021, with a couple having one of those shitty Vegas weddings. Ian would then legally change his
I was about to ask, is that an Elvis impersonator behind him? And yes it is. It's
Oh
a
my
Vegas
god,
wedding.
is that the same one that did the Turpins?
He kind of looks like Hugh.
Remember?
He kind of looks like Hugh Jackman.
No, remember the
He kinda
the
looks like
fucking family.
He kind of looks like Hugh Jackman.
I mean, he kind of does, but the one who did the Turpins wedding
Darn
looked
good.
like Hugh Jackman too a little bit.
You
And
You ain't nothing but a hound dog, bub.
but no, you remember the guy with the bowl cut and his wife who kept like their 18 children or whatever it is tied up or chained to the bed.
I mean,
and they
clearly
would
that's a
go
wig.
on all those vacations all dressed alike, and they used to like to go to Vegas and renew their vows with the Elvis impersonator. He looks like the same one.
He might be. He works in Vegas, and they got one of the cheap Vegas weddings, despite being.
They used to go to the
millionaires.
same chapel. I guess they really liked the impersonator, the impersonator, the Elvis guy.
Maybe he's good at his job. I don't
I
know.
mean, he
There's
seemed
no
very
sound in
good
this
at it. He
video.
was
He's
very
just
lively.
playing the video, so there's no sound to it. But hey, maybe he's good at his job.
He was
I
very
ain't,
lively.
I ain't gonna knock the man's profession. Maybe
No,
he's good at what he
no.
does.
He was.
What the hell is this?
Is that her last name?
He's taken her last name. They married in June, with iDubbbz' last name changed from Washburn to Johma. My brother, oh man.
That's why I refuse to call him by his name. He is simply he's Anissa's husband to me now. You are her property.
Oh man, I want to chat right now.
Wow.
While many saw the OnlyFans controversy as the beginning of the end for iDubbbz, in reality, it was a Sam Hyde drama. In spring of 2021, Ian filmed a documentary of controversial comedian Sam Hyde, which didn't turn out well for him. In fact, he pretty much had no plans of releasing it, at least until Sam himself put out his own version of the documentary in January 2022. According to him, he released what footage he had to recoup on the $15,000 he spent for it, and to entertain his fans. Now that people knew about it, Ian had no choice but to release his version, which came out a month later. Now I won't go too deep into this drama in this video, so go watch my iDubbbz documentary for that. All you need to know is that Sam knew Ian was trying to make some sort of hit piece, so he decided to troll him a little bit. He made a document that features loads of lighthearted gags.
Joey, can you open up the iDubbbz gaslighting document? Flip the breaker and pretend the power is out. Sam insists we keep working and gets really mad. Work on pen and paper. Okay, anything else? Buy fake Beeple NFTs. Jet was in the corner on the Xbox the whole time. Yeah, I know, that's fine. Scroll down, what else we got?
I would have done that too. I would have taken that job.
It is slowly
Xbox all
revealed
day.
Sam is an adult baby and eats applesauce and baby food in private. Passive.
Yeah, like the stuff he tried to convince iDubbbz was real as he hires these actors and rents out a fake office. Like, he even had a whole fake setup for his job and how his daily routine goes. He literally convinced iDubbbz that he hired a guy just to sit in the corner and play Xbox all day. Like, it should have been obvious that this motherfucker is trolling you. He's not really going to give you...
like Tom
You aren't going to be the guy to get an exclusive peek into Sam Hyde's operation. He's never let anyone in, and he used to work for Adult Swim. If cable television, if a major network... He wouldn't let them into the... He's not going to show it to you.
He's not gonna show
This
it
should have
to
been
you.
obvious that he's just fucking with you.
Yeah.
And you bought it all hook, line, and sinker and got your little fifis hurt. It was hilarious, though. Well played.
Fire. Sam tempered.
I mean, I like Sam Hyde. He is a neo-Nazi. Do not get me wrong. Pretty openly.
Okay, well,
He's an open neo-Nazi. I'll have to one day react to the video he put on Twitter where he just goes on this rant. And it's a rant addressed directly to Elon Musk, but he just basically says, you only need to promote the white people. And he just goes off on basically every race on the planet. It became very clear that, oh yeah, you are just going mask off, going...
He did put it on the right platform.
People thought he was a... Yeah, that's why he did it. It was shortly after Elon Musk bought it, and he's trying to convince him, this is how you should run it. Yeah. And he just goes completely unhinged, which everybody thought for a long time he was a neo-Nazi anyway. But he just fuck it, I'm going to confirm it. Yeah. Again... Just because he's a neo-Nazi doesn't make this not funny, though. This was well played.
I mean,
sorry, it just was.
Hey, you can be a neo-Nazi and still have a good sense of humor.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to go karting. We didn't go karting. We rented the slingshot, though.
What they ended up doing was renting out an old dentist's office to be their headquarters, hiring a fake bodyguard, constantly unboxing Legos, and boxing under an old bridge. The biggest was hiring a cracked out...
He fucking hired this girl to pretend to be a crackhead. He paid her to shave her head, pretend to be a crackhead, and then convinced iDubbbz that that's his girlfriend when he got there. Yeah, the stuff was so extreme. and they're operating out of like a fucking trailer. Like one of the storage pods, just like this is our office. Yeah, there's just shit everywhere. Yeah, just look at it. Should have been incredibly obvious.
Yeah, that seems.
Looking woman to play Sam's girlfriend, which fooled Ian to the point that he actually believed she was being abused. This was revealed to be false in the interview, though Idub seemed more pissed than glad.
He actually tried to get her help. He thought he was abusing his girlfriend. He bought it hook, line, and sinker. He bought it that hard, and it should have been that obvious. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I don't know how much you paid these actors, but it wasn't enough. That girl probably deserves an Oscar.
I know. Right?
She must have not broken character for a second. She must have. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Since he couldn't use this against Sam now, some theorize that Sam intentionally made Danny into a mirror of Anisa, both being.
Yeah, look. Oh yeah, and it's
Yeah.
Which I believe, yes, was part of the joke as well. Like, you tried to make this girl. I don't think those tattoos on that girl are real. Like, I think they drew them on her. Yeah. Like, they purposefully tried to make her look like a cracked out version of iDubbbz' girlfriend. It's pretty obvious you're being fucked with here. This is a parody of your own life.
Why is she constantly doing shit with her head?
Yeah, this is a parody of your own life, because at the time that is what iDubbbz' wife looked like. She had her head shaved. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. He made a parody of your own life. This is how he sees you, and then showed it to you, and you believed that this was him and not you.
Yeah.
iDubbbz is a fucking moron.
Yeah.
I'd have caught on to this immediately. Like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing here.
I see. Yeah. All right. I would like to think.
And I'd have leaned into it. Like, damn, dude, you put this much work into this? That's pretty funny, but you got a few details wrong. Here, let me help. Like, damn.
Being crazy, tattooed girls with a shaved head. Ian spends much of the documentary trying to explain Sam's humor, while also acting like the joke police at times. Both videos were received quite well, though some poked fun at how much of a pussy Ian came across. Sam would release this video thinking iDubbbz once both videos were released. Around this time, Ian and Anisa began promoting a charity boxing event called Creator Clash, where they gathered various large content creators to box each other. Sam showed interest in joining, though both turned him down. Anisa in particular referred to him as a business risk.
We worked with Sam Hyde for a period.
To be fair, she's not wrong.
I was gonna
he
say,
is a business risk.
like a
That's
business
why he got
risk.
fired from... Yeah, I mean, Adult Swim, Comedy Central considered him, or Cartoon Network also considered him to be a risk, and they couldn't work with him anymore. He's a pretty obviously known business risk. He's been blackballed from all of traditional media for a reason, and banned from most sites, including YouTube. So she wasn't wrong there. That was a wise call on her end. I don't fault them for not letting Sam Hyde participate, but the Froggy Fresh thing... Yeah, like, that was just y'all having y'all's feelings hurt, because he wasn't a brand risk at all. He just made a joke about your wife.
And it was tough, you know. He was wanting to put on his own show, and he did, and it was funny. But he's not a super cooperative guy. He's very unpredictable. So involving him in our event just isn't a good idea. I think most people would.
Business risk.
I think most people would understand that.
Yeah.
Now, at the surface level, I guess you could say that's true. Sam is a controversial guy and had his Adult Swim show canceled. However, the reasoning doesn't seem fleshed out.
Look, I understand that.
I mean, even if you just take it on its face, if he wasn't safe enough for Adult Swim, he's probably not safe enough for your event. Like, that could be reason enough for you to be like, look, if nowhere else will take him, then, I mean, we probably shouldn't either. Yeah. Like, not to say you couldn't make it work, but there would have to be some assurances, like a lot of legal documentation. You'd have to have people keeping an eye on him. Like it would cost a lot of extra money to have him involved than to just get a different boxer.
Yeah.
You'd basically have to fucking babysit him.
Sam might not be on brand, but as far as a show and entertainment, like...
Oh, for sure, he would bring in. He would put butts in seats. People would pay to see it. People do want to see him box.
Yeah, we would lose half the card though. Like, legit, actually, and all the sponsors.
Do these fighters care about charity or what? You're saying they'd leave because of one guy? Sounds kind of pussyish
Maybe.
to me, but what do you expect from a bunch of LA YouTubers? Sam still found a way to be involved in the event through training Harley Morenstein, and planned to show up at the event with the rest of his crew. He bought $10,000 worth of front row tickets to surprise Harley, but once arriving they faced a problem. In his interview with Brandon Buckingham, Sam and Jet Neptune describe what happened at a party held the day before the event. They were immediately confronted by Ian, who began pressuring Harley to make them leave. They ended up moving things outside where Ian revealed this.
So we're talking to him and we're trying to reason. Here was Ian's A plan. He knew about the tickets before we pulled up. He was gonna ban all of Sam's tickets, he was gonna refund them, and none of us could come in. And it was gonna be a surprise for when we first got there.
Yeah, he was gonna wait until
Yeah, basically, after not being allowed to box in it, Sam basically bought out an entire front row for the event and was going to bring a bunch of his friends, and he was going to attend the event.
Yeah.
And when they found out that he was the one that bought the tickets, they refunded all those tickets. Like, they don't even want him there as a spectator.
Yeah.
I was in Tampa to spring that news on me.
That was his gift to you? That was his nice surprise gift?
Yeah, haha, made you come to Tampa.
Who's the puppet master now?
Oh, and waited until he had flown all the way out there to cancel his ticket. Really? So now he's flown all the way to Florida with his friends, and he was stopped at the door and not allowed in.
That seems petty.
Yeah, a lot of the shit they do seems petty. That's the part I don't agree with. I don't even think having him in attendance in the audience would have been that bad. Like, I don't think that would have been bad for business. I don't know why you wouldn't let him attend. If anything, it probably would have got you some views just having him in the audience and maybe do an interview with him for free. Yeah. You know, I mean, you've got security and stuff. So therefore you get to get the clout off of him, but you don't have to be responsible for him.
Yeah.
Because you're not responsible for what your attendees do. You can just kick them out. Like, really? You're telling me you're responsible for all of the people that bought tickets? I mean, any normal person could do something unhinged at any given point in time, and what you're going to do is kick them out. The internet wouldn't blame you for it, and they wouldn't blame you for Sam Hyde either if he's just a spectator. So you could have had your cake and ate it too there if you were actually business smart.
Samuel.
Yeah, exactly.
They ended up negotiating, and only Sam was banned from the event. During the same interview, Sam began...
Yeah, so they ended up letting all Sam's friends in, but not Sam himself. That was the negotiation.
Fucking Anisa, seeing her as partially responsible for getting banned from the event.
Like, deep down, I want him to be uncucked. I want him to get the tattoos lasered off, get a normal haircut, get rid of Yoko Ono. That's poisonous. That relationship is poisonous. She's like his entertainment handler. Like, she's his fucking career manager now or something. She's got to go, man. He's not
wrong.
Ruin his life. I guarantee it.
He's not wrong. All of the things the crazy neo-Nazi guy said came to pass. That should tell you something. I-doobs. When it's so obvious the neo-Nazi can figure it out.
My words. Mark my words. That woman is going to ruin his life.
No, I heard she's been ghostwriting all the best parts of Content Cop the past 10 years. She is iDubbbz.
That's what I heard as well. I heard.
Couldn't even say it with a straight
deep down,
face.
I want him to shed this cuckoldry, and succeed. I want him to succeed.
A month later on the PKA podcast, Sam would continue criticizing Anisa.
What I've seen and what I've heard from other people is that she is almost like his handler. So when he's talking to people backstage at the Creator Clash, when he's telling my crew that I'm kicked out, that I can't come, all that stuff, he's kind of sitting back, like in the background, like approving of certain things that are said, or just sort of sitting there. And Anisa is the one that's doing all the talking.
Oh, yep, basically.
That's right there. What a peach.
There it is. Look at that couple.
Actually, I don't know.
You say she's a whore?
Well, she's got an OnlyFans, so she's kind of, yeah.
I'm just saying, you know.
But that's what I've heard.
God, I can't take it. I don't know what podcast this is, but every time I see clips of another creator on this podcast, Woody, dude in the top left.
Yeah.
He looks like Bob Saget. I can't fucking take it.
Really?
I can't.
Bob Saget.
I can't. I miss Bob Saget.
Don't do Bob Saget.
I can't.
Like that.
I miss Bob Saget.
I know you do.
God damn it. It's such a weird way to die too. God.
Yeah.
God, Lord, you took him too soon.
Why, God?
Why, God? Why? Why?
Oh god.
Damn it, Woody. And Woody's not even funny. Like if you at least had a hint of Bob Saget's personality
Bob
in you,
Saget.
then I could go maybe there's a spiritual successor. Maybe Bob Saget's ghost possessed him. Maybe
Bob
maybe I
Saget's
can.
ghost
Yeah,
possessed
it's possible. Maybe he's haunting him. I don't know, but no, it's just appearance only.
Anecdotally, is that she's the one who does the talking in this relationship, which
So
is
is this
kind
like his
of
manager?
strange because she's not famous. She's famous for being iDubbbz's girlfriend. What the fuck does she have an opinion about? And I've heard from
That's her entire. That's her online career in a nutshell. Everything she did before him failed. The only thing she's famous for is being iDubbbz's girlfriend, or I guess iDubbbz's owner now, or Dom. What do they? What's it called?
What you call it?
If the guy's the cuck, the girl is called what? Like a mistress or something?
Yeah, maybe a mistress.
I don't know what it's called. Whatever it is, she's it, baby.
Mistress, whatever her name is. Yeah, I don't know.
Dommy mommy?
Dommy
I
mommy.
don't fucking know.
her family that she's weird too. And I'm not going to talk about that because the person that contacted me is nice, but she's like a freak.
just chatting with her family.
Yeah,
I heard from her family she's weird, but I'm not allowed to go any more into that.
Yeah, she is weird.
Besides Sam prank calling Ian, Sam really wouldn't interact with Ian and Anisa for the rest of 2022.
Oh, is there no recording of that prank phone call? Yeah, Sam did end up boxing at some point, and which he kind of proved their point that he'd be a brand risk because he won his boxing match, and then they interviewed him after the boxing match, and what he said after it went viral. And you know what? If you guys actually did the thing that he wants to do for your Creator Clash 3, it would save the event and make millions for charity, I guarantee it. But hopefully he'll play it here. I'm not going to say what he does yet because I want to see if he plays it.
August 27th, he'd fight in KSI's 2 Fights 1 Night event, facing I Am Thompson in the heavyweight division. This event really proved Ian and Anisa wrong, showing that he wasn't a business risk and greatly enhanced.
No, play what he said at the end because some people could say, yeah, maybe a business risk there. I don't know. It worked out for KSI, but who knows how it would have rolled over for iDubbbz and Anisa. Everybody loves KSI and he can do no wrong, so maybe he got away with it there. I don't know. It's hard to say, but here I'll hopefully he plays it.
The boxing scene. He played a character known as the Candy Man in
There you
press
go.
conferences.
There's what he
and
did.
Gave the following speech once beating Thompson.
I mean, he committed. He played a whole character. He did the shit talking thing. Yeah, like he understands boxing. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that's
But yeah, here we go.
Have you got anyone you want to
There it
call
is.
out in
This is it. This is how he ended
I've
it.
seen this.
the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that.
Accent and everything.
I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him. He wears makeup. He dresses. He uses his skin as a coat. The ancient Irish did.
Yep.
Well, that's your winner, Sam.
I mean, they're playing it off as a joke, but someone could go, I think he might have meant that.
Yep.
But yeah, if you want to save Creator Clash 3 and make it work, then make that fight happen. Him versus Hassan Piker. If you could find a way to make that fight a reality after this clip, there you go. Like no one will care about iDubbbz and Anisa anymore. Like all drama will be put aside because this is too epic and legendary not to have happen.
Yeah, Hassan wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but
I don't even really follow the guy, but I can already tell he wouldn't do that.
He's a pussy.
Yeah, he's a pussy.
The event
Thank you,
ended up
laddie.
selling 20,000 seats and 445,000 pay-per-views, showing that he was indeed not a business risk. In my opinion, Sam is more of an ego risk to Ian and Anisa. During a stream in January 2023...
I mean, you could still argue it's a little bit of both, because that statement at the end, if not played off as a joke, because someone could say, well, I mean, that was obviously a joke. Yeah, but that's because the guy doing the announcer and, like, the people running the event played it off as a joke.
Yeah.
You would have to ask the question, how would iDubbbz react if he was the one interviewing him, or Anisa? Would they play it off as a joke, or would they make a big deal out of it, which would then make it look more real and make it worse? So, yeah. I'm not gonna say they're 100% wrong. The guy is unpredictable, and I mean, it's a gamble. I mean, he proved that maybe it would have been okay, but also maybe it wouldn't have been. So I still don't fault him for that.
Anisa would bring up the Sam Hyde drama.
Yeah, look at that. You gonna pay for that?
Good God.
You gonna pay for that?
No.
I mean, iDubbbz paid for those, so.
It's pretty
They're
boring.
fake?
But I'll show you the most important.
Oh yeah,
They're
yeah,
not
yeah.
even that big.
Yeah, well, they get smaller because you'll notice in later clips, she was supposed to fight in the next Creator Clash, and she had them removed so she could train for a boxing event. So they got smaller again. They went back to their original size. They don't look like that now. So it's noticeable. I mean, she still has boobs, but they're not.
I mean,
boobs.
what was she before? A?
Like a B or something.
Like a B?
Yeah, and then she goes up to like a fucking double D.
It looks like a C.
Or whatever that is. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm a bad judge.
It's a hard read because the tattoo is right above the cleavage, making it so you can't see the full cleavage.
Yeah.
So I like if you add the tattoo in on top of it, then
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I like tattoos and all, but I don't. I'm very meticulous.
I don't
about
like
placement.
tattoos on boobs.
Yeah, I
don't fuck
don't
with the
want
boobs.
Them there. Yeah.
Don't they ruin the boobs?
Yeah.
Boobs are so perfect they don't. No.
I'm
Boobs
super
are not a
careful
canvas.
about
Boobs are not a canvas for you to draw on. They're a masterpiece in and of themselves. All right,
not
you
your
wouldn't.
canvas.
You wouldn't paint on top of the Mona Lisa. Don't fuck with the boobs. Okay, they're already a masterpiece.
Ian, we talked about like the possibility of like maybe one day going back and trying to film like something again, like trying to like maybe now Sam would be more open to it. But to be honest, I have a very strong feeling in my head. It's like that. My dad always used to talk about the scorpion and the frog. I don't know if you guys like have ever heard that story, the scorpion and the frog. Where the frog, he's like, he knows not to trust the scorpion.
Have you heard the story of the scorpion and the frog?
I get a big Kelly Kapoor vibe about the hand on the wheel.
She's just fumbling through this, man.
Yeah.
Scorpion, like, wants to kill the frog, wants to kill and eat the frog. But there's one day the scorpion is stranded on an island, and he needs to get off the island because obviously he's fucked, he can't swim.
Oh, is this a possum and a snake kind of story?
And the frog, thinking like, okay, like, you know, you need help. If we get into the water, you know, you sting me, we both die. I can help you. I know that you're not gonna like hurt me on the way back. And the scorpion ends up stinging him, and they both drown. And he's like, "Why'd you do that?" And the scorpion's like, "I'm a scorpion. It's in my nature." And my dad's always like, "See, some people, it's just in their nature to do things like this, and it's just who they are." Anyways,
I love the little cartoon. In the
you gotta learn.
Yeah, well, that's not her.
I know it's not.
It's not. You need some kind of visual aid because she is terrible at telling this story. But yeah,
it's a possum and the snake thing.
Yeah,
I got it.
Yeah. She's a snake. Yeah, she's a snake. Like everything you're saying applies to you, sweetie, because it's in your nature.
It's in your nature. Yeah.
I would call you a chameleon, but that's not malicious enough. You're a snake. You're gonna adapt to whatever environment you're in and try to suck as much clout as you can out of it, and you don't care who you got to hurt to get it. Yeah, it's very obvious.
She butchered that story.
She did.
Please never have children that you're trying to tell these tales to teach them things, because it's not gonna go well.
All right, you see, there's
all right.
There's like a lot of trees, but it's also like a forest. So when you look, you see the trees, but you're supposed to see the forest. But the trees are the forest. So do you understand, sweetie, what mommy's trying to tell you?
No.
Don't be a tree. Yeah, don't be a tree.
Don't be a tree. Go. Just go play.
Jesus fuck, man.
Learn from the scorpion and the frog.
So here, she's comparing Sam to the scorpion and Ian to the frog. She's saying that Sam backstabbed Ian in an attempt to help him. which really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because in reality, Ian backstabbed Sam by blacklisting him from his charity event. Sam would respond back in a stream that same week.
Young Rich Stoner with the 15 says, Sam, get Jed a raise for the consistently pleasant streams. Also, in Anisa's own words, Sam, you are a scorpion, and Ian is a fraud. Some kind of Marvel story table. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think
not.
so, man.
It's not.
Okay.
I think it's the opposite, my fellow.
He's the scorpion?
He's a fucking snake.
Correct.
And what are you?
What do you think about that? I think he's a fucking snake.
What are
he
you?
might be too foolish to be evil.
He's got an ego.
Yeah.
And he thinks he's a fucking like mastermind. And he definitely viewed me as a tool, like a documentary subject, stepping stone, guy that he could eviscerate with his big brain in order to make 4chan stop calling him a cuck, etc.
That was the plan.
That was his plan.
I do have a question. How is he a neo-Nazi when he looks like a Jew guy? Like he's got the curly hair and... I mean, I know that doesn't seem to matter nowadays.
I don't want to blow your mind even more right now, but Myron?
Yeah, I know.
Fresh and Fit?
I know.
He's one too.
I know.
Just wrap your head around that one.
I had to divorce her because she was with me. I can't
Yes,
say
he's
it.
the Dave Chappelle skit come to life. Damn it.
Oh god.
So fuck that guy. And I'm not a scorpion either. If he, even Hassan Piker or iDubbbz, like the people I call out as a joke, like I'm willing to like horse trade with people.
Yeah.
If Ian ever hit me up and was like, hey man, can you leave me alone? I'd stop talking about him. Whatever. I don't care that much. But yeah, Scorpion, because I flipped it on him when he came out here to make me look like an ass. I don't think so, Anissa, bitch, ho. Try again, sweetie.
Anissa or Anissa?
It doesn't matter. Even your own family hates you, bitch. Anissa's family hits me up. Her family, I've been hit up by her family members.
I didn't know
talking
this.
shit about her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus, man.
Even your own family hates you, bitch. What does that say about you and how fucked up you are? They said that you used.
What's up, Bear? Welcome to the stream, man. I didn't realize that her family hit him up.
Your Alzheimer's father as a dramatic prop. That's what Creator Clash 1 was for. It was for Alzheimer's or something like that. Yeah. And Anissa was up there like, oh, I'm just so happy we could raise all this money for Alzheimer's. One of your own fucking family members hit me up and said you don't care that much about your father and that your father is.
Yeah, that much is obvious. We didn't need confirmation from her family for that one.
Obvious,
it's pretty obvious in the way she talks about her dad and makes fun of his Alzheimer's or wields it as a weapon.
As a prop, yeah.
You can't hear us? What the man? Why does that do that? Hold on. I'm gonna have to start checking that at the start of every stream.
Yeah.
I don't understand why it resets like that. All right, you should be able to hear me now. Thanks. I'm glad somebody else showed up on stream and was responding to everything I said as if he could hear me, but it's clear that he couldn't. So fucking weird. Anyway, thank you, Teal. Thank you. All right, back to it. You guys should be able to hear what we're commenting on and everything now too.
You have like a strange relationship or something, and that you don't care about Alzheimer's. So fuck you, bitch, ho.
Now, the part about some of Anissa's family disliking her seems to be true. Beazle linked me to an Instagram account of Anissa's sister, who currently follows Froggy Fresh and used to be followed by Sam. I'm not going to show it for privacy reasons, so you just have to trust me on that one. Though Anisa herself made a tweet in 2016, saying a family member has been involving their father in drama. I think what Sam said about Ian being a snake is true. I don't think he's purposely malicious, but Anisa is. She would be the scorpion in the situation, and she has a history of backstabbing her friends over petty drama. She definitely has some level of influence over Ian. I wouldn't really describe Sam as a frog in the situation though. I think that role perfectly fits the aptly named Froggy Fresh. Froggy was set to fight Anissa's crush, Chris Raygun, in Creator Clash 2, but got removed only a few weeks before the event. Anisa and Ian didn't really explain why at the time, instead issuing out a statement that looks like it was written using ChatGPT. There were 3 possible reasons why Tyler was removed. 1. The OnlyFans joke. 2. Anissa's mom causing drama. Using one of her alt accounts, she sent multiple tweets calling him numbnuts and an imp. He fought.
That's her mom.
Wow.
That's her mom. Yeah, this is what she would do. She would
Like,
constantly.
can you imagine my mom doing
Yeah,
this?
she would constantly
No.
when I say she would crash out and like try to defend her daughter online,
Yeah.
she crashed out in this manner, which just makes it worse.
Yeah.
Listen to the shit that she would say.
fought back, making jabs at Anisa and Ian's relationship. 3. He trained with Sam Hyde.
Oh, you're not gonna read them all. Maybe we can go back and look at them real quick. Yeah. He
That's
wouldn't
why
have the
numb
fight if not
nuts.
for her.
Numb
That's why numb nuts. Hope it's about replacing the imp. So calling somebody an imp. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
like she's the kind of troll that like uses outdated language. So
I
you
mean-
so you know she's like a Facebook troll who
Yes,
discovered.
we see where she's got her toxic behavior.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
The apple didn't fall far from the retard tree, but
No, it didn't.
yeah, she's a Facebook troll who discovered the rest of the internet and has run wild on it. It has run
back, making jabs at Anisa and Ian's relationship. 3. He trained with Sam Hyde. Ian would reveal that this is the reason why he was kicked in his video about the situation.
Oh yeah, and he kicked the guy. He claims that this is the reason he kicked him. No, the real reason he kicked him is because of the OnlyFans joke. But he claimed that the reason he kicked him from the event, which even this still makes you look bad.
Yeah.
iDubbbz, but you kicked him from the event because he chose Sam Hyde as his trainer. So you wouldn't let Sam Hyde fight in the event, and now you're going to kick somebody else because they're training with him. Who he chooses to train with away from the
Yeah.
event should be his fucking personal
That's his-
business.
that's his
Like, how does that
business,
affect your event at all? That's just who he's training with. Like, does anybody know who the rest of the fighters are training with? No. Does it matter? Also no. So it's so stupid and petty.
Yeah.
Where he showed multiple clips of Sam saying some pretty naughty things. These all came out after Anisa's stream, being compiled into one 40-minute video.
Fucking Anissa. What an ugly piece of shit. I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity.
Yeah.
Thank you, Silent Water.
Snap Daddy says, Sam, you should change your name to Ian Washburn so when iDubbbz tries to change it back after the divorce, you'll have to get a number at the end of it.
Yeah! Yeah!
So I have the same last name as you.
Hey, Luck Dog, man, thank you for the 20. I always thought the lighting was weird in the iDubbbz doc. It was he was very lit and you were under a shadow, almost like he was trying to paint you in a bad light. Puppet Master? Maybe I'm overthinking. Either way, thanks y'all.
He is quite the puppet master.
Or he fancies
He's really
himself a
puppet
puppet
mastered
master.
himself into a cuck situation where everybody hates him and his wife's a slut. Which is exactly what
All
you
part
would
of the
do if
plan.
you were a puppet master.
Exactly.
You gotta finish my sentence. And that's exactly what you would do if you were a puppet master!
What Ian didn't show is a clip where Sam and his crew scroll through Anisa's Fansly account and review her photos. Fansly is an off-brand OnlyFans, by the way. They sponsor a lot of creator events.
Is that his hand?
I don't think so.
What?
That's not bad.
Nah, it's not bad at all.
Come on.
Okay, so the claim there is they're going through her Fansly account to look at her OnlyFans pictures or the off-brand OnlyFans, whatever. Fansly's the same shit, but they there's a picture of her, and I think she's doing, I don't know, I haven't seen them, but from what I gather from the picture is she's doing like the old Madonna photo where she's topless, but there's like a guy's hands covering up her boobs,
Yeah.
and that was like the cover of a magazine back in the day with
Yeah.
Madonna, and they're looking at it and they're going, those aren't iDubbbz hands. So they're insinuating it's another guy's hands.
Yeah.
Which maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I wouldn't doubt it.
Worth it, man. It's just not worth it.
I mean, I wouldn't pay for that.
You gotta have higher standards.
I would
here,
do it.
gentlemen.
I would do it.
What's the most unusual?
My standards are fine.
The most unusual one. The most unusual one is this one.
Because whose hand is that?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Whose hand is that?
There's no tattoos on that hand. That's all I'm gonna
Oh, yeah, there's no tattoos.
say. That's Muhammad.
Yeah.
Don't explicitly talk about what we're looking at.
We're not looking at. We're looking at a website
We're
that
looking
I
at stocks.
created.
Whoa. That was scary.
God, how humiliating must that be that your greatest enemy can easily look at photos of your wife naked? Ian's more emasculated than Will Smith at this point. Now, something that really irks me the wrong way in this video is that Ian treats Anisa like she's a victim who should be respected.
Let me just say, Anisa is just trying to exist. You know, she doesn't want anything to do with the drama. She doesn't want anything to do with this shit. And I have brought a...
Then stop making videos and commenting on it. Stop stirring the pot, you dumb shit. Like, God, this is their playbook. Anytime there's any kind of pushback or something, guys, we don't want the drama. It's just like those girls who like put on their profile. Yeah, the girls who put on their profile, like their dating profile and stuff. I can't, like, it was almost a guaranteed when we'd be looking for girls on Tinder before we got banned. Yeah, apparently they don't allow couples on Tinder, in case you guys are wondering.
Tinder.
They don't mention that, but
Yeah.
they even have couple as an option. But if you pick it, they then ban you and tell you the reason is because there's more than one person on it. Profiles can't be owned by more than one person, so they end up banning you. But when we were on there and we'd swipe right on girls, it was almost a guarantee that if we ran across a girl's profile and she had I don't play games in the profile.
I don't do drama or some shit.
Yeah, like if she put I don't play games in the profile, it was almost 100% guarantee that bitch was going to play games as soon as you started messaging her. We're talking one-word answers, like wouldn't be honest with you, couldn't tell you their real intentions.
Look,
and then, it was
men.
They were 100% playing
I
games.
give you guys my hats off to you, sirs, because I can't take it. Oh my God. My patience runs thin talking to these bitches. Jesus fucking Christ.
She would tell me what girls have to put up with, and I'm like, that's nothing. I think I could put up with that as a girl. I mean, you almost take it as a compliment. Guys throw themselves at you, and yeah, you occasionally get one that just comes in your DMs, "Let me eat your pussy, bitch," and just says some gross shit, or just randomly sends a dick pic. Like, that's laughable, and you can laugh it off. No, girls play mental games. They will waste
the reason men act so stupid, like for me, when I was dating before I met you, you know how I am. I don't play games. I say what I mean what I say. I cannot do this game shit. I'm very upfront. I'm very blunt. I tell you what I want.
Yeah, but the thing is, the girls who do play games, that's what they say they're doing.
Exactly.
And then they don't actually tell you what they want.
The ones like me,
yeah, they ruin it for the ones like you. Guys have to. That's why it's called.
Irritating.
That's why a guy who can get girls is often referred to as a guy with game, because he literally has to play games with these girls. Like, you have to read between the lines. Most girls won't tell you what they really want. So when you meet one that does, it doesn't feel real. Yeah, like
I told you about the
girls mind fuck you, and now that you've been on the receiving end and you've actually had to try to talk to girls as if you were trying to pick them up, and there's a guy in the profile, and you've seen the way that they talk to girls, and it's. I could put up with when I see girls posting shit, oh God, this is what we got to put up with, and it's just some guy immediately saying something nasty, and then sending a dick pic. I'm like, yeah, but at most he wasted like 5 minutes of your time. Like, that's an easy one. Just hit the block button. Just hit the block button and move on. In order for a guy to figure out a girl is crazy, he has to waste weeks or months of his time.
Jesus
Christ.
like
it's not immediately
and this
obvious
is why I end up offending most of the girls I talk to when it comes to us. That's why I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, because when I would let you talk to them, you would just tell them what you want, like right off gate, and I'm like, yeah, but that's what most guys do, and then they're just gonna, and that's what they end up doing is they end up cussing you out or calling you. No, you have to play the game first, and then you have to get to that. And unfortunately, that's how it works talking to most women.
Because I
obviously my wife is the exception, not the rule.
The black guy gave a chance, and what did he do?
Play games.
He played games. And it was games that made him seem like he was crazy. So
yeah, that's
I was
the shit that girls do.
No.
That's the shit that girls do. But he had the drizzle attitude. Let me give him a taste of their own medicine.
I mean,
the problem is you weren't the one for that.
Like,
but if he runs into it, but the problem is, like, if he runs into a girl, in case y'all are wondering what this guy did, so they went on a date, and he would.
We were supposed to go on a date. We didn't even make the date.
Supposed to go on a date, and did he purposefully stand you up?
He purposefully stood me up, had me drive in a rainstorm to the theater we were supposed to go to meet him, and he stood me up.
Purposefully stood you up, and what was his reasoning for purposefully standing you up? What did he say?
He said, I'd stand up every girl on the first date to see how crazy she is, to see if she texts me.
To see your reaction to it.
Yeah. And I sent him a text like, hey, where are you at? Are we doing this or whatever? I waited. I gave him 30 minutes, and then I went home.
You failed the test.
Oh, what? Because I sent him a
Testing.
text going, hey, are we doing this or
You
not?
failed the test.
But I wasn't crazy or anything with my text, and he worked where I worked at. And so the next, time I worked, when he worked, he was, I said, what happened? And he goes, oh, yeah, okay, so this is what I do. Yeah, he explained it to me. He was like, so we can go out now. I was like, no, I'm good, dude.
No, I'm good.
I
Right call, by the way.
No, I'm okay, because my time is precious, as should everyone else's time, but I have infinite I do not have infinite time on this earth to do this shit with you.
Yeah, this is 100.
You're wasting my time.
This is 100% a thing he had happen to him by a girl. So now he's doing it to other girls. He's paying it forward.
Yeah. You are slowly murdering me, you asshole.
But I mean,
oh my God.
That's the kind of woman he deserves, and that's the kind of woman that he'll get doing it.
And the thing was,
because that will eventually work on a girl. Because she'll be like, yay, I passed the test. Yeah, and then she'll, some girl will eventually jump all over that.
Yeah, she's gonna be crazy as fuck too.
Yep, and so is he. So it works out. Yeah. But just
telling you.
Sorry to go on the dating tangent, but just lessons to be learned here.
A lot of it into her life, and I take responsibility for that.
Ian, your wife has been getting shit for almost a decade now, and it's not because of you. She's always been talking shit. The problem is that she can't take the same amount of hate back, and handles drama poorly. She tried getting herself involved in the same high drama and made things worse. And now, they're taking things out on Tyler instead of properly communicating things. They're just acting like cryboys at this point, not even being able to handle Sam Hyde's jokes.
This is my request. I would like you to not harass me or my wife or anyone that we're friends with. Also, harassment encompasses all the little loopholes, all right? You can't just then refer to me as a goblin and be like, I didn't say his name. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about a goblin. That's not acceptable.
To me,
he really just did the finger wave. That's not acceptable. First of all, jokes aren't harassment. Roasting someone isn't harassment.
Yeah.
I'll say it 100 times. Just online banter back and forth. You guys taking shots at each other. That's not harassment. I would even argue sending mean DMs or telling someone to KYS and doing all that stuff in DMs. That's not harassment either. You can just hit the block button. Harassment is when stuff comes off the internet and starts hitting you up in real life. That is harassment.
Like having CPS coming from somebody's house.
Yeah, or getting swatted or something like that. Yeah.
Tyler was the one who got backstabbed. His YouTube career had fallen into obscurity and was given an opportunity to fight in a crater.
My glass is empty. I want some of yours.
Yeah, there's not
what you
much,
got in here?
There's not much left in there.
Lemonade. I just want a sip. Damn.
Where is yours?
Empty.
Your bottle. Where is it?
Don't say it like that. You sound like a baby.
Your water bottle. I'm sorry.
I don't know where I put it, but it's empty.
Oh,
I
okay.
put it down here somewhere. But anyway, it's empty, and then I have some in the glass here, but that's empty too. So I've drank all my drinks.
Event. They sort of relied on each other, but Anisa and Ian in turn backstabbed him over the pettiest shit. Also take note of the fact that Anisa has a—
Oh my god! This bitch has a scorpion tattoo. I had never noticed that one.
I mean,
props to you, Rob, for picking up on that one.
You have a bunch of shitty.
She literally tells the scorpion story about another person, and then goes out. No, she didn't have the tattoo at the time. Then she went out and got the tattoo.
She said to herself, "This will be great."
No, see, I got the tattoo of a scorpion to let everybody know I hate scorpions. Like Sam Hyde, he's a scorpion.
Doesn't that make you the scorpion?
No, this is letting everyone know that I hate them. This is a reminder.
Yes, because I tattoo things
this-
that I hate
yes,
on myself.
so
all
I can
the
look
time.
down at it and remember. All right, in case I forget.
I hate
This is
you.
a reminder.
Ugh.
This is a reminder to watch out for scorpions. This is why I got the swastika tattooed on my arm. It's not because I'm a white supremacist. It's
because I hate
to remind me to watch out for them. Anytime I start to forget that they exist, all I got to do is look down at my arm, and I've got a reminder that Nazis, neo-Nazis exist, and I need to be on the lookout.
Yep. Keep my eyeballs
Holy
open.
fuck!
A scorpion tattoo and a tattoo of a frog being stabbed. Truly poetic.
Okay, oh my god.
You didn't
She
just
got
leave it at the scorpion.
I can't even make a joke to justify the other one. This is just
No, you can't.
dude.
You got the other one as well.
This is reaching parody levels.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't write this shit. Like this is so on the nose. This is ridiculous, dude.
A lot of Anisa's involvement in the Creator Clash drama was behind the scenes, as she talked to various creators to speak on their behalf and failed to communicate with Tyler. There's also the Chris Raygun angle that I really haven't seen a lot of people talk about. During Keemstar's Twitter space about the situation, Tyler began opening up about his theories regarding Chris. He speculates that Ian made him box Chris knowing Tyler would win and beat him up. He thinks Ian secretly despises Chris, since Anisa still crushes on him. Tyler...
Yeah, well, I mean, it's unconfirmed, but I fully believe that she cheated on Ian with Chris. That's the guy that, when they first started dating, iDubbbz left to go to the UK to do a collab with PewDiePie.
Uh-huh.
She went to go do a collab with this Chris Raygun guy.
Uh-huh.
And their collab was basically just them having dinner and doing vlogs. I'm like, no, they're on a date.
They're
She's
on a
just
date.
filming their date.
Yeah, I was
And
gonna
she
say,
definitely
this just seems
stayed
like
at
a
his house. She definitely cheated on you.
Yeah.
This isn't content. Like, you went there to film a music video and do a skit. There was writing. There was acting. Like, there was actual content there. She just went to dinner with him.
Yeah, she just
She
went on a
she
date,
just went on a
dude.
date. She just went on a date and turned her date into content to cover her ass. And you fell for it because you're an idiot.
Yeah.
thinks Anisa didn't want this to happen.
Shut up. Froggy, think about it. Anisa secretly has a connection.
This is like when a girl... I actually had this happen to me in college, and tell me if I'm crazy, because this girl acted like I was crazy at the time. So, she had this friend in college that was a photographer. And I found nude photos of her. She wasn't showing anything. She was covering herself up, but she was fully nude. And they were professional photos done by a photographer. So he was the photographer. And she's like, well, he didn't charge me for them, and he was going to do photos for me. I'm like, yeah, but you're nude.
Yeah.
And is this his house? This isn't your house. Like, where the fuck are these? You're on a bed, but it's not your bed. Like, where were these taken?
Do you have a place to plug this up?
No. So I was like, wait, this isn't even your house. So were you at his house? Like, where were these taken? Was I wrong to freak out about my girl like getting naked photos taken with her photographer friend?
Because that was the thing.
But I've seen
Remember,
that. But
I was
I've seen
in the
that.
art department in college.
But I've seen that.
That was a thing.
Yeah, but I've seen that with multiple girls. It's usually white women, but they'll
Yes,
have a
it's always
photographer
white
friend.
women.
Like, there's a ton of guys, specifically on the website that we shop for women on. I won't say which one it is. But you'll see guys who, like, their entire profile and shtick is that they're a photographer, and they use that to get in the door with chicks. And chicks like her are why it works.
By the way,
And they think that it's okay because he's a photographer, like they can use that as a cover.
that's also a thing serial killers use.
It's the oldest trick
But,
in the book, and it's so obvious.
Yeah,
okay,
it
so I'm
is.
not crazy. Yeah,
It-
like I
yeah,
was like,
yeah,
this
you're
is
not
pretty
crazy.
obvious. I mean, you're taking nude photos with
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, but
and it's not your bed. Like,
I was an art major.
you
in
didn't
college.
ask me first. Oh, yeah, okay.
And I
You just
can't tell
assume.
you-
Oh well, it's just a photographer. It's all
No.
professional. It was strictly professional. Okay,
No.
whatever.
I can't tell you. I knew one of those guys, and because I am who I am the way I am. He talked to me like I was a wingman or some shit. Like I was one of the guys.
I was less pissed about the pictures and more pissed about the fact that you just assumed it would be okay and that I'd be dumb enough to fall for this. Like, you didn't even talk to me first. Like, I may have even been okay with it if I could be there and I could, could could see the process. Like, I'm curious how
But that's
professional
not
photography works.
how it works.
Yeah, like I could have had ideas to make the shoot better. Actually, like I'd have probably been on board. But you didn't say shit to me.
Yeah, no, that wasn't you. You weren't being weird. You were right.
Yeah, we obviously
a
broke
thing.
up after that.
Yeah.
That
Which
was
one
our
was
last
this?
conversation.
What was this? The one from high school,
No, there was.
or was this the Sex and the City one?
No, it was after the Sex and the City
Oh,
one.
okay.
It was a different one from college.
Okay.
Brief relationship. It lasted like
Very brief. Yeah.
Yeah, it lasted a couple months, and then that happened, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Yep, nope, I'm already out. That's it, done."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a thing, because, yeah, one of my, I wouldn't call her a friend. She was an acquaintance. Actually, Habiba introduced me to her. But she had a manager guy, and me and my friend were like, me and Habiba were like, yeah, this just seems like somebody that takes nude photos of you.
Yeah, it's just a guy
Yeah.
trying to take nudes of
Yeah.
you. Oh, but he did it for free, and he's got a lot of professional camera. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they're free because he gets to keep copies of them. He now
Yeah,
has your
exactly.
nudes.
But
and this happened back in a time before smartphones, before
Yeah.
everybody had nudes in their pocket. Like back
Yeah.
then, like somebody
Back
having
then
your nudes was a big deal.
was a big
Now
deal,
it's
yeah.
not as big a deal. Like that trick doesn't work as well now.
But it was
yeah.
always like, I'm doing them for free because I need to, have stuff in my my portfolio.
In my portfolio, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
That old trick.
Yeah, that
Just
old-
trying to build my portfolio,
Yeah.
so I'll do it pro bono. Oh, I just want to do something artistic. It's not sexual nudes.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was her excuse for hers, because it's just her laying on the bed, but she's covering herself up and blah blah blah. Oh no, it's artistic.
Yeah, they're tasteful nude. No.
Yeah, tasteful.
No, they're not. they're spank bank material.
Yep.
That's all it is.
And now he
But
has your nudes. Good job.
I knew a guy who would do that shit, and he'd just be like, "Oh yeah, I got this girl
It's got a
coming
nice,
over."
it's got a
and I'm
nice
like,
folder on his desktop labeled taxes, filled with
Yeah.
other girls' nudes.
Labeled taxes.
In my taxes folder.
Like, you don't work.
Photography is work.
You don't have a job.
Jesus Christ.
What are you talking
to
about?
Chris
taxes?
Reagan. She's seeing your videos of you on Twitter, absolutely jacked, ripped, ready to beat the shit out of him. She
Bro,
can't
dude,
help.
there's,
She
like,
can't help
websites-
watch her
Yeah, dude,
secret
the
love,
website-
Chris Reagan, get his ass kicked. So
Dude,
she
the
needs to do
websites
anything
are-
she can to stop it.
Right, I didn't even know I was this good at boxing, but the websites are giving me like a 93% chance of winning just because they could tell what trailer park I grew up in.
Dude, this is wildly insane. Cause like, look, what kind of proof or evidence is there out there of Chris Reagan and Anisa like being a thing? Because it's
I'll tell
always
you what evidence there is. Bro, when we gone out to damn Denny's in this, when that Mucha Lucha, shout out to John Hennigan, the Mucha Lucha wrestling event, bro, Chris and Anisa and Chris got so much damn chemistry. I swear to God, they were damn talking the whole damn night back and forth to each other. When I would try to talk to Chris Reagan,
Yeah, she's clearly fucking the guy. Oh my god. It's very obvious.
Yeah.
it looked like Anisa would get upset at me. And I'm to be honest with you, and to be honest with you, I was feeling Chris Reagan too, so I even get it. Because I was feeling Chris Reagan. I was like, dude, if I was bi or gay, I fuck with Chris Reagan heavy. So
Whoa,
it's like
what?
me and Chris
God damn, how strong is this man's game?
I was gonna say, well, good God.
would be chatting it up. When me and Chris would be chatting it up, it was like Anisa would be looking at me like I'm trying to take her fucking man.
God damn. Keem, to answer your question too.
But keep in mind, that's not her man.
No.
She's supposed to be there to just make content.
Yeah.
I'm literally watching a
is
video
this
right
the
now on
dude?
Anisa's YouTube channel.
Yep, that's the dude. That's the dude with the game so strong he can turn a straight man gay.
He's the one with the game, huh?
That's it. Look at that game
I
right
mean,
there.
I have.
Hey, buddy.
Um.
Game recognized game. Game.
I don't. So I don't have the conventional, like, my taste in men is a little, different than most women.
Yeah. What is that? Is that your type right there?
No, I can't even say that. I mean, maybe he's got a great personality. Maybe that's
I mean,
what
he
it
must.
is.
He was about to turn this dude gay.
It must be the personality, cause
And y'all said being gay ain't a choice. Had this dude questioning his sexuality.
What was it?
Maybe I can choose.
Your gay coworker said about me that day I came, and I was in like the short shorts and the heels.
Got me questioning my sexuality. It ain't a choice, but I mean, I choose to try that for a weekend. Yeah.
And she's like, basically, like, it looks like they're dating. Like, if you were to show this to anybody, they look like they're dating. They're going out to eat at restaurants, like fancy restaurants by themselves. Like, it looks like they're dating.
Oh, there we go. Did you see that movie?
I did see it.
That would that do it for you?
No. No. If you're gay,
Did you see how fast I can move it though?
Yes.
You know how fast I can move it.
Yeah, that's great, sweetie.
I got the tornado tongue. It's like a fucking hurricane. Okay. Here I am. That's what that song means, in case y'all wonder. Rock you like a oh
my God. No, I'm sorry. I do not see it. Like I said, maybe he's got a great personality.
Well, let's see if he shows some of it here.
So the theory goes like this, right? She couldn't date Chris Ray Gun because Chris Ray Gun started dating Lacey Green. She lost her opportunity. So
she dated iDubbbz instead.
Started dating a Chris Ray Gun lookalike, which is iDubbbz because they look similar. That's the online theory and meme. Yeah.
Solid. And they're both online content creators who were successful. They probably were similar in money. She got the Kmart version of him, basically, because she couldn't get the real thing. Yeah.
Okay.
What's do you know the actor? And there's a name for him.
Yes,
there's a jokey
I know.
name for him.
I already know who you're talking about.
The actor in Breaking Bad. This is for the audience.
Yeah.
And the actor in Breaking Bad who plays Todd.
Yep.
Back before he got fat, but like if you watch original Breaking Bad, not El Camino where he's fat, but the original one. Back then, the nickname for him was Meth Damon. he was Kmart Matt Damon. He was Meth Damon.
Yeah.
That's what happened. She got herself a Meth Damon.
Yep.
Now this is just a theory,
I remember
but Tyler's
Meth
story
Damon.
seems credible. I mean, here's a photo that they all took that night.
There you go. There it is. That's the guy. Look at that. Look at that grin. Look at that. Oh, it's the. Look
It's
at that.
the jawline,
Look at
maybe?
Look at that chiseled jawline.
Is that
Look
what
at
that is, maybe?
Look at that manly face.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. That's it right there.
It's like.
Still not your thing?
He's gonna go bald.
I mean, of course he is.
He's got that.
That hairline isn't receding. It's running away from his forehead.
He's got that I'm gonna go bald hairline. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a bald man. It's just some people wear it better than others, I guess.
Yeah, his hairline isn't receding. It's running away from his forehead.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go.
Hell,
It's
my dad is bald.
strong
but,
jawline.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of, like, not to make a crude analogy, but it reminds me of, instead of putting clothes on Anisa, he demands that the entire audience is blindfolded.
Wow, that was intelligence right there. That was deep. That was level.
Get biblical.
Fucking poetry in motion, boys. Well spoken. Modern day Shakespeare. Slow clap.
That was actually deep, bro. Like, I'm never gonna forget that.
Oh
quote,
my
bro.
God.
Like, my whole life, I'm gonna remember that.
I'm gonna remember that.
I genuinely can't tell if they're being sarcastic.
I
I can't tell if they're fucking with this guy or not.
It's like modern day news. I can't tell if this is a joke or not anymore.
Can't tell.
Can't tell.
If you're not aware, the Poggers community is one big loose collective of Twitch streamers, made up of a bunch of smaller groups. You have the girl gamers like Pokimane, Valkyrae, and Cutie Cinderella, the members of OTK like Asmongold, Mizkif, and Tectone, and then you have the more political streamers like Asan Piker and his goons like Frogan, Sean the Black, Casey Tron, and Denims. Anisa herself definitely associates with this group of people, regularly interacting with them online. In fact, in February of last year, Casey Tron invited her to become part of a new livestream podcast called The Take. They streamed the pilot episode on the 27th, with it being an excruciating 2.5 hours.
Oh, God. Who could put up with the three of them talking? It's the devil's triad right there for fucking 2 hours? I'd rather arm wrestle an alligator in a phone booth.
Not the
Fuck
devil's
me.
triad.
I'd rather rub my nutsack on a belt sander. God damn. That's modern day torture.
Worse than
And yes, I've
waterboarding.
listened to the whole thing. Kill me now.
You brave motherfucker. He listened to the
Absolutely,
whole
sir.
thing. Yeah, Jesus
Salute you
Christ.
for your service.
You know what? I'm liking the video now. Or just for that one
Just for
alone.
that.
Everybody go like Rob's Media. Subscribe to his channel. That
is a brave man.
submitting yourself to that alone means he's earned it, boys.
Yes.
Holy damn.
Now, I talked about it a bit in my Puggers community video, so here I'll summarize a lot of it. Once it starts, the three women state that they want this podcast to be different, as they want to bring out some new perspectives.
Yeah, I think there's like I think.
Welcome to the stream there, Gigabyte. I am I'm pretty sure you've seen a lot of commentary streamers, but I think I'm the official redneck face of the commentary
Yes.
community, so enjoy the southern euphemisms.
there shall be many.
There's going to be a fun of them. We're a colorful bunch.
There has been for a while a sort of gap in Twitch for this exact thing, for some female
Just
content
dead
creators
as soon
to come
as
together
possible.
and just talk about the space.
Nothing. Talk
The
about
space?
nothing.
What's
Nope.
the space?
She didn't have a topic. Like you could see in real time as her brain shut down and she had to reboot to come up with an answer. So as we talk about the space, that's good enough. No, it's nothing. It's a bunch of dumb bitches talking about nothing.
You talking about space?
Nope. It's
Or
it's the
No,
the
just-
online space they're in, or
Oh,
whatever,
God.
or whatever.
Jesus
the community.
Christ.
Yeah.
Could
Because
y'all-
everything's a
could y'all
fucking
just,
community
like,
now.
Actually, talk about something.
Nope,
like
they're gonna,
of substance.
They're gonna do
No?
what a bunch of white women do when you put them in the same room together. Talk about nothing. It's nothing.
Talk about nothing.
And not even the funny kind of nothing. I know Seinfeld was the show about nothing. This is that if it was all white women and unfunny.
I mean, yeah.
It's The View without Whoopi Goldberg. Yes, I call her Whoopi.
Because I think a lot of people are very scared to talk about the space, and I think a lot of people are
The
scared to upset
space?
other people. And I
No
think
one
all of us
knows what you're
consequently
talking
don't
about.
Really care if we upset other people. I think we've all accepted that it's gonna happen, and it is what it is. So we're gonna say our truth or whatever.
I find this hilarious
Oh my
because these
God.
people then spent the next 150 minutes regurgitating Hassan.
I'm upset at this at the same way I'm upset at The View. Like, yes, you are upsetting people. I am upset having been exposed to this now and that it's entered my brain. I'm upset that I can't unsee this. I am upset that it has taken time away from my life on this earth.
Look, hey.
I don't care what you're talking about. I'm upset that this exists and that I've been exposed to it.
At least they admit that they know they're going to be upsetting. To admit that you're a cunt is half the battle. A lot
It's
of the
not
time.
even that they're cunts.
I'm trying to give
It's
them
that
some-
this is offensive. Like I am upset that I've lost brain cells now because of this.
I mean,
they
yeah.
I can feel them committing suicide one by one as they speak.
Yeah.
With every word, my IQ lowers.
It does, yeah.
Nothing you said came even close to forming a coherent thought.
No, it did not.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having heard it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Good day, sir.
Talking points. I mean, Denims herself is basically just the female version of him. She even refers to herself as the biggest female political streamer on Twitch. If you haven't seen my video on her, she's basically a political extremist who thinks Osama bin Laden was justified in orchestrating the September 11th attacks.
He was just a goofy guy.
Oh, so I'm gonna say a bunch of outrageous shit.
Yeah,
That's you.
yes.
Okay.
They even justified Osama bin Laden. Like,
Yeah. I'm gonna say a bunch of outrageous shit that I have no.
yeah, their entire
I get the
political view
feeling
is
they
America
weren't
bad.
even really.
Yeah, their
were
entire.
Were they even alive when that happened?
Hassan was, because he's like our age, even though he pretends like he's still 28. But yes, he was alive
I'm talking
then.
about her though.
Probably not, or she was a baby.
Or
but
she was a baby,
but
yeah.
but it doesn't matter because their entire political view is America bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quote-unquote joke death threat, tried downplaying the Balenciaga scandal, plays other people's content, defended Keffels 2 months ago, and calls people Nazis with no evidence at all.
I believe you're familiar with Keffels, right?
Yes,
That
I'm
went over
familiar
there.
with
Okay.
Keffels.
The person Anisa is good friends with. Just breathe that in. Now, Casey isn't as bad, but in the past, she's made statements about how people should spread COVID as much as possible, once got banned for playing an entire movie on stream, and had an embarrassing feud with Asmongold where she basically just started calling everyone an incel all willy-nilly. Now, much of this podcast is basically just these three projecting, as they criticize others for things they themselves are guilty of. For much of the episode, they rightfully criticize Aiden.
Projection is their brand.
Yeah.
It's the only talent this group of people possess.
Yeah.
Ross,
Notice.
who is an Andrew Tate dick writer for an actual case of retardation.
A far-right
there's a blast radius on
authorization
that
ultranalytic. Oh my God, ultra-analytist.
Now, my issue is
God, I love that clip! I fucking love that clip!
Did I just witness his brain like dying in real time?
He had a stroke!
What happened?
He was trying.
Oh my god!
He was trying to pronounce. Hold on. He can't say fascist either. He's like a fascist. A fascist.
He can't say fascist.
He can't weed.
Fascism. Fascism.
Hold on, what was? Oh,
I mean, maybe
He's
his
like
voice slow.
he's like the real life version. Like how many times, like that running joke on "It's Always Sunny" that Charlie can't read. That he puts
Charlie
stuff in
can't
front-
read.
This is him, man. He's fucking real life Charlie. One more time. One more time. One more time.
They rightfully criticize Aiden Ross, who is an Andrew Tate dick writer for an actual case of retardation.
A far-right authorization ultranalytic. Oh my God, ultra-analytist.
Now, my issue is when they try to label all criticism.
I mean, I'm not saying that my tongue hasn't tripped me up before.
Trump did a stream with him, by the way.
Two people who can't read. Wow. You've heard that thing, right? Where they're like, Trump can't read. Like
I think I just peed a little bit. I laughed so hard I pissed myself. Doing my best iDubbbz impression over here.
Oh my god.
Well, thinking shit myself. Just did my iDubbbz impression.
Jesus Christ.
Holy fuck,
that boy
berries.
ain't none too
Oh,
he
my
ain't
God.
none too bright. No.
Oh, got him right in his big ugly dome.
No, he is not the brightest crayon in the box.
Best head
Bless
on
his
YouTube
heart.
right here, boys. You get it? Cause headshot. Oh,
Yeah, we got it.
Sex work as Andrew Tate shit.
You're right, though. They are starting with this whole, like, porn is bad, just like Aiden was on about, because it's some Andrew Tate shit, isn't it?
Yes, they're going back to purity culture. Like, we're reverting further and further back into, like, this, like, I think they're trying to get back to this time period
on.
where they felt like they were in more control overall, right? Which is like this purity Christian, like
Hold on.
in yourself for your partner or whatever the like porn rots your brain or whatever the argument is.
Okay,
Anisa,
but
not
why
everyone is
are
some
you?
nofap.
Why are you talking about this dumbass like you don't agree with it when you agree with certain things?
She doesn't
'Cause
agree
you can't
with it. She
have
doesn't agree
certain
with it
talking
because she doesn't mean anything she says. She's
Okay, got it.
she's that person who adopts the personality of whatever group she's with.
Okay, all right,
She's
all
a
right.
she's a yes girl.
She doesn't have a brain. Of
Yeah,
her
she's
own.
a yes
Okay,
girl.
Gotcha.
A chameleon. Yeah, she's a sheep.
Okay. Man.
Christian. I'd say a lot of the hate towards OF is the fact that it's been shoved down everyone's throats and it's being way too normalized. I swear, like a decent chunk of all female influencers have an OnlyFans linked in their bio. The issue with this conversation is that they're trying to criticize a group of extremists, from my pretty extremist side as well. It just goes nowhere. and they then dunk on Aiden for making stupid statements to get attention.
Again, like going back to the Aiden Ross stuff, it's like hating women, hating minorities, making statements like there are only two genders. Like, these are easy things for him to do. It takes very little effort. It attracts a certain type of people that are very passionate because,
meat
love
kettle.
and hate.
What?
I said pop meat kettle.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what you.
Again, projection is the only skill she possesses.
God damn, bitch.
Same amount of passion, different side of the coin. And you either get people that love what you're saying or hate what you're saying, and that's like a very quick way to get like a lot of viewers.
Now that is good criticism, but it's coming from the wrong people. I mean, all three of these women are e-girls who all have a history of saying divisive shit for attention. They also use their bodies for attention, with both Anisa and Denims producing adult content.
Yeah, they're the living embodiment of
Yeah.
everything that he just said.
Yeah.
So it's almost as if you're just mad at him because he's speaking the truth.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, the argument that he's going to go to. Like, glass houses, bitch.
Yep.
Jesus.
I mean, they have to know what type of audience they will attract, but they play dumb a lot. Now, the only other episode aired on March 13th, focusing a lot on the Streamer
Their
Awards.
only episode.
If you don't know what that is, it's basically the Oscars for generic talentless streamers created by QT Cinderella. They're usually boring 3-hour circle jerks. They talk about how Kai Cenat was a no-show despite winning the Streamer of the Year award. They speculate why he would be invited there in the first place, as he's part of a different streaming community. QTC was in a
They don't want the blacks there. Oh, sorry. I said the quiet part out loud. My bad.
tough spot either way, so Anisa begins comparing it to something she's been dealing with recently.
It reminds me kind of just like what me and Ian are dealing with this year, where it's like, when you work with people, you have to accept that you're inviting chaos, and you can like watch the chaos and like try and guide it softly as much as you can, but like when you try to like grab onto it and control it, you're only asking for like pain on your end and pain for like the event. And sometimes you really do have to make the call of like, I have to take my hands completely off and just like accept that I'm working with unpredictable people.
Now, a few like myself believe that she's referring to the Froggy Fresh situation before she made it public. I mean, Tyler first retweeted Sam on March 12th, the day before this broadcasted. This theory is further supported about 30 minutes later, while they were discussing the Justin Mink situation.
Having a boundary walked over is a very painful experience. We recently had a boundary walked over, and it really, I think, it feels very similar to being cheated on, to be honest, where it's like, what did I do to you to deserve this type of like treatment? Like, I'm not asking for much, right?
God, this is painful.
Jesus Christ, it is painful. All I can think of is, do you remember the episode of Rick and Morty where they go to the planet that's all women, and they're and every time that they go to, I'm here if you need to talk.
Yeah.
I'm here. It's just that. It's just that for 2 fucking hours.
Yes. That's the vibe I'm getting.
It was like,
First of all, I find it hilarious that Anisa, a known cheater, is describing it like that. Plus, all Tyler did was retweet shit. And if you look at the text between Ian and Tyler, Ian didn't properly set boundaries and instead tried manipulating Tyler into doing what he wanted. Anisa herself has said that she doesn't like unpredictable people, which to me signifies why she doesn't like Sam and Tyler.
I have to take my hands completely
She doesn't like
off.
people that she can't control
Oh, of course, or manipulate. More accurately,
Yeah.
people she can't manipulate. Manipulation.
Manipulations.
It's just like, accept that I'm working with unpredictable people.
I have been around people like Sam before I was on the internet, and they are very, to me, unpredictable people, and I don't like unpredictable people.
He's not a super cooperative guy. He's very unpredictable. So involving him in our event just isn't a good idea. I think
It's
most
just a
people
massive
would.
business risk.
This way of thinking honestly extends to the poggers community in general. A large group of creators who never take risks and play it safe when it comes to their reputation. Creators that rely more on a fake, goody two-shoes persona instead of actually making good content. It's pretty obvious to me why Anisa, and Ian in turn, would want to associate with these people more. It's honestly genius. Anisa made her way into a conglomerate friend group filled with people just as crooked as she is.
Yeah, they got into the inner circle jerk. Jesus.
Now, ever since that episode, the three have seemingly never recorded another one. During one of Ian's streams, Anisa
wonder why.
Did mention a third episode being recorded in July, but that never happened. Very typical of
Second
Twitch streamers.
episode. Hey, I gotta run get a drink from downstairs.
Alright. Here, we'll focus on gameplay for a second. She's going to get a drink. Can you get me... Here, hold on. Let me kill the camera so you can get up. No, alright. You can get up.
What do you want me to get you?
A drink. I don't care if it's water or what. But something.
You don't have your bottle?
I don't know where it went. I got this glass. You can fill with water. I'll just drink water, I guess.
You want me to just bring you a bottle and a flavor packet?
You can do that too. I mean, if you can find a bottle. Either way is fine.
Okay.
Whatever you want to do.
Alright.
We'll take a little break and there you go. I got the game sound on so you guys can hear me get my ass kicked. We'll take a little break and talk. Oh god, I thought my game crashed from right there. It just went black as soon as I got ready to play. And nope, we're going on board the destroyer. Oh, sorry. I'm turning the camera back on. Yeah, you guys probably figured out my wife ain't got no pants on, so you know when she goes to get up, I gotta turn the camera off. That's not an advertisement. She doesn't have an OnlyFans or nothing, but just saying, in case you're wondering why I keep killing the camera. It's a professional operation I'm running here.
Captain Phasma is here. You best look sharp. Yet.
Not like you'd see much anyway. She's got underwear on. It's the same as the fucking hot tub streamers stream in, so it shouldn't be that big a deal. They got BB-8 in here? What am I shooting at? Oh my god! I got somebody. Oh man. There was a lot of Anisha shit. I forgot. I'm glad I watched this now. I had forgotten just how many L's this girl had took. She is, yeah, she's been shit pretty much the entire time. Everyone like leaves out all of this other context. They always just go to the clip about her talking about the Jews and skip over all this other stuff. Jesus Christ, like there's so much good shit here. I love Rob's media, man. This guy's awesome. Good shit. Are you actually trying to eat that? Wait, can we eat that? Shit, I just hurt myself. Okay, I can't eat that.
Memory core Besh is falling to the resistance.
Everybody throw your nades.
All troopers are to retreat to the generator room and protect the generator shield. If just one of those control points fall, the generator itself will be exposed.
Jesus. Heroic. Oh, I got killed by a hero. I got killed by BB-8? What the hell? I didn't realize he was like an actual hero. What's his power? What's he do? Alright. Let's go.
We've been joined by Captain Phasma.
Do you guys like the First Order Stormtrooper design or the original one? Like, which one do you guys like better? Kind of on the fence. I can't tell which one I like better. Like at first, I was old school. Like the original is classic, and you can't beat it. But then being able to see them both like side by side in this and look at them when I go to look at the skins, I'm like, you know, I see what they were going for. That's actually not that bad. I think the First Order one has grown on me. I mean, the original's still a classic, but yeah, I think it's grown on me. Where am I getting shot from? Oh, way down there. Got him. Fucking jetpack trooper. Who's the special operative? I'm missing. No, I got him in the head that time. Didn't kill him though. Oh shit! From behind me. Ah, God. Couldn't even get the fucking grenade off. Oh, you got me a Phantom? Oh.
I did not.
Well, wait. Why don't I get a soda?
Cause I didn't get you one. Sorry.
Well, I mean, obviously, I was asking why. Why?
I wasn't intending on getting one, but I had to get something, and I needed a certain amount in order to use my card.
I mean, you've got a 40 of Fanta over here. No, check it out, guys. I have never seen one like this.
The dollar, you get it at the Dollar Tree.
Look at that. She got a 40. Look how big this thing is. Got a fucking 40. 40 ounce. 40 ounce Fanta.
We have ants on the counter.
Yes, they are. I meant to bring that up to you. You need
I
to do
need to
something,
go get some ant
'cause
terror.
You now, yes, we now have ants on the kitchen counter, and you know why they're there.
Why?
Because of all that shit you got out, your little science experiment to
No,
make your plants
they're there
better.
because
No, they were
some-
all over that when I went down there this morning, and I sprayed some stuff around it to try to get them off of it. But
Okay,
I was
well,
like,
I
yep,
will
so
move
they're
it.
there for your fucking
for my plants.
Yeah, for
I
your
will move.
fucking homemade
But
plant
I'm gonna go
food
get some.
that you're trying to do.
I'm going to go
Because
get
you're leaving
some
like
ant
rotten
taro.
fruit and shit out.
I'm not leaving rotten fruit out.
But yeah,
They're
whatever.
drying, so I can get the seeds.
Okay, well, it attracted ants while it was drying. Just letting you know. But yes, get some ant terror so we can take care of the little ant problem he calls. All right. Anyway, back to this shit show. Oh fuck! I gotta click back over here first. That's why my pedal ain't working. All right.
Another connection Anisa has in this community is Frogan, who she spoke very highly of in the take. She's basically just another Hassan stooge who many
Iyo Makazuma.
Oh God.
You've been rightfully criticizing over the past year, as she's made some questionable tweets and tried labeling Ethan Klein as a dangerous Zionist. She got rightfully called out after shitting on Ludwig and calling him a cracker. Why would you do this?
Oh.
Well, Ludwig wasn't promoting a pro-Palestine fundraiser the way she would've. Many began making fat jokes about her, which showed how much of a crybaby Frogan truly is. One of her few defenders would be Anisa, who tweeted,
Yeah, by the way, he wasn't supporting it the way that she wanted. The dude donated $10,000 to it, but because he told his audience they didn't have to if they didn't want to, he didn't tell his audience to also do what he did.
Oh.
Because he made it sound optional, she was like, cracker ass take. That's a
Okay.
cracker take. Yeah, just,
Well,
yeah,
damn.
these people are also cringe, dude.
Yeah. Y'all
I was like,
are
God damn, he
just-
gave 10 grand. Can you...
Y'all are just so.
The words you're looking for are thank you.
Thank you, you piece of shit.
Fuck.
God, all of y'all are pieces of shit.
Like the sense of entitlement is unreal.
Yeah, like there's no one that they associate with that's not a piece of shit.
It's pronounced.
Birds of a feather.
It's pronounced. Thank you. In case you forgot how to say that. Crack ass take. God damn, these people suck.
tweeted, I'm not surprised at the Islamophobia rhetoric online. As a white Arab, I've heard what y'all say about Arabs/Muslims in private before.
Oh. So she went from not a Muslim, denouncing Muslim, to
Is-
being Irish,
is white
back
Arab
to
something
Muslim,
we say?
back to Muslim. Now she's white Arab.
Is that something we say?
Anisa's whatever she needs to be
I mean-
to make her point.
Okay. Yeah.
She's 50%.
she's-
She's 50% Irish,
Mhm.
50% Lebanese,
Yeah.
50% Muslim, then not a Muslim, and now Arab.
Yep.
She's the Swiss Army race. She's, fuck.
Whatever she needs to be
She's on
at the time.
She's on every tier of the
Yes.
racial tier list of the racial.
It is socially acceptable to say it out loud again. Get more creative than, lol, you're fat. First of all, where is the Islamophobia? People are calling her fat, not a suicide bomber. Second of all,
Yeah.
Anisa is the last person to criticize fat jokes. I mean, here's her making a fat joke about the quartering recently.
I want to clarify, being like overweight and athletic are not hand in hand, but I promise you the quartering cannot walk a block.
True.
I mean, she's not wrong. The quartering is a fat, drunken retard. I hate that guy for obvious reasons. But again, glass houses.
Bro.
Without getting out of breath,
Yeah.
is my point.
And I mean, you can do that. But as I said before, don't act like some body positivity activist and do that. You can't pick and choose who you do it to. Just stay consistent. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
Either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. Now for the past 2 years, Ian's been trying to distance himself from his past content, doing what's effectively an apology tour. This began with Ian and Anisa's appearance on the H3 podcast in April of 2022, where Anisa
I pay
brags
close
about her
attention
involvement
to
in
the
the Tana
apology
content
tour.
comp, and then shows regret towards it.
I also take ownership for the Tana. The Tana thing was my.
Oh, that was so long ago.
Was my idea.
It was your idea to have him go there and scream the N-word? So much we're learning.
my stupid idea.
Yeah.
I was the one
he
that was.
suggested like we can go to the place. It's just in San Francisco. I'm like, it is just in San Francisco.
Yeah, that drive and everything. And now I think back to it, I'm like, I can't believe we literally harassed an 18-year-old child at her show.
Why are you describing?
Let's leave out the part where she literally thanks you for it later, because she saw it as a turning point. Yeah, like it had the desired effect. The one that you keep bringing up as an example of like the worst case and why you shouldn't do it is literally the example of it working.
Yeah.
Her as a child. She's a legal adult at the time. What do you have, Cody Cobrain? Should I describe it?
Nah, it's bad criticism, Rob. I'm sorry. 19-year-old still. Child might be. I mean, child in parentheses. You're still a kid. Your brain's not fully developed till you're 25. Yeah, like you've got no life experience. You're legally an adult, so someone dating you wouldn't be a pedophile. But there's a reason why they're called college kids.
Yeah, like it's kind of like that thing of no, it's not illegal to date an 18-year-old, but you do understand that they don't have the same mindset. You do.
That you're they're still quote unquote kids. Kid might be the wrong word. Like you need to say college kid. Like it's obvious, but they're called that for a reason because they're still somewhat childish. Their outlook on life is still somewhat innocent and childish because they have no life experience. Yeah. And their brain's not done developing until they're 25. So by the time they hit 25, they might actually be different people. Now, someone going from 28 to 32 and learning empathy and becoming an adult. Now that doesn't happen. But
that doesn't happen.
But going from 19 to 25 and becoming a different person in the process, that's part of growing up.
Anisa's ex Acadian as a child?
It's semantics, but like he's not wrong, but she's also she's not wrong either.
I would call you a piece of shit because this is a person who
this is semantics that we're on at this point.
To me and to you, a person of our age, this is a child, and you should know better.
Yeah, I mean they're college kids, but they're not actual kids. Yeah. It's a figure of speech for a reason. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Figure of speech.
Then, the duo would then appear on Hassan's stream 2 months later, where Hassan tried painting Ian's old content as inherently political.
It didn't seem like you were, any different than any other content creator on YouTube in that same era. As a matter of fact, you were probably like more towards the center or left than most content creators of that era, because you were shitting on the most like right-wing content creators of that era. Maybe not like officially positioning yourself as that, but it did feel like, you were like, you dunked on Keemstar, Rice Gum, like obviously these are apolitical people, but they're still like very heavily slanted to the right. Leafy, another person like that, like these, and some of them have come out about their position, come out with their political positions, but like I would say that they were still like very much like the attitude that they resemble was very much like right-wing. You know what I mean?
What is blood yapping about?
Nothing.
I agree with this assertion that Ian was
nothing. That entire word salad amounted to
that was
nothing.
A whole lot of nothing.
Jesus.
or center or left wing, as many edgy YouTubers around 2016 would fit into that category. There was Ethan, Chris Raygun, Shoe on Head, and loads more anti-SJW creators who are self-proclaimed leftists. But the rest of what Hassan said was stupid. Trying to claim that those creators Ian was going after were conservatives is kind of dumb. Ian also never made political or social statements besides the occasional joke.
Yeah, most of them were just edgy college kids, and basically his argument boils down to, oh, if they're edgy or they say controversial takes about trans people or gender, then they must be right wing. When it could just be a kid who's not into politics at all. He's just like, I don't get this like he doesn't get into the ideological bullshit. So he's like, I don't. I like the world when it was simple and there was boy bathroom, girl bathroom. Yeah. So it could just be that.
It could, yeah.
Oh, no, it's not a...
But these are politically brain-rotten people who have to inject politics into literally everything.
Yes, everything has to be political.
Victimhood photo book. It's a feminist photo book. What's the difference?
Hassan is trying to relabel Ian's old content. So
he used to understand that. Yeah, so he's trying to... That's another thing. He's running defense for his new friend iDubbbz.
Yeah.
Trying to rewrite history to make his obviously non-political content from the past sound like it was political.
Others in the streaming community will be more willing to forgive him.
It was just so highbrow that people didn't get it at the time. But let me explain it to you. Oh, fuck, he disabled my blaster.
Then we're going to copy Ethan's approach, which he refers to as the reckoning. Ethan explains it to Pokimane in this clip.
Yeah, there was some growing pains, I guess you could call it, as you sort of shed the vestiges of that part of your fan base. But we got through it.
Again, Ethan has shed part of his fan base on purpose and built up a new fan base 4 separate times now. iDubbbz's his motivations against Ethan are I think more rooted in
personal.
Yeah, I think his are more personal and rooted in jealousy than like his wife is clout chasing, but for iDubbbz it's jealousy and wanting to one up his friend because you're so jealous that he's been successful where you have failed over and over again. He's done it multiple times and you couldn't do it once.
It came out the other side stronger.
We call them fallen fans. They're easy to spot.
Yeah.
I missed it. Anyway, that's it.
Sorry for that long clip. Anyways, Ethan didn't realize how disastrous this would be. He started garnering a more extreme left fan base when shedding the extreme right-wing fans. Now, whenever he says anything edgy on air, he gets backlash. Him and his crew secretly hate these fans, as seen in another April 2022 episode.
Honestly, just so over these fucking people. Shut the fuck up! Shut up!
I mean, I'm just trying to make the call fun.
Yes!
And
It's a
fun.
fucking entertaining show. Shut the fuck up.
Someone says, I don't know what's up.
So disappointing.
Someone said,
Grow up. Jesus fucking Christ.
Dan.
I don't know what's up with Ethan today, but something's off. Bad vibes this episode.
Shut the fuck up. Unsubscribe. Go away. Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Ethan now has to walk on eggshells, which Ian has also been having to do. In March of 2023, Ian would appear on Anthony Padilla's show, where he describes his old fans as basement-dwelling losers and talks about his frequent associations.
You know, that's what some people would call meditation.
What does he think his new fans are? If this is what the fans of his old... Because I was a fan of his old content. I own a house, or I live in a house that doesn't have a basement. And I have a wife and kids. What do you think your new fans are? Anisa's husband.
Yeah.
When you're in that kind of state of overexertion while clearing your mind.
I hated you at all points. So
No, his old content's good.
yeah, I didn't care for that
met
either.
her. Like, I'm not taking that away from him. Like, him at the height of his career, like, he went viral and became an internet legend for a reason. He did good commentary and he's the father. He's the father of the commentary, trend on YouTube. Like, he was the first one to do it, and he was great at it. But that's back when he was being honest and didn't have someone didn't have someone whisper in his ear judging him, where he could just be him and he didn't care.
Have his own groomer worm.
Yeah, like he didn't have someone he was trying to please. He wasn't even trying to please his audience. He was just a guy that turned on a camera and said what was on his mind. Like, they felt genuine and honest, and that's all gone now. So
I
that
still
stuff
just
was
didn't
good.
even care for him then,
But
so.
now he's complaining that attracted an audience of basement dwelling, blah, blah, blah. What do you think your fans are now, bud?
Yeah.
Because I was a fan of that original content, and I grew up and got a family, and I'm living a normal life. Like, they were normal people.
Yeah.
Your fans used to be normal people. Now they're, you know, the terminally online people who visit echo chambers kind of people.
Yeah.
The Discord Reddit mods. Those are your fans now. I won't say basement dwellers, but Discord Reddit mods is the modern day version of that.
I love to just check out just randomly.
Oh.
Maybe like when I'm driving.
Oh, that's called
maybe-
association. That's a different thing.
Yeah.
That's not
Okay.
meditation.
Yeah, I love doing that.
He's basically like that in every interview he does with Anisa. He's like Mordecai in that one episode of Regular Show where he watches Planet Chaser Starlight Excellent.
He's been like this ever since he watched the video, and now he doesn't remember any of the stuff we used to do.
Then in the Froggy Fresh video, he hinted at a bigger apology video, which came out in May 2023. Here he shows regret over making Content Cop episodes, saying that none of the subjects he talked about deserved it. Pretty much none of them accepted his apology, with Tana saying she didn't deserve one.
I kind of think I like deserved that. And maybe that's like dark, like to say, but like I don't feel like I'm owed an apology.
Ian also apologized for his use of slurs.
Again, the one example that they go to as being the worst example is the one example where it worked and the creator actually changed. Like, arguably all of your other ones failed because those creators still suck and they're basically the same people now and they still talk shit about you and they hate it. Those are the ones that like wish you hadn't done it. Like Rice Gum hasn't changed any. Like the rest of them didn't build a better career or change as people, but this one did. So the one example of it working is the one he goes to. It's, oh God.
In the past, which came off as performative to many. In July, Ian would be interviewed by Alurinati. Who is she? Basically, she's a racially motivated activist who is chronically addicted to Twitter.
Oh, is this that racist black girl?
Is this the racist black?
Yeah, I think I've seen some of her stuff before where she's interacted with other people.
The one who I said was a piece of shit.
No, this is a different
Is this
one.
a
Like this is
different
one that's actually a YouTuber.
I mean, she's
the
a
other
piece
one
of
was a
shit,
chat.
probably,
Yeah,
but
but let's see if he plays one of her clips. See if she's who I think she is.
She points out the Jinx content cop and says Ian should apologize to him for the sole reason of Jinx being black.
You know, basically what you're honing in on is saying is they're on.
Yep, recognize the voice immediately. She is the one, I think. Yeah. Everything's race with her. Everything is race based. Everything has a racist. Like every motivation behind everything
she's one of
is
them.
there's race behind everything, and it's because there's rules now. If a white person talks to a black person, they have to abide by a certain set of rules. Just someone who's just constantly obsessed with race. AKA racist.
Yeah.
Untalented, or there isn't work that goes into their videos, right? Why isn't it sufficient enough to
This is the concern trolling version of racist.
Yeah.
have your platform, right? You already have your platform that is in some way being boosted and made on this kind of bigoted content. That's one thing to exist in that space, but to not allow this other black creator to exist. And in this...
Okay, hold on. Jinx made fucking reaction videos. Olay didn't do her research.
Really lazy ones too, by the way, where he just sat there and laughed and went old snap. But it's racial. All of his content now has to be racially motivated because he made one video on a black guy and every other creator that he did criticisms on was white. Yeah, it's fucking retarded.
Yeah.
It's cause black. It's
black.
literally cause black.
I know.
So she doesn't know that everyone rightfully hated Jinx. The only difference now is that lazy reaction content is socially acceptable now because of people like Hassan and XQC. Anisa would end up leaving a comment.
I would say the lazy kind isn't socially acceptable. Like, you do still have to put some work into it. Like leaving an empty chair on stream or sitting there eating and occasionally going, "That's crazy, chat. That's crazy." Yeah, that's not commentary. That's not a reaction. That I would say is lazy and shouldn't count. That's still not socially acceptable, and it damn well shouldn't be.
On this video, where she really seemed to enjoy it. Though later on, she showed frustration to Francesca Ramsey, who also appeared in the video.
It's a fine line between that and like normal content creators that react to stuff. I would even just argue that reaction's different than commentary. Yeah, you're reacting to something, but you're providing commentary while you do it. I consider commentary to be socially acceptable, but reaction, where you just sit there and watch a thing, not. Yeah, so that's different.
Francesca claimed Ian made a video bullying her, though he never made one. With this apology tour, Ian and Anisa hope to regain respect from the wider internet, though most only care to defend them until the drama died down. Both barely get views anymore, with Anisa's typical stream having around 100 viewers, and Ian's 7 million subscriber channel only gaining 200,000 views on average.
Oh,
Well, the two
here's
are
where
really
they ruined
focusing on
Creator
is
Clash 2.
Clash, an event I've been mentioning throughout this video. The first Creator Clash did incredibly well, raising over $1 million for charity and bringing together various influencers. Things fell apart for the second event, as Ian and Anisa lost $250,000. Many think this happened solely due to the bad press the couple got for the Froggy Fresh drama, but it's more complicated than that. There's honestly quite a few reasons why, which culminate in two big reasons. They played things too safe and overspent on various expenses. Ian only partially admitted to some of this, saying that he spent a lot of money on a hotel, which apparently cost him $150,000. He then blames piracy on the event losing money, though many in his comment section pointed out how poorly he promoted the event on his socials. The same could go for Anisa, whose Twitter bio still reads, "Boxing promoter, married to a boxer." No matter what she tells people—
She updated that, by the way, after someone pointed it out. Now it says married to a YouTuber.
Yeah.
On Twitter, she is a terrible boxing promoter. I mean, here's Ian and her admitting that they barely checked up on one of the fighters.
Another crazy one was Minx.
We also found out that she had only sparred like 3 times before fighting.
That's horrible.
Which is not what we were wanting to happen.
Here's Tyler saying something similar.
Like, Anisa never reached out to me one time about anything regarding my training, a single time. And I'm not even trying to be like, it's just like when
She had zero communication with the
Yeah.
fighters, and she did it again with this one. So, obviously, they're just repeating past mistakes,
Yeah.
which is why the third one's failed completely at this point. I mean, I know it's postponed. It's supposed to happen in October, but so many fighters have dropped off the card. I mean, even if it happens in October, who the fuck's
I saw
fighting?
something recently here where someone was like somebody else dropped out.
Yeah, another person dropped out. We covered it last night, and it's been
Oh,
officially
okay, yeah.
postponed until October, so it's got a new date and a new venue, a smaller venue. It's in LA now instead of... Yeah, like the other person that dropped out was their main fighter from the main card. So before it was LA Beast versus To Be Determined because his opponent dropped out.
Yeah.
They moved the venue to LA, the same town that LA Beast lives in, so he wouldn't even have any travel expenses. He could just
And he
drive there.
dropped out?
And he dropped out. So you have no main event.
Yeah.
And most of your subsequent events, which people aren't really paying to see, they're paying to see the main event.
Yeah.
Most of them are people who they don't know who they're fighting because you have to find replacement fighters. So at this point, yeah, it's technically postponed because that's what the defenders will say. It's not postponed. It's not canceled. It's postponed.
Sounds like
yeah,
it's canceled.
but if they don't find fighters to replace them, which I don't see how they can now.
No.
Then there's no event. You can postpone it as many times as you want, but if you don't have people to fight at your boxing event,
these people also have to train and get ready.
Yeah,
I mean,
if there are no boxers boxing at your boxing event,
Yeah.
then there's no boxing event. Like it's just canceled. Postponed indefinitely versus canceled is no difference. If you postpone it indefinitely, it's basically canceled.
It's canceled,
It's the
yeah.
legal way to cancel it without having to issue refunds. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
they come out with these statements, it's like, it's such a caring environment where everyone is happy.
Which, to their credit, so I don't get called on that, they are issuing refunds, which I know they have to do by Florida state law when they move the venue, because they canceled a venue in Florida.
Mm.
Florida says they have to issue refunds. But they did also say they would issue refunds to people who bought pay-per-view tickets. So you can either keep those pay-per-view tickets and see it when and if it happens in October, or you can get a refund. So they are offering those refunds, so I'll give them credit there.
And we all wear the same Nike tracksuits.
And I'm not giving credit to iDubbbz and Anisa. This is to the organizers of the event that they left in charge of everything as they just bounced. The shit show they dropped in these people's lap.
It's just like, no, just don't do that, then I don't gotta address it.
Right, Dad kept making those statements that, like, look, Anisa's the one that calls you all the time to check in on you and make sure you're okay. And, like, maybe that's true with Dad. Maybe that is his experience. But that's not been Froggy's. Like, Froggy has said from the very beginning, they don't call
Oh, yeah, the fighters were definitely not treated equal.
Yeah.
him.
Yet she had the goal to tweet out, "I have direct contact of every coach we work with. I know what every fighter's expenses look like. I have regular check-ins to make sure everyone is taking it seriously. No one's making a bag
A tweet is not a check-in. I'm
No,
sure
it's
that's
not.
where she's going to go with that.
off CC. And by the way, she's referring to the fact that these fighters are given $20,000 to train, which is described as a stipend. First off, can these big influencers not pay for their training themselves?
Yeah, well, for the third event, she didn't do that because people criticized her for it. So she didn't give them $20,000 for Creator Clash 3. She said she'd reimburse them, and then didn't reimburse Lena when she dropped out. So they have to actually fight in the event to get reimbursed. So if you did all that training and then had to drop out over this drama, they could have waited till after the event to drop that content cop, but they decided to engage in it now. So if you drop out before then because it's bad for your brand and it's you don't want to be associated with it, well, now you're out however much money you spend on training. That's why a lot of the creators are hesitant to drop out. In case people are wondering, they aren't hesitant to drop out because they support them. That is false. They're hesitant to drop out because they have spent buttloads of money and they don't want to lose all their money.
If they drop out.
It's a charity event, not some UFC fight. Second, these guys clearly do it for the money.
So what's the allure of doing a boxing match like this?
Money.
Yeah, they'll even outright say it. Money, dude.
You know, the competitive spirit runs deep in me, and money.
And despite how much credit,
I mean, for the smaller ones, it's money and exposure. Sure, assuming that the event goes well. I would argue that even for those ones that are on the card now, because remember, some of them only had like 3,000 subs and were getting like the same number of views that I do. So for them, they probably originally did it for exposure, but now that exposure is negative because you're associated with because now it's associated with this. So is it really worth the exposure at that point? So I guess all of them are doing it for the money now.
That Anisa's getting from hosting Creator Clash 2, where is she in Ian's apology? In fact, where is she during his other apology, since she loves taking credit for some of the content cops? Well, when asked about this, she says that it wouldn't make any sense, as she's never been in any of Ian's videos. She has been in his videos.
Oh, she takes credit for the content cops and giving him the ideas to do it. But it's crazy to think that she's associated with them because, look, I've never been in any of them. So
but you did just say that you basically write.
Yeah, I guess being a producer doesn't matter. We should just stop putting that. We should just stop putting that in the credits to movies because producers just don't count. They shouldn't be associated. God, these people are snakes, man. They're whatever they need to be to get out of whatever situation they're in. They're fucking weasels. Weasley fucking liar, dude. Sorry.
I think you're insulting weasels.
I am insulting weasels. I apologize to weasels.
The good name of weasels.
In the good name of weasels.
They stream together, and now they have a podcast together. She is there, and she is involved. Stop lying.
Yeah.
Now, another thing Ian mentions in his Creator Clash 2 video is his reasoning for throwing various events before and after the fights. Ian justifies this by describing his experience after the first event.
We also had events the day before the fight and the day after the fight, so that fighters and friends and family could come together and process their trauma. That was sort of paramount for me because the first year we did the fight and then I went to bed. I got the shit kicked out of me by Dr. Mike, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up, the hotel was empty, and then I got on a flight and traveled 5 hours with my face completely swollen back to Seattle, and I was like, that was cool. That was so worth it. There was nothing. There was no processing my trauma. There was no talking to anyone and relating about the experience afterward. Everyone was gone.
Dude.
How many months do you train before a boxing event when you know what you're signing up for and you know what's going to happen?
Yeah.
How is that traumatizing?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Processing your trauma?
What's the trauma here? You knew exactly what you were getting into.
Yeah.
You signed up for it. You trained. So it's not even like the first time you ever got punched was in that fight. You've been sparring and training. You were supposed
to be.
There's not supposed to be trauma from this. That's the point in the training, so that you're mentally prepared to go into the fight. Most of training is less physical and more mental. But okay,
it's a sport.
This is just cope. This is just cope.
You don't hear like NBA players going, yeah, and then I needed to go talk to somebody about the trauma after that last game.
I've never taken a free throw shot like that before. I didn't go see my therapist.
The ball, it just came at me so fast. Oh my god!
You know how hard it is to dribble. You never do that in any part of your life ever, except for basketball.
You have to run
it's
and
unnatural.
You have to do it.
It's unnatural.
Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucking pathetic.
Dude, where the fuck was your wife?
Dude, what the f? Why are you f***ing here, man? You're so old. Where's your wife? Go home to your family, dude.
For supporting as she claims to be, why wasn't she there for you after you got the shit beaten out of you? Was she visiting Chris Ray Gun in New York again? These events were various parties the couples threw, 4 to be precise. These definitely cost loads of money, as the comedian they hired cost $20,000.
Now we all have monkeypox. Alright, good. Get the fuck out of here. Let me earn my $20,000.
This $20,000 jokes right there, baby.
Whoa.
A monkeypox joke.
This is what they wasted charity money on, by the way.
A whole new world. I wish this was 2 minutes. What the fuck? With new horizons to pursue.
Invited to these events,
$20,000
as well
right
as
there.
the red carpet gala,
doing
were various streamer
karaoke?
friends.
Yeah, that's the joke. He's a comedian. But that guy singing Whole New World while people awkwardly dance each other. That's funny, right?
No.
That's funny?
No.
You know what's not funny?
No.
It's $20,000 funny.
Of Anisas like Denims.
I hope he kept a receipt.
Hassan, Morgpie, Olay, Casey Tron, and Frogan, along with various other creators they knew. Wait, why the fuck did they let Starkillow's Stalker in? A few other streamers who associate with the Poggers community worked as hosts, mainly being As Fun and Amaranth. God, how many sex workers did you invite, Anisa? And some of these other people...
All of them.
All of the
All
sex
of them.
workers.
Or just randos I've never heard of. The same can be said for most of these fighters, who were either irrelevant YouTubers or those with barely much of an audience to begin with. I mean, you have Alana Pierce, a former video games journalist who makes generic commentary videos, Dad, who gets like 10k views on his average video, Jaileray, who has less than 2,000 subscribers, and Dakota Alave, whose last 5 videos have a collective 5,000 views. I mention this because when you do an influencer boxing event, you have to...
Yeah, you shouldn't be hitting the same numbers as me. I'm a nobody who's been, you know, actively doing YouTube seriously for like a couple months. Like, you shouldn't be hitting my numbers.
Get actual influencers, not random friends of yours. The first event did so well because they got people you actually knew. This time around, they got a bunch of YouTubers they probably found smoking crack behind VidCon. People don't watch Creator Clash because these guys are particularly good at boxing. They watched them to see people they know getting the shit beaten out of them. That's what made the Boogie and Winks of Redemption fight so interesting.
Yeah, the novelty is getting... It's the modern day version of... And you know what? I wish MTV would bring it back. I miss celebrity boxing. Do you remember that? The little claymation thing where they would make some... Yeah, like if they just did claymations of no-name people, who the fuck would care?
No one would care.
But because you're getting to see fucking Keanu Reeves do a claymation parody fight against Brad Pitt, it's fucking hilarious. Yeah. Marilyn Manson versus Metallica was like there were so many good ones. There were so many good ones.
Yeah, there were good ones.
Nobody wants to see Jaileray fight Gus Johnson's ex-girlfriend.
I don't even know who they
but
are.
I think the big issue is that Ian and Anisa became too overconfident after the first event, leading to the second one falling flat. They made things too safe, and never took any good risks that would lead to new interest. Another way to word it is to say that it was too predictable. Again, Anisa doesn't like unpredictability. She doesn't like things that go against her way of thinking. This also leads to her not wanting to be around people she can't immediately control or have some sort of influence over. This weeds out the potential amount of creators she would have on, and others don't want to box. Anisa...
Here, you can prop it up here. So you're not spending the entire stream staring at your crotch. She's playing on the Switch. She's not staring at her crotch, guys. I know what it looks like. I just looked over the camera and I was like, oh, that's... You just look like you're about to fall asleep, but you're really just playing on your Switch. Just making that clear.
Just making that
Anisa herself doesn't want
Hey,
to box.
where's the thing? Thank you.
Excuses time and time again. I mean, there definitely are people willing to fight her.
Anisa, I'm sorry to hear this. You have to hear this from me. But I'm gonna fight you.
No. I'm your
I'm also an
biggest
OnlyFans model that is curvy and I have tattoos, so let's get in the fucking ring.
They poorly managed.
She got challenged to a fight by another OnlyFans model. Yeah, she was gonna fight apparently, and then she backed out. So she did all that training and removed her boobs and never fought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shocker.
Yeah.
I think it was just an excuse to get the boobs taken out because she didn't want them anymore. But she didn't want to have to like fight with her husband about it or disappoint him or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if he'd even give her any pushback, but he definitely liked him, and now they're gone. That might be the one thing that he would give her pushback over. Like, oh, come on, that was like That was like the one good thing that made it worth putting up with all this bullshit for.
Yep.
Now you're taking that away too.
Yep, that might
This
have been
event
it.
by losing at $250,000 by spending money on stupid parties and to increase security. They are so willing to make sure Sam High doesn't make it in. Yet Anisa invites various adult content creators. And yes, Sam is edgy, but you can't tell me inviting these women wouldn't be just as problematic. They were so scared of Sam showing up.
Oh yeah, she invited literal porn stars too. And then she's gonna talk about Sam being a brand risk.
Yeah.
When
And you
you've got
invited
this,
a bunch of OnlyFans.
Yeah, and some of the creators that you have boxing make Minecraft. They're like Minecraft YouTubers and shit. So they make YouTube videos
God,
for children,
no.
and now they're at a boxing event with porn stars.
Yeah, no.
So you know the kids are gonna want to watch it. Yeah, like they're gonna want to look it up. Yeah. So, but Sam's the risk.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, just rules for thee, but not for me. Again.
Mm-hmm.
The security was kicking out anyone simply wearing a mask, including these Garfield cosplayers. All because Sam jokingly alluded to showing up in drag.
I'm going to be there in drag.
Yeah.
And if security touches me, it's on.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a big problem.
They wouldn't put their hands on a woman like that.
So I hope they're I hope they're ready for a huge fucking problem if they try to keep me out of that place. And I am going.
Yeah.
In a wig. I got multiple wigs to throw iDubbbz off the scent. I got my Rasta wig right here. I could be black. I could be a girl.
He's not above doing blackface.
You never know.
I mean,
Who's that
he
big
is a
black
Nazi.
girl trying to get in that's fighting with security right now?
A few days before the event, he also jokingly alluded to catching a flight.
Man, I want to keep working out for like 2 hours, but I gotta go. Fuck.
Flight?
This man
Yeah, flight.
commits.
Did you pack?
He's baiting so hard.
If you followed Sam around this time, you knew he would have been too busy to show up to Creator Clash 2, as Fish Tank Live was about to begin streaming, and he was filming World Peace 2. But Ian and Anisa are paranoid, so they wasted more money trying to ward off the Candyman. Apparently the couple are planning to do Creator Clash 3, though a lot needs to change for it to be a success. I mean, at this rate, these guys are going to start losing money and go broke.
Yeah, you mentioned you got to start earning money again. Are you guys not earning anything right now?
No.
No. Oh boy.
We have not earned money for the past 2 years, which makes taxes very easy.
That's good.
Nice.
We love that. Easy taxes. I like looking at the bright side of things.
For the past year, Ian and Anisa have been trying to lay low after how disastrous the first half of 2023 was for them. However, they kept getting into more drama, as they continued saying stupid shit thinking only their fans would hear it. Ian would begin streaming more on Twitch, where Anisa would join him on video call. These streams are incredibly awkward.
Yeah, Twitch is their safe space. Yeah, stay away from YouTube. That's where all the basement dwelling right-wingers are, right?
But on
right,
Twitch,
guys?
you can just get up there and say whatever you want.
All you guys in chat right now, you bunch of basement dwelling alt-righters. Yeah, get on Twitch where you're safe. Daddy Hassan can protect you.
Word. And Anisa would occasionally embarrass him for no reason at all. The biggest example was during Ian's 24-hour charity live
this is
stream
great.
to get back the money he lost for charity. While Ian was going to the bathroom, Anisa started talking about how Ian has IBS.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ian,
God.
I think he has irritable bowel syndrome, to be honest.
Anisa brings up Ian's old friend Rajor.
Play the rest of it. She mentions that he frequently shits his pants in public.
Oh.
As an adult, like he still shits his pants.
Like
yeah. All of the embarrassing shit
why
that
would you
that
do
we
this?
all of the yeah, I think she has a fetish for it. He must have a humiliation fetish, or she's got a fetish about humiliating her husband. It's like a power trip thing, I think, because she's all of the bad, embarrassing shit that we know about him didn't come from somebody leaking DMs, didn't come from a hacker, it didn't come from it came from his wife on his podcast.
God damn.
Jeez, yeah, the reason we know that he was a virgin and had never dated a girl before her was because she revealed it. The reason you know he shits his pants, she revealed it. Like every embarrassing thing we know about him, his wife said it in front of their audience on a podcast, and he said nothing about it. He just got to sit there and take it. As all of the ammo that the internet's using to make fun of him came from his fucking wife.
Wow. Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
That's sad.
They should invite him on.
Well, I want to ask Rajor a question first.
Okay.
Rajor.
Wait, we should get Rajor in here.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can.
Well, if you can. I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
Yep, there it is. Have you
Since
always been
I've
shitting your
known
pants?
You've always had like IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not
At a cafe.
God, it's hard to watch.
Caffeine.
I could care less if Ian has
Like he's so scared to stand up to his own wife. He's
Oh God, yeah.
he's the happy wife, happy life guy. Yeah, this is what that happy wife. This is happy wife, happy life, right, guys? This is what that happy life looks like.
No, don't.
Are you
do it to
are you
yourself.
happy yet, Ian?
Don't
Are you
do it to
happy?
yourself.
Yeah, well, as long as she's happy. Yeah. God, he sounds so defeated.
Yeah.
IBS. But why would you tell your entire viewing audience that he shits himself a lot? Ian was already dead inside, streaming for 19 hours at this point. But holy shit. That's not even the most embarrassing part of the stream,
Literally. Is he asleep? No, he's reading Twitter right
And
now.
that wasn't even the most embarrassing part.
Oh God, how?
Well, here it is.
No.
Yeah, sorry. I just saw Keffel's tweet, like, shitting on Nicholas Diorio. I
Yeah.
fucking love that community. God damn. That's so fucking cool.
Oh, yeah, you still like the edgy
Appreciated
stuff,
the
huh?
Shout out. She messaged me.
Nice.
I don't think I've ever seen a statement age like milk like that before. I'm glad Ian is in support of a scammer who promoted homemade drugs to minors that had lolly on the packaging. In another stream, the two have a conversation about how Ian pees sitting down.
I pee sitting.
And your ex-husband pees sitting down.
And his name was. Anyway.
He was a cock. You could have cucked him.
I
You
could have.
you could have had that. That could have been your future right there, baby. I'll never trust a man that's gonna pee sitting down.
And Anisa can back me up on that one.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I pee
What?
sitting?
Oh, sometimes, yeah, most of the time. I was getting real suspicious because, like, the bathroom is right by the bed, and he would be like, oh, I have to pee, and then there'd be no sound. And I was like, how the hell are you peeing with no sound? But it's because of the...
Because of the way things are.
Because he pees sitting down.
I was like, what the hell? I thought maybe you just had a real weak stream or something.
Oh man, that'd be sad.
Oh no, I didn't think you peed sitting down. I thought you had a weak penis. I thought you had a small, weak penis. God damn! Just end the stream. End the stream.
Jesus
Tell this bitch to
Christ.
shut up. Like, my husband doesn't pee sitting down. He is, like, her mind didn't go to oh, well, maybe he's just sitting down. Maybe he
he's
pooped
just
and
sitting
peed.
down, yeah.
Yeah. Like, even if you're giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he was pooping and maybe he sat down to poop and couldn't poop and he just peed. No. My husband went to pee and I don't hear anything. He must have a weak penis. Weak manhood. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, that's sad. Not the fact you're talking about this in the first place. This goes back to what I said earlier in the video, that Anisa has no problem leaking private or embarrassing information about her partner.
No, she does
Ian comes
not.
across as melancholy all the time.
Not that she has a problem with it. I think she actively enjoys it.
Yeah, I do think she enjoys it.
Even in his videos, it looks like he had the soul sucked out of him and he's just clinging on. Here's another stream where Ian gets raided by Betty, a freeloader from Sam Hyde's show Fish Tank. She's not too well known since she was only on the show for like a few days, but I won't be surprised if Ian knew who she was.
Oh yeah, he definitely hate watches Fish Tank, for sure.
Man, this thing is loud.
Warlock? What are you doing?
What's that?
What are you doing? What's loud?
Oh, fucking raid.
Oh. Whoa, you got raided.
Yes, we said.
1 second.
Oh my God, who watches these streams? Holy fuck!
Man.
Even this,
It's so
like, I
fun to
get
look
it. He
at,
wants to show the
especially
clip
Anisa trying to get
unedited,
him
but
to
man,
engage.
this is hard to
He's
watch.
like a deer in headlights. There's
Yeah,
this
he
narrative that
just
There's
Anisa's
no.
pulling him at
They are devoid of personality. Just devoid of any personality. Yeah.
Yeah, he just seems dead inside.
But even her, she's trying to put energy into it, and even it's just devoid of personality. Just, oh, you got rated. Yeah.
Oh
my
yeah, neither
God,
of them all
dude.
seems.
Just stop streaming at this point. I know that you're trying to make money because you said you didn't make any money last year, but do you not have any money left? Play the stock market, invest, do DoorDash, literally anything else.
Anything but this.
Literally anything but this.
Micromanaging him, which might be true, but I think it might be something else. My theory is that Ian is having to metaphorically hold her on a leash so she won't go off and say stupid shit, which fails a lot of the time. This drains the energy out of him at all times, which is why he appears lifeless.
To be honest, we probably are, both of us, true switch energy, because in reality, like, I think I sound like very confident. I make 0 decisions in our existence. I
don't believe that. Jesus Christ.
Jeez.
I make 0 decisions. Yeah, the content cop where he said the N-word was my idea. I guess that wasn't a decision.
Yeah. I mean,
she makes suggestions. He just takes them all.
For someone.
Ultimately, it's his decision. I just make suggestions. He does take every suggestion that I give, though.
Yes, there you go. I mean, for someone who doesn't make decisions, that's a pretty hefty decision.
All of them are hefty suggestions, and
Hefty
he takes them,
suggestion.
but he doesn't have to. It's the illusion of choice. All right, it's all fake. He's the assistant to the regional manager.
There you
I can't make a choice. If my life depended on it, he needs to do everything, and I don't.
No, because making a choice would make you responsible if it was the wrong choice.
Mhm.
You need him to be the one that makes all the choices, so when shit goes south, you can blame it on him.
Yeah.
But if it goes well, you can say, well, I told him to do it, and you can take the credit.
Yeah, this was
This
my
is just
idea.
avoiding responsibility.
Yeah.
Really have any, like, it sounds crazy. I'm not embarrassed by it at all, to be honest. I'm actually very at peace.
Speaking of Office references, it's like the episode of The Office where they were doing the healthcare thing, but Michael Scott didn't want to be responsible for it, so he gave it to Dwight, thinking he picked the wrong one, and then Dwight picked a good one, and then he tried to take credit for
There
it
you go.
afterwards, and he was like, "Well, I was the one that told it." Yeah. That's you, bitch. That's you.
That's you.
You're fucking Michael Scott with fake tits.
Peace with it, but I have 0 goals and aspirations in life.
That's a woman's suit.
Says mysterious.
Says mysterious on it right here. There's shoulder pads.
Other than whatever he wants
This
to
is
do.
very true.
Yeah, I just want to
God,
help
he
him do
sounds
whatever
dead
he wants
inside.
to do, and that's what makes me happy. So, but I sound very. It's because you talk to me enough that I know how you feel about things, and I want to passionately fight for you.
Yeah.
And that I think comes
Mhm.
off. It used to really
Yes,
bother
dear.
me that my brain worked that way, and it's been like that ever since very young. I remember being in grade like 2 or 3.
This isn't what podcasts are. You guys are just trauma dumping. Podcasts are not your own personal dumping grounds.
Yeah,
this isn't what
that's supposed to be
podcasts
therapy
are,
and
Ethan.
shit. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Anissa's husband. This isn't what podcasts are.
And then being like, write your goals and aspirations. And
So I was laughing because someone just said that sounds like pelvic tilt energy.
Tilt energy.
That right there.
That's a pegging joke.
Where-
Your wife pegs you, dumbass.
We're from the South.
And she
It's-
admitted it later that she's tried to peg you before.
We're
The
from
pelvic
South.
thrust energy.
Yes. We're
Yeah.
from the South. You would refer to him as Mr. Anisa.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Johma. No. No.
No.
Anissa's husband. That's what I'm going with. I want to give her the ownership title.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
Like the red peelers do when they address a woman. Oh, hello, Michael's wife.
I mean,
Michael's. Never say her name. That's just Michael's wife.
You could do it like they do on what's that show? Handmaid's Tale
I'll watch that one. That's a you thing.
of Anisa.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
There you go.
He is Ian of Anisa.
There you go.
There explains a lot. Now, a lot of the recent attention towards the couple has been through their new podcast, strangely titled, She Ruined My Career. It's supposed to be a dig at the haters, but it comes across as so try-hard. Essentially.
Comes across as an admission.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
An admission he's trying to play off as a joke.
Yeah.
Like, this is fooling no one.
The two talk about random shit, while their buddy Uncle Dan just sits in the corner and yes-mans them. It's pretty much just a couples therapy podcast, as they end up talking about personal issues. Most people didn't.
This isn't what podcasts are.
No.
Yeah, we should take podcast advice from this guy.
Care at first, as it's on a secondary channel with only 36,000 subscribers. But then came an episode from February 2024 where they mention this while Ian gives dating advice.
I'm realizing that I'm caring less about body hair, like women with like armpit hair or
I think that's my fault.
arm hair.
Like 4 years ago, I just stopped shaving as often.
You were dating a Wookiee.
Yeah.
Yeah, your bitch walking around looking like a fucking Wookiee.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I don't
No.
care how feminist you are or how
No.
freeing it is or natural or blah, blah, blah. Chick with leg hair?
No.
Nope, I'm out. That's it. Instant deal breaker. God damn, if I'm rubbing my hand up your fucking skirt, I feel like I'm petting my dog. That's it. No, I'm out. I'm fucking out. I could probably overlook the armpit hair as long as you kept your arms down, but the legs? Nope.
No.
Nope.
No.
That's a no-go, baby. Can't do it.
If you're at a
Can't
restaurant,
Can't fucking do
if
it.
you're at like one of those Benihana style restaurants and you rub your lady's leg and you have to ask yourself, am I rubbing her leg?
And it's
or the
almost
guy?
like, and it's almost like they know that it's disgusting and stuff. Because
Oh,
I've
yeah,
seen
they
them.
have
I've
to.
seen them in public out in the wild. I've seen those girls who don't shave their legs. They'll always wear stockings to make their legs appear shaved, but then when
Yeah.
you get close, you can see the hair under the
see
side.
the
I'm like, oh,
Oh,
yeah, like
no.
it'll fool you from a distance, but then you get close and you're like, oh god,
No,
dude.
ma'am.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
ma'am.
it's so disgusting. This is why I don't trust a bitch in stockings now. Like if I see stockings, I'm just like,
I don't
nope.
trust a bitch in stockings.
What's wrong with your legs? Why you gotta cover them up? Why you gotta? Nope, can't do it.
Words of
Red
wisdom.
flag.
Never
Flag on the
trust a
play.
bitch
I'm
in
out.
stockings.
I'm out. I am instantly out.
And I think you've just had to get used to it.
No, that's not true.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I
shave
don't-
all the time.
Now?
No, I only shave when I'm doing OnlyFans.
No, I think your perception of like what is
Again, embarrassing her husband.
Yeah.
God damn.
shaven and what is not shaven is different.
Okay.
Because you can get like a little stubble and you're like, oh, I'm Sasquatch or whatever. That's not
yeah,
true.
No, you
To
shouldn't
the
be
untrained eye, I'm
feeling
like, yeah,
stubble
it's
either.
fucking, that's a naked
He's trying to give her an out, and she's not taking
not
it.
taking it.
leg.
No, I won't shave for like 3 weeks on my armpits sometimes. Sometimes I look down, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, the armpits I don't even fucking care about though.
I know,
And
you-
why does anyone care about that?
It's-
They're just the fucking under your arm.
No, I
like,
know, I
unless
agree.
someone's like sexually attracted to armpits.
Or you're laying in bed, and she puts her arm around you, or
Mm-hmm.
you snuggle up next to her.
And you get a
Ugh.
nose full of hair.
Yeah, just yeah, no. That starts rubbing against you. Yeah, people care, dumbass.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons.
I get the feeling they don't do a lot of cuddling.
I don't think they do a lot of touching at all.
Exactly.
I don't get the
Which, by the way, I uploaded a picture of me yesterday where my arm was up, and someone did in the comments say, "Yes, armpit." So they do exist.
God, that pog face really seals the deal with that clip. Truly thought-provoking stuff. Getting to hear about Anisa shaving habits. After this clip got thrown around on Twitter, the duo responded 2 podcasts later.
You sort of offhandedly said like, "Oh, I only shave for OnlyFans or whatever." Something
Yeah,
like that?
I only shave. That's true.
Yeah. Well, you would shave for me though. If you need, if I needed you
No.
to shave for
No.
me, you'd
You
shave for
should.
me.
If you can.
Nope.
No.
If that should have been an instant yes. The fact that she's not instantly saying
Yeah.
yes, and you're making that face like
Yeah.
he's making that face like, please say yes.
Mm-hmm.
I know you don't, and you know you don't, and we're joking, but I need the audience to
But-
think you do.
but just
and
lie.
she won't
Yeah.
even give him that. Watch.
cared, but the amount of times you've told me not to shave, you're like, I don't give a shit. Why do you care?
They seem to think their critics care more about this than they do. Like, no, it's just people making fun of you for admitting this stuff. Only a few weeks later, they bring on a psychologist named Dr. Kirk Honda with a segment dedicated to talking about the hate they've been getting online.
So the thing is, and what makes me kind of sad about all of this is, like, I wanted to get him to share more. Like, as our relationship went on, I share a lot. He's wanted me to share less. I've wanted him to share more. We've started to meet in the middle. But as he shared more, he gets punished online for it.
Do you read all the comments, though?
He does, and is fine. I won't say fine, but way better than me. I'm the problem.
I think I mean, I would describe it kind of, she's described it a little bit like body dysmorphia, where it's like if you're looking yourself in the mirror for a little too long, you can get a little bit really down on yourself. You know, you read one negative comment, you're like, all right, let's find another one.
Yeah.
And you keep going. Yeah. It's weird.
I'm the only one not bothered by the comments and just could not give two shits. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I laugh at them like this shit. None of this shit's real. I'm never gonna meet you people. I don't care.
Yeah. I don't know. I think me and you are the exception, not the rule. I guess. I don't know.
Weird. It definitely hurts, and I can get caught in that.
Bro, just ignore the hate and move on. Also, the hate
it's not
is
that
pretty
hard.
warranted in most areas, as you guys have fucked up a charity event and have spent the last year virtue signaling about how much you've changed for the better, while actively getting worse.
I also feel like
Think
you
about
shouldn't
it. They're
be
at the point where they invited
using
a
this as
psychologist
content.
onto their public podcast to discuss the mean comments they get from strangers.
Yeah.
Truly pathetic. Things got really bad for them in late April, when an episode from their Patreon-exclusive podcast, The Bog, leaked. In it, they bring up the Creator Clash 2 drama again, as they discuss apparent legal issues resulting in the event losing money.
When we were being threatened to be sued, they actually said, the lawyer said that they didn't believe us, that we lost money on the second year.
Yeah.
And they wanted us to, like, show our, like, back end, basically, and show them that we lost money. They, like, said that they used the fucking Bo Black video as, like, proof.
Which is why, even though if you come out and you make videos where you aren't necessarily alleging things, but everything that you're saying is like an implication, it still fucking has real world consequences, and
does.
it's fucking bullshit.
Crazy.
Some lawyers trying to use this as
an argument.
They're basically trying to push the blame towards their critics again, specifically Bo Black, since he theorized how the event lost money. He never implied they stole money, just that they mismanaged it, which is true. Same thing goes with the other commentary channels that cover this. They then whine about how much they sacrificed with the event, blaming it on pirating again before justifying the parties they threw.
The second year we decided to do the gala, which everybody complained about, not everybody, but some people were like up their ass about us like doing the gala. We decided to do that this year because the first year everybody got punched in the head, and then the very next day everybody's getting on planes, and we had all these feelings that we hadn't processed.
Oh God.
The second year, which by the way,
Oh, the trauma. Yeah, it's just a trauma dumping podcast.
we knew that we had lost money on the event, and we had to go to the gala.
Yeah.
We had to go there. And everyone, and I really wish I could take everybody that's listening to this and put them in my, like, you know, like SpongeBob had plankton in his, like, head? Like, I wish I could put all the viewers in my fucking head. And so they could see.
Hey, how about only throwing
It sounds like they're already living rent-free in your head, sweetheart.
one party, and that's it. Don't spend $20K in a comedian, and don't do a lavish gala. And don't invite a bunch of random friends to the event and wine and dine them. They then talk about the real reason Froggy Fresh was kicked from Creator Clash.
Like, I don't want to fucking tweet anything.
Yeah.
These fuckers are gonna, like, just constantly, like, ream me over this decision that was very fucking justified.
Yeah. Which, and it had nothing to do with, like, the OnlyFans comment.
Yeah.
Which still, like...
Oh, yeah, there's loads of, like, things that we can talk about. I feel like, I mean, at this point, it's like we're a year away from it now.
It's just crazy.
Yeah, there's still so much to that whole thing.
Yeah.
That people don't know.
I know.
And I'm like, you know, I want to respect, you know, a lot of the people that we talk to, you know, coaches primarily.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were a lot of very justifiable reasons.
Yeah. Including, like, not showing up to...
Yeah.
To
training.
Training.
Yes.
Like, there were so many And I think a lot of people banked on us being fair and not sharing everything.
Yeah, and that is exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened.
Tyler immediately responded to this, with him saying on Twitter that this was flat out lies. He said that the trainer they hired for him was an alcoholic who didn't find someone compelling to spar with. He then thanks the person who actually trained him, and respectfully tells Ian and Anisa to stop talking about him. When BoBlocks posted the segment, Tyler commented about other negative experiences he had with Creator Clash 2. I was also pissed when I found out I couldn't buy, out of my own pocket, a room for somebody close to me for my walkout because people like Hassan, Denims, Frogan, and all these other people who didn't promote the event had nothing to do with it, and were just taking up oxygen. We're given rooms at the hotel and were able to go to everything, but our own family and friends had strict limits. I don't care about going to a party. It just seemed disrespectful that the normal people were denied a room at the inn, so to speak, so Hassan can enjoy the open bar and free catering without having too many gross normies around him.
True.
Anisa then talks about how intense security had to be over Sam Hyde showing up.
We had to like have the FBI involved. The FBI was involved. We had the police, the Tampa Bay police were involved. We had to like track flight logs to see who was coming, who was flying in. For many, we had many names on that list. There were like 2 bomb threats. We had 2 bomb threats. And because we had the FBI involved and all of this beforehand, we actually did a bunch of bomb sweeps with dogs during, before, after the event. It was insane.
Obviously, the bomb threats are unjustified, but having to track flight logs is hilariously ridiculous. Ever since this episode got leaked, I feel like Anisa's mental health has just been spiraling. Beezel has been clipping a lot of these moments for all of us to see, so let's check some out. First is when she tried owning the insult she always gets as a coping mechanism.
I like when people call me a succubus unironically because it means that I'm at least in some capacity hot to someone.
Right. You're achieving something.
I'm hot to someone.
Right.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Because to be a succubus is, I mean...
Yeah, like, think they're insulting you. They're like, you fucking succubus.
Yeah, they did a bad job with the insult. I get what they were going for. You should have went with siren, because the siren's call is that their voice allures you, and then you get there,
really
and
hideous,
they're actually hideous, and then you're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So should have went with siren, but they just mixed up their fantasy lore.
Wrong.
Yeah, they mixed up their fantasy lore. I got the meaning though. I think most normal people do.
Yeah.
You damn temptress.
Yeah.
You siren. And it's like,
so you do get it. Oh my god. Dude.
So like being called a witch.
Yeah.
I'm like half Irish and we're pagan.
Right.
Fucking
These are all sick things for women to be.
Yeah, it's
like,
cool to be a witch.
Yeah, objectively like badass.
Yeah.
No one watched The Wizard of Oz and said that looked sick, dude.
Yeah. that Wicked Witch of the West, man.
Witches are historically also hideous. And,
yeah.
Traditionally, it's not a modern day version. You guys are thinking Charmed here. Nah, that's not what most people think of, man.
No.
Succubus, witch, Yoko Ono.
Yeah.
All.
How the fuck are you taking Yoko Ono as a compliment? That's wild. I can't even think of how you could possibly even spin that one.
Really good thing.
Yeah, they're only bad if you inherently like hate women.
Yeah, true.
Anisa would then expand upon this in a tweet, saying how inspirational.
Do you hate women?
No.
So,
I
mean, if I called you Yoko Ono, then that wouldn't be bad, right? It's only inherently bad if you hate women. You wouldn't take that bad, would you?
I would take it badly. I'm afraid I would.
If I called you Medea,
I would take it badly. Still would be taking this badly.
Only if you hate women.
Oh, is that the only time?
No, Yoko Ono is.
Yoko Ono.
She's awful. She's terrible. She can't sing. I love her.
Anisa then started solo streaming again.
She's their audience in a nutshell. She's awful. She's terrible, and I love her for it.
Talks about Ian's IBS in her very first stream.
As soon as gluten enters his system,
She does it again.
His body thinks that he's like it's a something bad. It attacks it, and so his intestines and stomach get inflamed.
I swear.
So you're saying he's celiac? I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would
I
have
was
used
gonna
that.
say, that's
Otherwise,
not-
you would have used that term. You're describing a medical condition, which is the only legitimate reason to not eat gluten.
Yeah.
But you're not saying the name of the condition, which makes me think he doesn't actually have it.
Yeah, no.
Half her problems would be solved if she just shut her damn mouth. On her next stream, she discussed some behind-the-scenes creator clash drama. Some guy who had been trying to get involved with the event had a lawyer investigate why it lost money, once again blaming Boblax.
The lawyer used the YouTube video to say that this was proof that we were pocketing money. So the point that I was making with that clip that got taken out of context again, or like he just didn't understand what I was saying, is that we were in a shakedown lawsuit, and part of the reason why they thought that they could bark up our tree was because commentary
up your tree?
YouTubers have no idea what it is to work a normal job, let alone
Describing her husband again.
put on a whole event, okay? You have no clue. You don't even know what it's like to clock in and have someone breathe down your neck. So don't tell me how much it costs. $100,000 does not even...
I don't gotta work a real job to know how math works.
I know, right?
The fuck? What is this logic? Anyone can look at a balance sheet and realize that the math ain't mathin', bitch.
Yeah.
It costs 1/4 of the broadcasting fees. So, like, I don't know what crack these, like, commentary YouTubers are on, but I want some.
Next, did she say she wants crack? Look, next time hire an accountant. It's not our fault you didn't hire an accountant.
Yeah.
What the fuck? We just looked at the math and said the math ain't mathin'. And it looks like we weren't wrong because you lost money. Like this argument is nothing.
No, I know. This is going on. I love how I didn't wear makeup today. I look disgusting as shit.
How is that any different from when you do wear makeup?
I know, right?
Got him!
Oh, God.
The joke there being that she looks like a boy.
I don't know why she
But
cut her
this
hair
will
like
go
that.
on every and I don't care. I'm at the point. I don't care. I don't care anymore, because even when we don't say something, they think we're saying something.
Our silence means something. Please play that clip. I don't know if this video was made after that one or not, but God, that was their go-to argument for why they didn't help Ethan, was because, yeah, we were being silent, but our silence means something, Ethan. But now she's saying just 'cause they're acting like us being silent means something. It's whatever she needs to say to get her out of whatever situation she's currently in.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Contradictions be damned.
Oh, thanks, guys. Thank you. Yeah, they're gonna assume shit. So I'm so over it. Like, and I'm over the.
And you just got the reason why she does all this on podcast. She just showed it in the clip. This is all a therapy session for her because her chat is just going to sit there and tell her everything will be okay and glaze her and tell her she's right. Yeah, and they're just going to yes and her.
Yeah.
And, oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah, they're just
this
gonna
is why I
cry
stream. It makes me feel so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. This isn't what podcasts are.
No, it's
them
not.
crying. They cry like they're the victims, bro. You like made a video like with all these weird out-of-pocket assumptions, like just so out of pocket.
Not out of pocket. They're out of your balance sheet.
I don't know. I know a lot of them have never worked a real job. I know that for a fact. And if you have, you worked there for a week and you cried and you quit.
I know that for a fact.
You may have
I
done.
know that for a fact, but they might have, and if they did, Jesus fucking Christ.
She continues going on about how hard she worked in the past, which really doesn't matter. Who cares that you worked at Denny's 15 years ago?
Yeah.
Because all she does now is take nudes, record for a shitty podcast, and pretend to manage boxing events, which she doesn't even do right. Are people not allowed to question the real reason you lost $250,000 besides blaming it on pirating? This clip went pretty viral online, with some pretty great memes being made from it. However, there are some other really stupid things she said here. First, she talks about her confronting Rusty Cage at Creator Clash 2 over making a tweet she didn't like.
But you fuckers that are looking at this right now, I know that you would fucking cry if I said something to you in real life. I know you would cry. How do I know? Because I've done it to one of you fuckers in real life, and you have cried.
I'll take that challenge.
Challenge accepted.
It'll be a cold day in hell for you. Make me cry. Well, maybe she took her shirt off.
That would make you cry.
Yeah. It's a crime against humanity. I might would cry.
You cried and apologized to me, and you even said that I made you feel like a bitch.
Oh, that I'll never do.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'm not apologizing to you, ever.
And I'm glad that I did, to be honest. Some more people should do that to you.
To me, this sounds like a massive exaggeration.
Yes.
If you're not aware, Rusty Cage isn't even a commentary channel. He makes comedy videos, and occasionally retweets MDE-related stuff. All he posted was a photo of people holding Froggy Fresh signs with the caption, "Oh no." Rusty talked about this in a branded book.
That's what warranted that entire fucking rant.
Really?
One picture.
That?
Yeah.
That was it.
Cam video.
I paid money, I'm on the floor seats, and I see like some shenanigans going down. I take a photo of it. It's just people holding up a sign. It said Froggy did nothing wrong. Like
seemingly innocuous.
Yeah, right. I go to this like after event, and Anisa comes up to me. She comes up and says, "That tweet was really not cool," and I just apologized. I felt kind of like a bitch. I was like, why the fuck did I apologize? What am I apologizing for? I don't even know this person. That's really not cool. Honestly, Anisa, it was very cool.
So if I took a picture of a sign that said Froggy Fresh did nothing wrong, that's kind of an uncool move. That's not cool. But if I'm your friend and I give you a few days notice to go fight a black guy that's way bigger than you, that's actually a cool move.
Idos would then include a clip of Rusty saying he felt like a bitch.
Why does he have to be black?
Again, that's the neo-Nazi talking.
I know. But I'm just saying.
It does make it hit harder. Like if you're gonna make a meme about Ian being a cuck, I mean, you could put a handsome white dude there, but it hits harder if he's being cucked by a black guy. Yeah,
okay.
It just hits harder. Just hits different.
All right, racism, in other words. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
With zero context in his Froggy Fresh video, which he responded to later in a podcast he does with Monkey Jones. Here he dives deeper into telling his side of things.
The next day, there was a party where all these, fake YouTube celebrities toot their own horns about how cool they are, and they all dress up and whatever, circle jerk.
This is how they're describing his event that he invited them all to.
Yep.
Yeah. Does it sound like a boxing event to you?
Nope, it doesn't.
And so I was there. It was a little awkward.
An appropriate use of boxing funds.
Met up with a couple cool people. Dave from Cyanide and Happiness, he was there. He was really chill. And then I was going to the bar to get a drink, and Anisa comes up to me, and she's like, "Hey, I just want to let you know that what you tweeted out was really not cool."
They cannot handle having their feelings hurt.
No, they
At
cannot.
all.
Y'all are in the wrong business.
God.
And I was like,
so
wait,
she's
what?
joke policing your tweet about calling them the joke police?
I really wish that it was the joke police one, because that would have been the lamest shit. So I was like, what tweet are you talking about? Because I had also tweeted something kind of offensive about Abelina Sabrina. Do you know who that is?
No.
So she was one of the boxers in the event, and she was getting her ass whooped, and I was like, Sabrina hasn't taken this much abuse since she was with Gus.
Jesus.
Oh, that's old.
That's why whenever what's her name? Anisa. Whenever Anisa came up to me and was like, that tweet was not cool, that was the first thing that came to my mind. I was like, yeah, I guess that was a little bit, whatever. That maybe a little bit too far. So I asked, I was like, what tweet? And then she was like, the one that said Froggy Fresh did nothing wrong. I was like, fucking what? Like that.
She's more offended by that than by like the domestic abuse tweet.
Yeah. And so, in the situation, I was kind of taken off guard. I'm in line. I'm about to order. That's the thing. And then she comes up to me.
Again, this is high school mean girl shit.
Yes, it is. It is.
I don't care that you called me a whore. I care that you said I look like Stacy. Fucking Stacy. Jesus fucking Christ.
Like, this is the shit I warn our
God,
daughters
dude.
about getting.
It's so
getting
fucking
wrapped up
juvenile
in.
and pathetic.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I'm sorry. Pretty much in that tone, because it wasn't like I'm so sorry. It was just like, I'm sorry. Like I don't really
Like I'm
really
a
know how to
little
respond.
taken aback.
Sorry that my lame tweet really fucking offended you. So she's like, I just want to say it's really not cool, and then walked away. I turned to the bartender. She's looking at me, and then we just kind of both shrug, and I continue to get my tequila.
Said, "Is this homeless woman harassing you, sir?" And you said, "No, I'm all right."
He's asking me for heroin.
Rusty then talks about his inclusion in the IW.
And that joke probably didn't offend her either. The one where you look like a heroin addict, because you do.
Because you do, yeah.
This video.
So, all right, so I'm trying to remember the whole video, but yeah, it's him shitting on everyone, pretty much saying how everyone's like so viciously attacking him and attacking Anisa and talking about like, attacking his masculinity and things like that. At the end of the video, it's no commentary. It's just a clip of me and Brandon Buckingham's video where I was recounting that same story about, Anisa coming up to me. And then I apologize, but I was like, I don't know why I apologize. And then it cuts to a clip of Froggy Fresh saying, masculinity totally removed by Anisa. So it was a dig at me. I guess they were saying
What?
I got totally gotten demasculated or emasculated or whatever by Anisa.
That's a stretch and a half. I don't even understand what he thought he was doing there.
It seemed like something that she probably forced him to put in, but yeah, I definitely didn't really get the I wasn't offended by it because it was just confusing. It's like, what the fuck was the point of that?
Yeah.
Are they?
Why is he like he's attacking Rusty Cage out of nowhere when you have nothing to do with any of this?
All this is Anisa trying to seem all tough and intimidating, when all she did was approach Rusty out of nowhere and press him over a tweet. What does she expect him to do? Argue during the middle of a party? The guy honestly seems polite, while Anisa comes across as a crazy bitch.
Yeah.
This is further proven in this clip.
This is the truth, okay? Ian keeps me on a leash, okay? And I'm okay with that because I need to be on a leash.
Okay.
I need to be on a leash, a tight leash, to be honest, because I am unhinged. I will just say shit.
Here's another clip from that stream I thought was hilarious.
Would Ian do OnlyFans? We've talked about it before. He kind of has. I don't know how much information I can give. Like hand cameos. I don't want to get in trouble. But I don't know, maybe.
In a different stream, Anisa said that Ian has been the one motivating her to continue doing OnlyFans.
If there's anyone that actually does keep me accountable, it is for like sticking to a job. It is Ian, actually. Okay, I wanted to quit OF like so early on, and Ian was like, no, you promised 2 years at least. I'm gonna make you stick to it. And I did, and
I believe that she reverses conversations that they had.
Yeah.
I believe he
wanted her to
told
quit.
her to quit,
Yeah.
and she said, no, I told you I'd give it at least 2 years.
Yeah.
And then she kept going. And then she reverses it.
Yeah, I do believe that.
I believe that that's how that actually went
that
down.
sounds
I can't
more
prove it.
Feasible.
It's one of those things I can't prove it, but I know it to be true. I can't.
Sorry, but that
I can't prove it, but I can feel it in my gut. I know it to be true.
That fucking little.
All the hints are there. I can't prove it, but I know in my gut it's true. Just
Look,
like I can't.
take it from me.
I can't prove, and I know what they say. I can't prove that Taco Bell uses horse meat. But in my gut, I know it to be true.
Your gut is telling you something.
I know it to be true. I can't prove it, and they can release all their PR statements that say otherwise, but I know it to be true.
I mean, I still do it, so.
Ever since this all occurred, Anisa has been doing damage control in order to fend off the commentary bros.
You know, it's interesting because when I did the rant that like got clipped and shared by like a bunch of people, I did that intentionally to be like ranty and interesting and eye-catching, and like I did it with the intention of like getting it shared.
Sure you did.
And it's interesting how like
to be ranty and interesting.
How predictable that is. I get.
I did it with the intention of it being shared. She said after it got shared.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is cope.
Yeah, I'm someone who has specifically not dated people because I could tell that they weren't, they would not be able to handle a stronger will.
I can't
can
handle.
tell
I can't deal with a weak-willed woman.
Yeah, I can tell.
Exact opposite.
He's one who could not handle.
He's a weak-willed man.
Yeah. That any strong-willed woman he would get with would be running over him.
Yep.
And that's what he has going on right now.
Yes. And it's cool. It makes you feel like, okay, like this is more predictable than like you would imagine that it is.
Let's be real here. She did not intend any of these clips to go viral. This was just her releasing her aggression into her own safe space. She's not some smart big brain troll like Sam Hyde. She's a moron who can't close her mouth unless she's sucking someone's cock. This meme from Lyrics pretty much sums it all up. Hey guys, look at how retarded I am. Her. Fuck off, retard. Joke's on them, I was only pretending. Only a few days later, Anisa would talk about this on her podcast of Ian, where they once again try to cope.
It's like, I don't know, who are you gonna piss off other than like a bunch of incels, like, and people who are just already mad at you.
I know, yeah, that's kind of. I was like,
It's like,
whatever.
What are there new people lining up? You know, it's like it's Pokimane waiting in the wings, like watching your stream. All right,
better not say anything mean about me.
Anyways, more coping would occur in the next episode, after Ian's disastrous appearance on Cold Ones. Basically, Ian filmed a video of his old pals Max Melfo and Anything for Views. It was supposed to be reminiscent of the Cake trilogy, though instead, Ian spent the whole time staring off into the distance and basically adding nothing. The top comment reads, "You guys are lucky he could fit you in between his wife's tattoo appointments." This is in reference to the fact that Ian did not show up to Max's wedding, since he had to accompany Anisa to one of her tattoo appointments. As if she didn't
that actually happened
already.
Oh,
in response to
wow.
these comments, Ian says that this is an experiment he's been doing to tone down his emotions. This to me isn't true, as he's been like this for the past 2 years now.
So I was like, I think I'll try out, I'll experiment with me being a little bit more like toned down. How I.
He's just anything to explain my actions. It doesn't make me look bad. Yeah, like that's their whole playbook here.
Are you on drugs?
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing that she does. Jokes on you. I was just pretending. Yeah, like anything to get me out of taking responsibility for something.
Like, unless the answer
Would
is
be
yes,
real.
you're on drugs, then no, you are a man who's dead inside.
I'm sure that they're both on drugs for their mental illnesses, but they clearly aren't working.
I mean, obviously not.
Life. That video I recorded with Max and Chad, that is much closer to how I behave in real life.
That's not a good thing. You used to be confident, iDubbbz. You used to eat cake made out of your own hair and review pickles in the sewer. Now you're ranking playground equipment on a political compass and playing with Thanos fidget toys with no energy at all. The last thing I want to touch on here is Anisa's secret Twitter account, where she seems to shit talk quite a lot. I don't have any actual screenshots of tweets, but the replies tell us everything we ought to know. So for some context to this first one, Beazle posted a stream clip from a while ago where Ian and Anisa give some brain-dead take about there being no sidewalks in Texas. Dojangles, who a lot of you will know as the wife of Mudahar of Some Ordinary Gamers, then quote tweeted this with, "I walk to a lot of places in different parts of Texas. Pseudo-intellectualism strikes again." Anisa apparently saw this tweet and ranted about it, though we're not fully sure. What I am sure of is that a lot of these other posts are just her swinging out about the hate she gets. These people who follow her constantly shower her of love and support as if she's always begging for it. What I don't understand is why she doesn't just do some sort of private Discord server where everyone is vetted. It took me 5 seconds to find all these replies, and now we know she's trying to have a baby, which I honestly didn't want to know. Geez, imagine little greasy goblin babies running around, and then when they get to school...
Yeah, do we really want this thing to reproduce?
No, we don't. Jesus
Well,
Christ,
they'll get bullied for having a mom who did OnlyFans. Oh, and as I was editing this, Anisa is seemingly defending Chris Tyson. I mean, this person is saying Chris did nothing wrong. Oh, and here's 2 tweets of Anisa mentioning Shadman, a known lolicon artist. This one is a reply to him. Not a good look, Anisa. At the core of it all, my main issues with Anisa as a person is her crybaby attitude, reliance on those around her to stay relevant, and worst of all, her ability to not just shut the fuck up. Doing that would change a lot of opinions about her. She is her own worst enemy, yet she'll never realize it. In fact, she has a history of blaming others for her own actions, never taking accountability. And isn't that what people claim Ian did last year? She blamed her chatters in her previous university setting on her Holocaust statement, blamed Bo Blacks and other commentary channels for Critter Clash's failure, blames incels for the hate she gets on her OF, and blames loved ones for starting drama. She's never changed, she's always been a hypocrite, and she's always been an unlikable cunt. What makes people dislike her more is how much of a crybaby she can be. She'll spend her time shit-talking others, even those who don't deserve it, and then get surprised when she gets that level of hate back. She'll then use Ian as a shield and fuck off for a while.
Yeah, the definition of dish it but can't take it.
Yeah.
Recently, she's been trying to embrace the hate, but it'll only keep her relevant temporarily before the next lolcow starts drama. The only people supporting her are two groups, the male simps and the female simps. The male ones think of her as a walking sex object and subscribe to her OF, while the female ones constantly engage with her on Twitter because they identify with her in some way. They're probably just as mentally deranged. Something that I especially hate is that she tries to engage with these people as privately as possible, still leaving gaps for others to find. If we're going to
privating her fucking replies and shit to only people she follows, and then she follows the ones that would, the echo chamber shit. The same thing that journalist did, screaming about free speech, but only allows comments from people she agrees with.
Yeah.
Shit talk people, do it in public or you're just a pussy. Honestly, I don't know where her future is headed. Her and Ian will probably do another Creator Clash and have it fail, as they won't take any advice they...
He predicted the future, so this was made before the Creator Clash 3 thing, but can't wait for his follow-up on this. You nailed it, Rob. I mean, it was the most easiest thing in the world to predict. It's like predicting when the sun's gonna rise, but all right.
There'll just be 20 no-name YouTubers, someone who was popular 15 years ago, and Ian fighting for an event that loses more money for charity. Anisa will just say she's concussed again and won't fight. Who do I think she should fight? Get her to fight Taylor from Fish Tank. Let the girl give Anisa the old Haymaker. Also, Anisa better look out for Frank Hassel. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this massive episode. If there's anyone else you think I should cover next, let me know below. Bye.
This what episode?
Anisa the old Haymaker. Also, Anisa better look out for Frank Hassel. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this massive episode.
And you know what else is massive?
It was massive.
If there's anyone else you think I should...
Good episode, though. Yeah, there's quite a few people you should make him on. I'm sure you have at this point. I need to catch up on Rob's media and see what else he's made. Because this has been the entirety of the stream, a 2-hour-long video that we reacted to, making it into, 4-hour-long stream. Worth it, though, to get the full history of her leading up to Creator Clash 3, and we've covered everything she's done after. So, yeah, she's pretty much been a piece of shit the whole time. It's a little different from iDubbbz, where he started out based, and then so I think it's pretty clear cut that she definitely had an effect on him. I won't say that she ruined him. He is still an adult who is responsible for his own actions. He does have the ability to say no at any time. He's just not. That's what he should be doing. So I am going to hold him responsible for not growing a pair.
Yeah.
But that succubus just got her little siren claws in them. That witch. Oh my god. All right. Well, I think we got the gist of that one. That's probably where I should call the stream for tonight because it's almost 5 a.m.
Oh god.
Yeah. So, anywho, I want to thank you, wonderful witches, for watching this one though. We've learned so much tonight. So we've covered the full history of iDubbbz and Anisa. I'm not doing his full series on the people orbiting the Hassan H3 drama, but they're two of the main players, so I wanted to make sure that everybody got the full context, because those people hate being clipped out of context. So I wanted to make sure everybody got the full context of where she's coming from and who these people are. And now that you know, you can't be surprised with any of her modern day actions. Him, you can feel bad a little bit, but I mean, I don't. He's still responsible for his actions. Like, there comes a point, like, I felt bad for him at first, but then there comes a point where, okay, if you ain't learned your lesson by now, like, if you ain't learned your lesson by now, you're clearly okay with this happening.
I mean, maybe he has. I don't know.
He hasn't learned.
Why haven't you gone to a therapist by yourself, maybe?
I mean, he brought one on the stream.
No, that was for content.
Maybe he has, but he's not going to leave her because
well, that's my point.
She took his virginity. He's not
going to be able to do anything without an outside push.
Because she took his virginity, he needs more than an outside push. Like, she's gonna have to leave him. If that
Yeah.
doesn't
Oh,
happen,
yeah.
he is
Definitely.
completely and utterly pussy whipped.
Yeah.
She took his virginity, and he's just, that's it. He was putty in her hands, ready to be molded, and she molded it into a cuck. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's he's completely fucking cucked.
Yeah, he
So
is.
I will take the plunge, Ian. I will call you a cuck. But she's always been this bad, and then after seeing how her mother acted, it's clear that
It's clear.
it's clear where
it
came from.
Yeah.
So we got the full history on those two. Did he do one on H3? I don't think so, but maybe we can find one on H3. I mean, I know how the one on H3 is going to go. He's always been a childish goofball. That's his brand of comedy.
Yeah.
And then they injected politics into his comedy, and one little disagreement, one little unfollow on Twitter led to all this, and somehow, because he doesn't agree with me political, he's any and all actions against him
Once
are
again,
justified for all time.
A bunch of people acting like middle schoolers
Yep,
just because someone doesn't agree with you.
Any and all actions against him are justified until the end of time because he doesn't agree with us politically. Yep, that's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
So it's fucking disgusting. These people are disgusting.
Yep.
But it's fun to. Those two are lolcows. They're fun to point and laugh at. But the Denhams, Hassan, like the group that they're trying to get in bed with, those people aren't lolcows. They're genuinely disgusting human beings, and they should be kicked off the platform.
Horrible
and
pieces of shit.
Yeah, they should be held accountable for their actions. And this is what lack of accountability looks like.
Yep.
When people aren't held accountable for their actions, they don't learn lessons, and they just get worse over time. So maybe it'll happen eventually. Maybe it won't. For now, though, that's where we're going to end this. So if you guys are new to the channel, be sure to like and subscribe down below. If you're new to the stream and you're watching this live, all the socials are above my head. We do these live streams. All this content's recorded live, and it happens every night at roughly 11 p.m. Follow me on Twitter to see when I go live. Join the Discord to get in on these conversations. I am more than happy to chat with people, or you can leave me stuff to react to, and we can talk about this further there. In our own little private Discord, we'll form our own bubble, happily away from them, to talk about how big a piece of shit they are. Also, there's a lot of nerdy stuff like video games and comic book shit in there. For now, though, we are going to bed, so I want to thank you guys for watching this one, and I'll see you wonderful witches in the next one. Have a good night, everybody.